Naruto. Drifting. Express delivery. 5 weeks later, Tayuya leapt back to avoid a kick from her opponent and brought her flute around. Twirling it in her grip, she then held it up and used it to block a punch, the force of which caused her to skid back as Naruto had put a lot of weight behind it. The Jinchuriki smirked when he pressed forward, but the girl held firm with her pipe and dug her feet in. For a musical instrument, it was pretty sturdy. "Damn, Tayuya-chan. How strong is your flute?" the boy asked, their arms trembling as they kept each other at bay. The musician he was dueling smirked, "It's a war flute, dummy. Shinobi who use these in the field need to have an instrument that can take a lot of punishment. That's why these things are built solid and to last. Only strong jutsu can really damage them." Upon saying this, the girl leapt away at the exact same time her opponent did. As soon as they landed and skidded to a stop, Tayuya sprang forward again and, brandishing her flute as a sort of stabbing tool, began thrusting at the boy with murderous precision. The Jinchuriki swayed away from the first blow and began weaving oddly around the ones to follow. The girl led with her forward hand, using well-practiced taijutsu strikes taught to her by her sensei. She had been instructed to slash at her target repeatedly to seal their counters, something she was not afraid to use against Naruto, who started to back circles around the field while dodging. At first it seemed like Tayuya had the edge, forcing the Jinchuriki to retreat the way she was. However, even if it looked one-sided, the redhead was the one who was being led around, which had her grit her teeth in frustration when she sped up with shorter, more compact blows. "Why can't I land any hits?" Swiftness increasing, she started adding kicks and more circular maneuvers, trying to cut off the area for him to use. Unfortunately, Naruto was aware of her strategy and continued moving around her in unexpected directions. When he swayed, he spun on the spot, making a leading blow for Tayuya impossible when he managed to get behind her. The girl kicked at him, causing him to lean to the side and throw a counter. The redhead blocked it with her arm and threw a left jab, but was forced to block again when his right swung around her hit and threatened to slam across her face. A swift counter that missed and a retreat was her response. Going close quarters with him is ridiculous. Though my reaction time is way better than when we first started, it's impossible to hit him with conventional attacks, Tayuya thought and took a crouching stance, holding her flute at her side like a kunai, ready to run through her opponent the moment he tried something. Naruto smiled, "She's good. Way better than any of the other kids in class. Sparring with me has really pushed her fighting skills and reflexes up several notches." The Jinchuriki then dug his feet into the earth before dashing at her at blinding speed, catching the girl by surprise. "Well then, how about this?" The redhead threw both her arms up just in time to stop a dropkick Naruto sent straight down on top of her. How he was able to throw one in mid-sprint was beyond her, but his speed and power put behind it were unbelievable. The girl felt her body nearly bend under the impact while her feet sunk into the ground to the top of her soles. When she held her ground, she stepped forward with her right and sent a left kick straight up at him, but the Jinchuriki jumped off the ground with his one foot and spiraled in the air in front of her. Just as she was coming at him with her attack, he suddenly stopped spinning and, suspended in the air upside down, brought his hand around for a palm strike, a sight which alarmed the musician. "Whoa!" Tayuya disengaged from her kick and slammed her attacking foot into the ground. She pushed off the grass as fast as she could and flew back, the exact same moment her opponent's strike brushed the air once occupied by her body. The red head skidded to a stop, guard outstretched and protecting her body as she saw the Jinchuriki land with a light tap. "I saw that, shithead." "Nice move," Naruto exclaimed with a grin. "You were able to spot my motion in the middle of my flip despite my trick move and speed. Your reaction time is spot on, Tayuya-chan." The girl blushed at the compliment and nodded, Thanks, Naruto-kun." Standing up, the boy nodded toward the girl while slipping his hands into his pockets. "I think we'll call it a day for now. Got any plans?" "Well, I'm meeting up with my team a little later for some training. Gunma-sensei is going to be sparring with all of us to work on strengthening our coordination when attacking as a group." This was a great warm-up leading into it, Tayuya replied while beaming. "Spar, huh?" the blonde chuckled. The girl raised an eyebrow at him. "You're busy too?" "Kakashi-sensei said he was going to be putting our team through a couple of drills to practice our squad's maneuvers for when we're out on the field. He mentioned something the other day about upgrading our tasks to a much higher level of mission soon. About time too. I mean, 3 weeks of those repetitive chores. It was starting to become a little bit dull doing the same stuff over and over. He was honestly getting a little tired of walking Inuzuka dogs. They were seriously strong dogs, smart asses too from what he gathered when he sat down and chatted with them on their breaks. Apparently they really only appreciated their partners spending time with them and not smart aleck brats. They were ninja hounds in training after all, so it made sense that they would be a bit cocky and prone to making the lives of Team 7 miserable. Tayuya nodded and straightened to full height, pocketing her flute. Same here. Gunma-sensei told us that he's really keen on getting our group into some tougher assignments. I think we might be seeing our first C-rank mission in the next month the way we're going. She clenched her fists in excitement. Her roommate could barely contain his eagerness as well as he approached her, taking her by the arm and leading the way out of the area. You're lucky. Our sensei hasn't even mentioned the idea of moving into a C-rank mission yet. It's a little bit annoying. Be patient. I'm sure he'll come around, eventually, Tayuya giggled, wrapping her arms around Naruto's and allowing him to drag her along. The boy gazed down at her as she laid her head against his broad and comfortable shoulder. Just rake in as many D-rank missions as you can. The experience all adds up in the end, so make each and every one of them count. Naruto grinned and picked up the pace. Hopefully they'll all amount to the next level of mission we're going to go on. I'll talk to the others and see if we can convince our teacher to upgrade us to a C rank as soon as possible. Best of luck then, shithead, Tayuya exclaimed, changing tactics and hopping up onto his back. The blonde stumbled forward a little bit startled, but managed to regain his balance and glance back at the sly smiling musician. Carry me. I'm tired. Already? We've only been training for the last couple of hours. She was usually more energetic than this. Why was Tayuya being weird all of a sudden? The girl gave him a pleading look. Pretty please, Naruto-kun. My feet are sore. Surprised by her tone of voice and taken in by her captivating expression beseeching his gentleman's side, the genin quickly caved under the pressure and gave her a smile in return. With a courteous nod, he helped readjust their position and quickened his pace. All right then. Off to Ichiraku's. Yay! XXX. A couple days later. Do you think Kakashi-sensei will take us on another long excursion outside of the village soon? Naruto asked Sasuke and Sakura as they walked down the road together, having just gotten off another shift of work and looking forward to the rest period ahead. It's been ages. I'm getting stagnant just running around the village doing nothing but ordinary chores. Sasuke closed his eyes as they marched on in conference. Don't know. Maybe he's keeping us back a bit after what happened on our last mission, Sakura suggested, looking between the boys before beaming across at the Jinchuriki. I don't know about you two, but I thought that was a pretty rough day for all of us. Since he's our teacher and everything, I think he got a little shaken up after seeing us get attacked like that, especially you, Naruto. Sensei doesn't need to worry about me. I'm built like a tank, the blonde replied, patting his abs proudly while turning skywards. I can take anything and walk away from it. Sasuke looked across at him. How exactly did you walk away from that last attack that guy threw at you? Catching the blonde's attention, the genius continued. I saw where you got hit. No way would a person have been able to survive something like that. A little bit caught off guard by his teammate's sudden interest in his health insurance, Naruto feigned a look of confusion and shrugged, slipping his hands behind his head. Don't know. Maybe my organs were all built to one side. Yeah, that was a really stupid answer. No way was Sasuke going to let that one lie from the way his face scrunched up in suspicion. Maybe that Fu girl used some kind of healing jutsu on you, Sakura suggested helpfully, drawing the genius's attention towards her instead. The girl dipped her head in a sort of shrug. You said you were unconscious when she pulled you out of the river. Maybe she helped close that wound with a special technique to stop you from bleeding to death. The doctors said you were fine when you checked in with them. Yeah. Perhaps you're right, Sakura-chan, Naruto chirped, beaming across at the girl for her reasoning. Sasuke, though still a little bit unsure, allowed the topic to slide at that. Perhaps his teammate was correct on that assessment. I mean, neither him, Sakura or Kakashi had been there to see exactly what had happened after their friend was pulled out of the stream and fixed up. Plus the patient himself had been out of it the entire time. From the look of confusion on Naruto's face and the reasons being thrown around between them, it was clear that whatever happened on that day would remain shrouded in secrecy into the foreseeable future. It was an indisputable law of the world. Some secrets just weren't meant to be revealed. Only time would tell if that rule actually held firm. Enough about that, Sakura exclaimed, looking up at Sasuke fondly. What do you think Kakashi-sensei has planned next? Hopefully something more exciting, Naruto said, stretching out and glancing back at his friends with his characteristic grin in play. I want to get down and dirty, like, right now. Sasuke leaned away from him with a bit of a frown. Don't say that while you're standing so close to me, Dobe. What? You got a problem with the way I say things, Sasuke? I have a problem with everything you say. Not just that. You want to fight, team? Huh? Naruto asked, half joking and half serious as he tried to make himself look big in front of the Uchiha, puffing his chest out and bumping into him at the same time. When Sasuke looked away and grunted, the blonde grinned triumphantly and backed down. Yeah. That's what I thought. Why do you have to be so annoying? I'm only annoying to you since all you ever do is play that same broken record you've had for the past few years. Come on. The Jinchuriki nudged him in the side. Live a little. Humph. Sakura shook her head at the pair and sighed. Stop bickering, you two. Everyone's looking at us. She gestured to the villagers around them, who were watching the squad march on by with bewildered and odd expressions in play. Be nice. I'm trying to, but Sasuke's not making it easy, Naruto replied brightly. The prodigy smirked. Quiet down, idiot. Make me. XXX. A few weeks later, the Kyuubi grumbled impatiently as he laid his head across his arms and glared down at the bothersome child sitting in front of his cage. Even though it appeared like nothing had been going on between them, for the last couple of hours since falling asleep, Naruto had been regaling the giant fox in his various tales of gallantry and good old-fashioned ridiculousness from the day preceding. He did this every time he dropped into bed and nodded off. He would become aware of his consciousness, pop down into the recesses of his mind, sit in front of the giant gates of hell, and drawl on like a radio during news hour. And, just like every other night, the boy wouldn't stop talking even to draw breath, and the giant demon of malevolence, as per the terms and agreements of their routine, would get annoyed and try to ignore him. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't that easy to try and block out the voice of the loudest kid in the village, so basically the Kyuubi had no choice but to listen and nod vaguely toward every little detail spouted from the human adrenaline shot. How did it ever come down to this, that he would become babysitter to the world's most troublesome, airhead future Hokage the village had ever seen, or so Naruto kept telling him. Why do you bother me with your incessant jabbering, you worthless brat? The Kyuubi asked after seeing the child grin up at him after telling him about the recent training session he'd had with Sasuke and Sakura. All of this is meaningless to me. I can see everything that you see. I can hear everything that you hear. Everything that you experience and do in your miserable, day-to-day life, I am forced to watch and take in, however boring or monotonous it may be. You say that, but I know you enjoy my stories, especially when I dress them up a little, Naruto exclaimed, still grinning from ear to ear. Humph, the fox grunted, shutting his eyes. Anyway, when I met up with Tayuya's team later on we all went out for dango and stuff. Shiho's treat. Kid-kun really wanted to know how to make the one sold at the store and as soon as we ordered, he asked the chef for some pointers. Boy, you should have seen him, he was so excited. He took out this little diary from his pouch and wrote down everything the cook had to say. Every word, every instruction, every little detail. I've never seen anyone so excited about food before in my life, Naruto chuckled, throwing his hands up in exclamation. Except maybe Choji, but I bet even that guy would gag on Kid's cooking. It's horrible. Yes, it's absolutely tragic, the Kyuubi replied sarcastically. He'd seen the results. It made him laugh. When we sat down at the table we talked and talked for hours. It was great. The missions Tayuya-chan's team went on today were so different from ours. Kakashi-sensei gave our team 6 scrolls this morning. 6. That's more than our average of 4. But it makes sense seeing as that he's bumping up our assignment levels little by little, so things are bound to get tougher the further along we go, Naruto said loudly before sighing. Taking in a few deep breaths, he then straightened up and continued. We had to find an ostrich, take it back to its home, got into trouble, then came back and searched for items people had lost in the past month. After that we had to chase a stupid cat named Tora. Boy, that guy had some seriously mean claws. The Kyuubi grunted, ear twitching. Yes, I know. I healed you afterwards. Yeah. Thanks for that, by the way. The guy was really upset when we finally managed to catch him. He said his master was always touching him, picking him up, hugging him too tightly and dressing him up in all these weird cat clothes when they were alone. That's why he ran away. It was terrible. I could see why the poor thing didn't like that lady very much, she seemed so needy. I tried to tell her not to play so rough with him, but I don't think she heard me, Naruto said, folding his arms and legs and looking away with his characteristic, squint-eyed expression. Life for some animals is hard. You're telling me, the fox replied with venom, referring to his own predicament. Naruto however ignored the growing frustration in his voice and continued. So afterwards, Tayuya-chan told me about the missions she and her team did. They were pretty good too. They had to trim hedges, paint an entire building, then go over to the Yamanaka store to help deliver a shipment to the gardens for the summer festival. I bet this year is going to be great. I'm going to take Tayuya-chan, Sakura and even team. We're all going to go. I just need to find a suitable robe for Dash. Enough, the giant fox finally barked, startling the boy when he reared his head and glared down at him. His blood-red eyes pulsing with veins conveyed his aggravation at the child's presence and showed how perturbed he actually was. Just shut your mouth, brat. I'm done with your pointless drivel. Blinking a few times, Naruto smiled. Don't be so mad. This is fun. No. It's not. You're testing my patience with your stupid stories and impressing me with your pathetic friends, the fox growled, sending waves of killing intent at the child. It's sickening. And secondly, why the hell do you keep coming down here to talk to me? What the hell do you want? Looking up at the fox's angry visage and hate-filled eyes, Naruto sat silently for a bit and thought about exactly why he kept coming down here to talk with it. Well, for starters, after learning about the Kyuubi and the seal that was keeping it inside of him, the blonde first figured that maybe he could make good out of a bad situation by coming to speak with the demon itself, to try and come to terms with things. He knew nothing about his predicament. He didn't know why the fox was sealed inside of him in the first place except for the fact that it was the fourth Hokage who did it, and he didn't know what to do about it. Oh sure, he was going to keep it a secret, but there was something about it that was nagging him. It was that sixth sense he had that told him whenever danger was near or something was off. Call it a habit he developed from hanging out with forest dwellers for so many years. Secondly, and Naruto came to realize this himself, was that being stuck in here all this time, on his own, without anyone to talk to, the Jinchuriki thought the fox was lonely. He was aggro, short-tempered, and frustrated. Clearly he didn't like being in here and that he had some unresolved issues that he just kept buried away in the darkest parts of his soul. Naruto thought that maybe if he could cheer him up, make nice with him and spend some time with him, he'd be able to get him to open up a little. Like he said, it was worth a shot. Well, the Kyuubi growled impatiently. I just want to hang out with you, furball. That's all, Naruto shrugged. Don't play games with me. You're too far beneath me to try getting the best of the great Kyuubi no Yoko. You may act like you care about others, like you're kind and friendly, but I know what the humans of this world are really like. I know how you view us demons. You're all the same, the Kyuubi barked. You're spiteful, arrogant, selfish, ignorant, and cruel. I've seen it all before, what your hatred is capable of. I despise all you humans and laugh at your pitiful contempt for life. Naruto blinked as he listened, watching the fox grin at him with its canines in full view. You fear us, Bijou. You treat us as beasts and nothing more than mindless beings meant to grant you humans power. That's all we are to you. Tools meant to be used. There's no good in any of you. There's nothing but greed, abhorrence, and darkness. So tell me, boy, what do you really want from me? Remaining silent for the next few minutes, Naruto suddenly hopped to his feet and slowly walked up to the cage. The giant fox watched his every step intently, raising an eyebrow when the boy suddenly placed his hand against it and leaned in. Giving the Kyuubi a blank stare, the blonde then gave him a sad smile and tilted his head. I just want to be friends with you, Kyuubi, Naruto exclaimed, causing the fox to visibly recoil. You wanted to know that badly? Well, there you go. That's my answer. Gritting his teeth, the Ninetales breathed on him. That's a lie. Don't joke around, you wretch. I'm not joking around. I'm being absolutely serious, Naruto said loudly, his grip against the bar tightening as he gazed up at the demon trying to drill a hole into him with his eyes. You were locked in here all on your own for all these years with no one to talk to and nowhere to go. It must have been hell for you. I should know because I know how much it sucks being alone, being stuck in a hole and being filled with hate. After meeting you and seeing how upset you were, I just wanted to do something about that. The Jinchuriki nodded affirmatively at his answer, his expression brightening when an idea came to him. Yeah. That's it. I know what I want to do. I want to get rid of all that hate inside of you. The Kyuubi's eyes widened as he glared down at the runt, who continued grinning fearlessly up at him. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the giant fox sneered. Really? You want to do that? Naruto nodded once before moving off of the bars. It's been rough with you inside of me, yeah. But it sucks being filled with hate all the time. Believe it. He backed away while radiating his characteristic aura. Sure, a lot of people are scared of you guys and hate you because of the things you've done, but there are others out there who are different, people like me. I don't care what you've done, what you are or what you look like on the outside. Being hated and being filled with hate is wrong, and I want to change that. You can doubt me all you want, but I'm sure I'll get through to you eventually, Databeo. The Kyuubi huffed, watching the child move away till he sat back down on the water's surface. What followed immediately after that was another staring contest with one side trying to size the other up and the other just looking cheerful. Of course, while the Kyuubi was still glowering at the boy, deconstructing his words and trying to figure out his motives, Naruto just smiled warmly towards the giant animal and waited for him to say something. When a certain amount of time passed, the fox grunted and leered, You're one piece of work. You know that? Naruto's glow increased tenfold, right back at ya. After staring at each other for a little while longer, the blonde then looked down at the fox's arms, the place where the entity would normally rest his head and stare at him whenever he came to visit. His eyes then trailed over his wrists down to his paws, where, wait. The blonde visibly jerked before scrutinizing the Kyuubi's limbs more carefully. Didn't foxes normally have paws? The Jinchuriki stared long and hard at the folded arms, attracting the Kyuubi's attention. What? Unflinching in his deadpan expression, the blonde raised his right and pointed. Why do you have man hands? The Kyuubi immediately bristled at that question. I will destroy you, you smartass. No you won't. Wanna bet? You're too much of a softie, Naruto exclaimed before a sly grin spread across his lips. Kyuchan with man hands. That's it, the giant fox shouted before lunging at the bars. Gnawing at them with his teeth for a few seconds, he then yelled in frustration and tried to pry it open with his claws. You're a dead man, Naruto. The blonde laughed good-naturedly at the fox's reaction. Love hanging out with you too, furball. XXX. A week later. Hiruzen Sarutobi was just in the middle of sorting through the large collection of scrolls and mission reports laid out in front of him, at the same time signing off on the one that had just been handed over to him by Kurenai and her team, before a knock on the door interrupted him. When all eyes turned and fixed on the entrance, they saw it pushed open before a cheerful Naruto strolled in wearing his usual fox-like grin and hand raised in greeting. Kiba smirked when he recognized his old rival from school, Shino pushed up his glasses and Hinata blushed brilliantly under his radiant gaze. Hey, Hokage Gigi. Can I come in? The third smiled pleasantly when he saw who it was popping in to visit, of course, Naruto-kun. Just give me a moment. Rolling up the scroll on his desk and sealing it, he then handed it to the patiently waiting Kurenai, who took the item from him with a courteous nod. You're all set. I wish you and your team the best of luck. We'll be careful, Hokage-sama, Kurenai bowed before quickly ushering her squad out the door. Seeing the group coming his way, Naruto stepped aside to allow them passage. Shino nodded to him when he walked by, Hinata shied away while uttering a gentle, hello Naruto-kun, and Kiba stopped in front of the Jinchuriki and held his fist up. The blonde grinned and bumped knuckles with his academy rival before doing the whole twisting motion followed by the explosion routine, which they acted out with vocals and action. My man, Naruto. Kiba. We'll catch up later, alright? Will do, the Inuzuka laughed. He continued on while waving over his shoulder, shortly followed by Kurenai who closed the door behind them. Happy to have bumped into one of the other graduating groups here, Naruto then turned his attention to the mission desk and approached it. In the time it took for him to reach it, Hiruzen had already sorted through several more scrolls, signed them, boxed them, and upon setting them aside, turned to acknowledge the boy's presence fully. When the Jinchuriki stopped, he smiled and waved. Yo! What can I do for you today, Naruto-kun? The third asked curiously, lacing his fingers together in front of him with his pipe sitting comfortably in his mouth. Before I say anything, do you think we could get a little more privacy here? The blonde asked gently while gesturing towards the leader's staff walking about. He then placed his hand over his gut and rubbed. I've got a bit of a stomach problem. It's a little embarrassing to talk about. It was a half lie. He wasn't embarrassed to talk about it. He was just uncomfortable talking about this particular thing when there was other people standing around, particularly people who probably didn't know about his condition. The old man's smile dropped a little. Naruto. I thought we agreed that I would talk to you about it later. And we did, and to be fair it has been later. 2 years later to be exact, the Jinchuriki replied cheerfully, there are some things I'd like to ask you that are really important. He saw a contemplative look come over the old man as he mulled over his request, which the boy knew would take him quite a while and decided to add a little more haste to the process. It's pretty cool though, right? I mean, how can a big orange furball the size of a mountain be jammed inside of my stomach of all places? It seems physically impossible. Hiruzen's eyes widened when the boy said that, his mouth dropping open and almost losing his lit pipe all over his documents. Upon processing the child's statement at light speed, the third then ordered everybody out of the room, with Iruka smiling at his student on passing and giving him a wave in greeting, which Naruto gladly returned. Once everyone was out, the Hokage then gave the boy his full and undivided attention. How did you find out? Scratching his head, Naruto shrugged, don't know. I fell asleep after a night on the town and bam. I found myself in a sewer surrounded by crappy lighting, with a giant gate at the end, with an enormous cat with man hands sitting behind the bars. I hate you, the Kyuubi growled inside his head. No you don't, Naruto grinned back at his stomach. When Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the blonde going off kilter for a moment, the Jinchuriki panned up and continued, honestly though, the place could use some tuning up. The Hokage sighed and rubbed his temple, looking across at the boy incredulously. Stuff like this normally doesn't just happen to people, Naruto-kun. Well, I'm not a normal person and I certainly don't act like one. I live in the extraordinary. You know that more than anyone, Aji-san. Except maybe Tayuya-chan. She lives with me. Hiruzen furrowed his brow at that before giving a weak smile. Well, in any case you managed to figure out the true purpose behind the seal across your stomach. The nine-tailed demon fox is locked away inside of you in a pocket dimension created through the powerful hack no Fuin Shiki, which the fourth Hokage used in order to prevent the demon from destroying the village and running amok. The boy tilted his head curiously as he listened to the third speak. I see. But, why? The elder closed his eyes. The details of the event are sketchy. What we do know for certain is that the Kyuubi managed to escape from the seal binding it inside of its last Jinchuriki and began attacking the village in a rage. It just appeared out of nowhere that night and started to destroy everything in sight. It took all of our forces and power just to drive it out of the village and into the forests. The sheer amount of overwhelming force the third was describing to him had Naruto in awe. It certainly rounded out the answer as to why people were so skittish around him. The villagers who were there at the time or remembered that night well must have experienced the Nine-Tails' power firsthand. They'd watched their village torn apart by a massive fox, which also attacked their comrades and loved ones and killed many people in the process. This realization had Naruto deflate quite a bit as the full magnitude of what he was hearing finally got through. Whoa! Yes. It was a dreadful night for all of us. In order to save the village from total destruction and to preserve the balance of tailed beasts throughout the shinobi nations, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the fox inside of you. By doing so he saved the lives of his people, the land, and restored order to our village. Now you can see why he is celebrated as one of Konoha's greatest Kages, Hiruzen said with a proud smile. Though he left a lot of the details of that night out, all he wanted to do was give it to the boy straight. The elder figured that learning of the Kyuubi and the reason for its sealing inside of him was more than enough for Naruto. Information on his parents could be saved for another time. That is if he didn't press the issue. Naruto patted his stomach, where he knew the Nine-Tails was resting and listening. Staring down at it for a minute or so, the boy then smiled and looked up. Why me, though? Hiruzen blinked, concealing most of his surprise behind it and a stoic visage. Why was I chosen to carry the Kyuubi? That? I'm afraid is a question I cannot answer for you, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen replied, seeing bewilderment and confusion come over the blonde's face. In order to settle the youngster's troubled mind, the elder then looked towards him with a more serious gaze. It is for someone else. Huh? Who? You'll meet this person soon enough, Hiruzen replied while giving the boy a firm stare. He's a big, flamboyant man with long spiky, white hair, wears wooden sandals and goes by the name Jiraiya. He uses toads as his summons. If you find him, I'm sure he'll tell you everything you need to know about your situation and answer all of your questions. He'd made a promise to the fourth that he would tell the boy all he could in due course and that he would leave most of that task to Jiraiya, who wished to carry much of that burden as well. Naruto's expression brightened. Sweet. Where can I find him? He's out of the village at the moment, but he'll be dropping by before the Chunin exams coming up in a few months' time. Though the man was always on the move, he was still reliable. That's why Hiruzen didn't have to worry about his student not showing up because he most certainly would. The kid's timing was impeccable. Pumping his fist, Naruto gave the elder a wild grin before turning heel and running towards the door. Before leaving through it, the blonde turned to the village leader and gestured gratefully towards him. Thanks so much, Hokage Jiji. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for the guy. Take care, Naruto-kun, the old man waved. The moment the door shut, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, holding his pipe firmly as he then gazed towards the ceiling. His expression became one of deep thought and meditation as he contemplated the matters that had appeared in the wake of the young Uzumaki's surprise visit. I'm sure that Naruto will be fine. The boy's a strong one with a firm will and a good heart, and doesn't appear to be showing any signs of being manipulated by the Kyuubi in the slightest. Though that sudden trail off midway through their conversation was a bit odd, it wasn't something to be truly concerned about. But was he actually talking back to the fox? Hiruzen raised both eyebrows as he analyzed the incident a little more carefully. Never had he ever expected the Kyuubi to actually respond to the boy from just a mere joke. The blonde had managed to crack one out in the middle of his explanation to the Hokage and the fox apparently said something back to him. Even though the elder didn't hear anything, he was still able to see the boy's expressions and hear his speech patterns change. In any case, the third initially believed the demon would be more hostile towards his host and prone to trying to gain control over him, as history with its other Jinchuriki pretty much supported this claim. But no. that wasn't the case. Naruto was actually bonding with the fox to the point where he was able to speak with it as an equal and that they were able to take shots at one another. It was so sudden too. Fascinating. Oh, that's right, Hiruzen smiled when a new thought overtook him and replaced his previous debate concerning Naruto. The 5 Kage are supposed to be convening for this year's Chunin exam soon. I'm certainly looking forward to this one. The biggest Chunin exams in history was coming up shortly, one that was going to be held between all 5 of the great shinobi nations and its smaller neighbors. Hell yeah, did the old man have a reason to be excited. Hiruzen though managed to buffet his eagerness through a veil of calm and professionalism, and continued to sit alone in the room with a small smile in play and pipe in hand. XXX. 2 days later. Jab. Jab. Right. Jab. Hook. Elbow. Right. Naruto shouted, backing up as he called the punches for Sakura to throw as she hammered away at the wooden blockers he was shifting for targets. Grinning after receiving the desired hits, he dashed quickly to the side, not too fast that the girl lost sight of him completely but enough to make her work in pursuing. As anticipated, she cut him off, with the blonde keeping on his toes and running a circle around her so that she moved with him. Jab, right, uppercut, kick. Loud cracks rang out as Sakura, biting down hard, twisted in with blows that hit Naruto's pads hard and shook him with every impact. From the amount of sweat pouring down her face, the way her expression was scrunched up and the sound she exerted with each blow, it was clear that the exercise they were going through was working her to the bone. This was exactly what Naruto intended to do, to give the girl more experience in combat against an opponent and to give her a feel for technique while under pressure. She couldn't do that adequately while training on her own, but with her teammates that was a different story. It was a habit they'd fallen into over the recent weeks, where the team would get together and hash it out at their best. They would take turns switching between each other to help work on their skills and abilities, most predominantly their weaknesses. While a couple had a lot more work to do than others, every session was worthwhile and valued greatly amongst all 3 of them. Speaking of which, the entirety of Team 7 was currently occupying the clearing of Training Ground 3 and were going through the usual drills. Kakashi had taken Sasuke off to the side to work on his basics, since it was the best way to encourage a genius to focus on keeping their skills polished, and Naruto was working with Sakura on her taijutsu. She may have been less adept as both the Uchiha and the Jinchuriki at the beginning and lacked confidence in her own abilities to apply theory, but thanks to her touch-up sessions with Kakashi and hard runs with Naruto, she was getting all of her material in stride. Much to Naruto's surprise, her development was coming along just as well as Tayuya's. It had him scratching his head as to the reason why. Taking a few hard hits that drove him back, Naruto then leapt away for space and held his ground, positioning his left pad low and right up high. Body shot to finish. Give me your best. Sakura, grinding her feet into the ground, sprang forward in a rush. As soon as she got within range, she reacted just in time to duck the right counter Naruto threw, having become weary of it after getting hit by it so many times, and took aim at the pad held over his side. Going in so low that it would be impossible to avoid her, the pink-haired girl twisted in and threw a killer uppercut that lifted the blonde off his feet. A loud bang rang out when she landed the hit, followed shortly by a tap of Naruto landing back on solid ground with a pained grin. The two stepped away from each other, Sakura swaying a little before collapsing to her hands and knees. Hair and face dripping, and clothes bathed in sweat, the girl panted raggedly and looked up to see Naruto smirk and inspect his wooden blockers. The faces of the protective gear had filed away much to his surprise, and there were deep indents in both of them. It was a good thing he'd reinforced them because Sakura was developing some really hard punches. After shaking off from the last hit, Naruto easily removed the pads and slipped them under his arm. When he did, he looked down at the kunoichi to see her breathing heavily and still on the ground, coaxing a chuckle from him. I think that's enough for one day. Why yeah, Sakura wheezed, smiling up at the genin, thanks, Naruto. She then dropped her head and allowed her sweat to run down to the grass freely. Giving his teammate a moment to regain her bearings, Naruto then decided to address an interesting fact he'd discovered while he was holding pads for her. He chose not to say anything for a bit since she was clearly exhausted, but after the appropriate amount of time had passed he figured he'd been left in suspense long enough. Your speed and technique have gotten way better since the first time we did this. Not only that, the strength in your punches is able to remain consistent throughout the entire session. Even when you're tired you keep coming at me with a lot of bite. I've always had a strong arm, Sakura panted. Yeah, but your stamina isn't really up to snuff yet. We're going to have to continue working on that, Naruto pointed, tilting his head. The kunoichi chuckled when she heard him say that. You're going to make me keep doing this until I get as energized as you? Aren't you? A shrug was Naruto's response. If you want to. Sakura smiled under her mess of hair. I'm a stubborn girl, so I guess I'm going to give it my best shot no matter what I say. Naruto laughed and dropped the pads on the grass beside him, looking up to see Sasuke still sparring hard with Kakashi not too far from their position. The Jonin was really taking it easy on the genius, who was apparently trying his hardest to land a hit on the damn guy. That was pretty much the noticeable difference between them and the masked instructor, a massive gap in skill, experience, and shinobi know-how. Still, you're doing pretty damn well for a girl who says she's been dieting for most of her weeks in the academy. I figured that you'd have been so focused on what you ate on a daily basis that you wouldn't have had the time to work on hitting as hard as you do, Naruto exclaimed offhandedly. Perfect technique aside with momentum to generate power, her show of strength from before had been quite a pleasant surprise. Blinking a little, the girl gave a small sigh of resignation before looking back up towards her partner, showing him a nervous smile. Actually, to tell you the truth? I never was able to diet properly. Naruto cut down to her in surprise. What do you mean? Sakura shrugged and pushed herself to her feet. Ino tried it. Knowing her, she got it down pat, but I never did. My body just couldn't take not eating, and my parents practically force-fed me every night. All of that talk about dieting back at the academy, that was all just talk. She placed her hand on her hip and smiled across at Naruto after dusting herself down. I would stop eating every so often, but I couldn't do it for too long. My body just couldn't handle not getting energy. Really? The boy raised an eyebrow in interest. Before Sakura could say anything else, they were suddenly interrupted by Sasuke wandering over and entering their circle. The raven-haired genius, looking pretty grimy and grungy from his training session, gestured over his shoulder toward their instructor standing in the distance and reading from his orange book. You're up, Sakura. Beaming, the kunoichi stretched her arms out and dashed off, calling thanks back to Naruto for his help before making her way towards their teacher. When she jogged a fair way out of earshot, Sasuke decided to step over to his Jinchuriki rival, where they both stood and watched the girl confront her teacher to get a rundown on their segment. Their moment of pause gave the two boys a small space of time to chat. Hey, Sasuke. Yeah, the prodigy replied, not needing to turn to see the serious look on Naruto's face. You've noticed it too, haven't you? That Sakura is talented? The Uchiha nodded as they watched Sakura take a position a little ways out from Kakashi as they finally gave their training time a green light. It was a ninjutsu session for her today, and her teacher was going to help her to develop something new. Yeah, I know. And here I thought she was only book smart. No, she actually has some natural talent in her body for hard punching, Naruto replied, not even taking a second to look away as he watched the girl fly through hand seals before vanishing in a puff of smoke, leaving a log behind in her place before she appeared behind her teacher and attacked him. When their dance finally started up, the Jinchuriki glanced over to Sasuke. She's no genius like you, but she's pretty close. Shinobi can be naturally talented in a lot of different ways, Sasuke informed matter-of-factly with a frown. You can be a well-rounded genius, someone who doesn't need to work on their ninjutsu or taijutsu that often because they're gifted with the ability to become strong through minimal effort. You could be talented for theory and for working out the best strategies in a heartbeat, while at the same time lack physical fitness. You can be a bloodline user and extremely talented, able to use the skills given to you with very little exertion and fight on the same level as a jonin. Or you can be gifted with ridiculous speed, reflexes, timing, or, in Sakura's case, physical strength, and be smart enough to apply it in battle. Sakura-chan's been so focused on other aspects in her life though that she never took the time to focus on polishing her skills or work on applying them, Naruto said while folding his arms. She said she found it hard to diet and that her body practically forced her to eat, so basically all those times she said she dieted she was actually lying to appear more feminine to others. I'm guessing even with trying to eat less that she's able to store lots of energy in her system to give her the boosts of strength that she has, which explains why it's murder to fight her up close. She has a wicked swing. Sasuke nodded in understanding, figuring it was something along those lines. Because she'd been so focused on so many useless things, her stamina, confidence and fighting ability deteriorated in the academy. With her talent, if she'd had just focused more on the physical side of things and practiced instead of worrying about her appearance, she would have been something incredible. Naruto grinned, she can still be something incredible. Sakura-chan just needs some time to catch up. The pair stood in silence for the next minute or so, watching Kakashi slowly retreat under Sakura's assault before knocking her to the ground. This didn't stop the kunoichi from getting back up and retaliating, forcing the jonin to move some more and keep his distance, even though he was still reading absently from his book. After watching for a little while longer, Sasuke turned to Naruto and cracked his neck. After which he then assumed a fighting stance. So it's ninjutsu today, right? Immediately becoming excited from that question, the Jinchuriki rounded on his rival and also took a firm stance, illustrating his intentions. I was hoping it was. You're the perfect guy to turn to for this stuff, team. It's not fun if my targets can't dodge right. Let's just get this over with so I can get back to figuring out the perfect way to beat you. Seeing how you operate, that shouldn't take very long. After all these years, you still haven't figured out a way to beat me, and I doubt you ever will. Dream on if you think that it's going to be easy, Naruto shot back. Exchanging cocky smirks, the pair then sprang away from one another, the Uchiha flying through hand seals and the Jinchuriki forming his crossfinger hand seal to counter. Though not the full-on rematch that they wanted since it was strictly going to be ninjutsu today, it was still a desirable test to see where they stood against each other. XXX. A week later. Naruto and Tayuya, who had just gotten off of a long, early morning training session with each other, were on their way back to the village toward the hot springs to have a nice refreshing bath after a trying few hours of breathtaking exercises. Since they'd both been driving their techniques into the ground since before the sun started to rise, the two of them were pretty worn for wear, even if one of them didn't show it. Though Naruto admitted to being a little winded, he was for the most part fine. His training partner on the other hand was looking a bit more ragged. Man, who knew controlling a massive marionette made up of sandbags and stitches could be so draining, Tayuya breathed in exhaustion, referring to the new technique she'd recently developed and had been practicing for the past 2 hours. Getting that big-ass puppet to move is no joke. I think it's pretty neat though. I didn't know you could use your music to move things, Tayuya-chan, Naruto replied, looking across at the girl to see her rub the back of her hand against her cheek to wipe away sweat and dirt. The girl smiled at him, me neither. But hey, it works. She pulled out her flute and looked down at it. Music is soul and I use chakra in conjunction with my music, so by controlling the flow of musical notes and chakra, I can give life to anything I choose. I think I'll even be able to take control of people someday if I work hard enough. Naruto, blinking at that shared thought, chuckled nervously when he was finally able to process the idea in his head. Man, that'd be pretty scary. Yeah, but I think it can be pretty cool too, taking control of someone else's body before they have a chance to use any jutsu or attacks. It's the ultimate stalling and redirection tactic. Not to mention the best attacks were normally the ones you didn't see coming, fact. If you keep working hard the way you are now, then I know you'll get it down pat in no time, Naruto said with certainty and confidence. Damn straight. I'm not stopping till I've mastered every flute technique possible. But I'll try not to stick to the one specialty. I want to get strong in other areas too so that I don't become a burden when the time comes to it. You're not a burden, Tayuya-chan. You're incredible already. Tayuya, blushing, bumped him in the side with her hip, and no I'm not, you jerk. But it's true. I mean, yeah, I don't think it would do anyone any good simply sticking to one strength. Unless you're super good at the thing that you do best and can beat anyone regardless of your weaknesses, then I'm sure yo whoa. Naruto and Tayuya jumped out of the way when a barrage of shuriken suddenly flew at them from the forest to their right, impaling the tree they had just been walking by and, following the sharp thumps, brought a dead silence to the area. When the two kids peered from around the trunks they'd managed to hide behind, they glared into the brush to see what or who the hell had decided to attack them. Sneaky. I'm assuming they didn't want to be found out since I can't really sense well from upwind. But I got them. Tayuya frowned and looked up at Naruto. What can you see? Your senses are a lot sharper than mine. One enemy, Naruto replied, crouching low and placing his hand on the ground. Since developing this technique after watching how cats, deer, foxes and other animals reacted to the presence of other creatures hiding in the area, his ability at using this particular skill had increased significantly over the years. He could practically reach out even further and more accurately with it than before. No, wait, two. One's up high at 2 o'clock, the other is 12 o'clock, ground floor. I'm guessing the one that attacked us is on the floor. It was a straight shot and a good one. The kunai had impaled the trees halfway up the blades and had missed them by an inch. That was a seriously good shot and a strong arm. Distance? 60 meters. Seriously? Son of a bitch, Tayuya said in amazement. That was a fantastic shot even if they missed. Hopefully whoever it was that tried to turn them into kunai pincushions missed them on purpose. Shaking her head, the musician then glared around the trunk. Oi. Shit for brains. Do you know how close you came with those things? You nearly took our heads off, you twat. Of course the best thing for her to probably do at this point was to try and stay out of sight without giving away her position, but she couldn't help it. Some smartass, probably a shinobi from their village, had tried to kill them, and there was no way in hell she was going to stand there and take it without returning some abuse of her own. Come out and apologize, you fucking cocksucker. Geez, Tayuya-chan, why not go out and beat them to death already? Naruto chuckled with an amused grin. The girl pulled up her flute and prepared to give their attackers the best damn concert she could perform. Oh, trust me, I will. Just give me a sec. She licked her lips and took a deep breath. Before she could get her counterattack underway though, another voice, a girl's voice, suddenly flooded into their midst. Hey! Are you guys Konoha shinobi? Blinking, Naruto looked over his shoulder into the undergrowth and frowned. Of course we are. We're Genin. Who else would we be? Really? Ah, shit. See 1010. I told you they were friendly. Shut up, Lee. I didn't know. I thought it was a bear. Tayuya's eye twitched. A bear? Appearing flabbergasted at first, her shocked look then deteriorated into one of sheer outrage and blind anger. With an irate growl, the redhead then stomped out from behind her tree. Are you implying that I'm fat, you horse fucking cuntman dash? She was suddenly grabbed from behind by Naruto, slapping his hand over her mouth and lifting her off the ground with his other arm wrapped around her waist. The girl kicked and flailed to break out of his grip, but the boy kept a tight hold of her. Calm down, Tayuya-chan. It was just an accident. The girl managed to wrestle her mouth from under his hand. My ass it was. While Naruto did his best to calm his friend down, who wanted nothing more than to inflict bodily harm on the person responsible for the attack, the pair were shortly joined by the two people that had been keeping their distances from them, one of them being the would-be assailant. When the newcomers stepped into their area, the roommates were given the perfect opportunity to study up on their unintended antagonists. One was a tall boy about a year older with black, bowl-cut hair, huge eyebrows, and was wearing a horrendous figure-hugging green spandex bodysuit with his headband wrapped around his waist. The other was a girl with brown hair tied up into buns, wearing green pants, a pink martial arts top and was holding a kunai in her right. When both parties sized each other up, Naruto gave the pair a smile and waved pleasantly. Hello. Yash. Nice to meet you, the boy in green replied with equal enthusiasm. You two are not hurt, are you? Oh no. We're fine. Thanks for asking. Thank goodness. I'm Rock Lee, by the way, Konoha's beautiful green wild beast. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki. Future Hokage. Ooh. How ambitious. You wish to become the strongest shinobi in the village? Damn straight. Naruto chuckled, putting his hands behind his head before turning to the girl standing next to the friendly teen. And who's this? Oh, well, this is Dash. 1010, the girl with the bun hairstyle, cut in with an apologetic bow. Sorry for attacking you guys back there. I honestly thought it was a bear or a wild boar walking close to our training area and tried to scare it off so that it wouldn't get hurt. I didn't know there were other people in the area. Ah, that's all right, Naruto waved pleasantly. Ah, no it's not, Tayuya suddenly spoke before stomping up to the girl with an intense glare in play. When the redhead stopped in front of the teen in pink, she raised her hand and jabbed her hard in the collarbone with her finger. Do you know how hard you threw those fucking things? Even when I dodged them I could feel the wind that they cut on the back of my neck. You could have taken down a horse with that power, you dumbass. Blinking in shock at the girl's free use of vulgarity, the kunoichi identified as 1010 looked back at her verbal attacker with a slightly offended expression and tensed. Hey. I said I was sorry. Isn't that good enough for you? Gritting her teeth at her fellow kunoichi, Tayuya tentatively made a reach for her flute again but refrained from pulling it out of its holster. After a few calming breaths, the redhead quickly figured a shinobi pissing contest over a near miss was probably a little much to settle an argument. Though she was eager for a fight, the musician knew better than to get into a brawl over pointless things and, concluding it to be just a waste of chakra, relaxed her hand. Grunting, Tayuya then folded her arms and turned away. Whatever. It was close shave. I got to call you a brain-dead twat anyway, so we're good. Seeing the girl pout had 1010 smile. Ah, so you were the one tossing all those colorful swear words at us? I gotta say you've got quite the mouth on you. Frowning, Tayuya turned on her again. What? Do you want to fight with me or something? Because if you do, I'd be more than happy to give you one if you dash. Oh no, not at all, 1010 chuckled nervously while holding her hands up defensively. I was just a little surprised, is all. I've never been called names like that before from another person, so it's kind of a shock to hear so many swear words coming from a girl around my age. Humph, Tayuya huffed and looked away again, her finger tapping against her bicep as she let out her content little by little. Seeing the kunoichi settle much to her relief, 1010 turned back to the blonde-haired boy, who appeared to be the most okay with the whole attempted murder thing, and sized him up again. Seeing him also relax when his companion did, the Jinchuriki then turned to face her as their eyes met. What were you two doing all the way out here? Does your team train in this area? No. It's just the two of us, Naruto replied happily while pointing between him and the still frustrated-looking Tayuya next to him. He then thumbed over his shoulder. We train in a clearing not too far from here. It's a big area with a lot of space and it isn't out of the way from our apartment either, so it's a great place to go let off some steam. We were just heading back to the village to wash up. Oh, I see. Morning workout? Tenten asked, folding her own arms and smiling approvingly at the boy. Yeah. It's great after a cool night, Naruto chuckled while scratching his cheek. Yash. Such invigorating and youthful mentality. Your commitment to physical fitness and training is just like mine and Gai-sensei's. Lee exclaimed suddenly while thumping himself in the chest. His energetic voice was hard to ignore when both rookies turned to the boy in surprise and saw him salute with a thumbs up and a grin that had Naruto and Tayuya reeling at its intensity. It is an honor to meet such fine shinobi. Blinking, Tayuya gave the boy a weak smile. Thanks? Tenten grinned sheepishly at the genin. Don't mind Lee. He's always like this, she said while waving a hand in front of her. The redhead, though still a little ticked at the knife thrower, looked back at her nonetheless with an understanding nod. It's okay. I'm used to it. She added to this by smiling in Naruto's direction, who stuck his tongue out shamefacedly and rubbed his cheek in embarrassment. He's exactly the same. I'll bet, Tenten chuckled, looking across at the blonde and nodding. Well, I'm sorry for attacking you guys. I'm just glad that nobody got hurt. She then noticed their haggard appearances and looked them over. Wow, but from the looks of it, you two must have been tossing shit at each other for a while now. Oh, yeah, Naruto tugged at his ruined clothes and looked down at the tears. Training today was pretty hardcore. We were just getting some practice in with our new techniques. Really? What kind? Tenten asked curiously. Admittedly being the nosy type, the kunoichi couldn't help but wonder what kind of jutsu would have two kids tear at each other's clothes and get grime all over them before stopping for the day. Unless it was a taijutsu technique, she was sort of lost. From the other kunoichi's exhausted face and her partner's condition, their session must have been really hardcore. It's still a little rough around the edges. I won't be sure of the effects until I get it down completely, but my other techniques are coming along well. All I need to worry about is the timing, Naruto breathed, giving the girl an apologetic, half-smile. Sorry if I don't get bogged down in any of the details, but the jutsu the two of us are working on is kind of secret, Tayuya finished for him. They nodded in tandem. Looking between them, Tenten beamed. That's cool. I understand. It was then Naruto's turn to look curious. So, were you the one who threw those kunai from before? He saw the girl affirm that with a gentle nod. Wow. That was a really good shot. You must have one hell of a throwing arm. Tenten blushed and had the common courtesy to look bashfully at her feet. Thanks. Naruto then looked up at Lee. I'm also guessing you guys train close by here. Are you two on a team together? Yes. We are, Lee replied gleefully while holding a fist to his breastbone. We are members of the noble and powerful Team Gai. That's the name of our sensei, by the way, Tenten spoke, glancing between the pair before stepping aside and gesturing toward the direction she and her teammate had come from. Naruto and Tayuya followed her hand into the woods. Our training area is this way if you want to check it out. The other guy from our team is still there, so. Naruto appeared excited at the offer and nodded his head vigorously. Alright. Sounds fun. It wouldn't hurt them any to take a moment to see where some of the other training fields in the area were. Apparently his and Tayuya's training clearing wasn't the only one in here. A lot of other people had the same idea of setting up group training sites in the same woodlands away from the rest of the community. It made sense that a lot of spaces closer to home would be occupied. The Jinchuriki gazed towards his flatmate with a hopeful look. Wanna check it out? Tayuya shrugged. Sure. Why not? It couldn't hurt to get a bead on the rest of the competition either. With her spirited nature brimming, the musician eagerly responded to the new side arc, knocking on their front door with a radiant glow. Appearing more excited than before, Naruto turned back to their hostess and her teammate, where he saw both were looking at them kindly. Well, you've got our attention. Lead the way. This was honestly the first time he and Tayuya had met another genin team from Konoha that wasn't from their graduating year, and it was great to see that they were also friendly. Lee especially. Tenten quickly proceeded to lead the troop through the woods from where she'd thrown her kunai, cutting around the brush easily and following the many paths forged by nature. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto and Tayuya eventually arrived at the edge of a clearing under a thin canopy with a training stump positioned in the center of the grounds and various target dummies set up all around the place. It was worth noting that many of the straw dummies were already riddled with kunai and shuriken, a sight that led both rookies to the conclusion that it was the girl with buns in her hair that had been responsible for all the bullseyes. When the two paused at the tree line, they immediately saw another genin in the area training over at the stump. Assuming him to be Tenten and Lee's other teammate, the two rookies noted that he wore a baggy khaki top with buckles, dark brown shorts and a black headband under long brown hair tied back into a long ponytail. He also had glassy white-colored eyes, a sight that had Naruto blink as he recognized that particular type of eye. "Ha, he sort of looks like Hinata," Naruto thought before smiling. He must be related to her. Sensing the arrival of his teammates accompanied by others, the boy over at the stump finished his combination with a swift palm strike and looked over. Stepping out of his stance, he folded his arms and turned to face the group completely when they gathered up in front of him. "I was under the impression that today we were supposed to be training together as a group. Why are you suddenly bringing riffraff into our training area, Tenten?" The girl smiled apologetically before gesturing to the two newcomers. "Sorry ne. We ran into them in the woods while I was doing target practice and thought a wild animal was passing through. I just wanted to show them our team's meeting place since they also train in a field not too far from here." Naruto waved and Tayuya nodded to the boy in greeting, now identifying him as Niji. The teen in question then proceeded to look them over, recoiling a little at their worn appearances while also taking in their expressions. After analyzing them from head to toe, he then looked back up at the pair with a disapproving scowl. "All right. So you've shown them our team's meeting place. Can we stop wasting time now and get back to training?" Lee jogged up to his bitter-looking rival and smiled assuredly at him. "Come on Niji-kun. There's no need to be so hasty. We've got plenty of sunlight to burn." He held a determined fist up to him and flashed his trademark smile. "Why don't we use this hour to show our youthful friends from the village here how Team Guy trains in its free time?" Frowning deeply at the prospect, Niji glared back at Tenten and her company to see them appearing a bit confused. "I don't have the energy or the patience to be dealing with such unsightly characters. Why even bother wasting your day away associating with rabble when you could be using the time available to you improving your own skills?" Naruto and Tayuya recoiled at the boy's words and tone directed towards them before the latter frowned deeply in offense. "What a dick. He may look like Hinata, but he's a real jerk," the Jinchuriki thought with a bit of distaste in his mouth. Tenten, feeling hostilities arise as well as a little displeasure herself from hearing Niji's condescending words, smiled weakly at her irate comrade and tried to better reason with him. "Come on Niji, lighten up a little. These two are not that bad once you get to know them. Naruto here is a really nice guy, and his friend's pretty cool too if you can look past her colorful choice of vocabulary." She saw the redhead glare daggers at her but shrugged it off like it was just a casual thing. "Who knows, maybe they're pretty good for rookies. If you give them a chance I'm sure they can surprise you." Even though it seemed impossible, the already uptight boy's gaze tightened even more so. "My eyes alone can see more about their character and abilities than what they can show me through action. They're no-namers, bottom feeders, rabble. Leave them to their own devices and let them crawl up the ladder at their own pace Tenten, otherwise they'll just drag you down with them when they inevitably fall." He ignored the surprised looks he got from his teammate and audience. Those born a failure are destined for failure. It's an indisputable truth that defines everyone who lives under that title. By this point, Tayuya had had just about enough of this boy's tongue. Even Tenten was showing how irate she was getting from hearing her teammate undermine two seemingly nice people without even getting a chance to speak with them directly. He was treating them like they were a part of the background. Clenching her fist angrily, the musician prepared to stomp forward to give the guy the tongue lashing he deserved until Naruto's hand shot out and stopped her. The two kunoichi looked at the blonde, expecting to see an offended look on his own face, but instead saw that Naruto was smirking quite boldly. Upon quelling his companion's offense, the Jinchuriki grinned and stepped further into the light. "You must have been training pretty hard, huh?" Niji raised an eyebrow at the male newcomer. "Yes? Even the gifted with insurmountable talent need to work hard to keep their senses sharp." Naruto grinned and pointed at the stump. "I can tell. The ropes look pretty worn from being hammered all day. How long have you guys been a team?" The Jinchuriki looked between Niji, Lee, and Tenten eagerly, before looking back toward the former. "We've been an active genin squad for over a year, even though some of us have skills that far surpass that level," Niji replied while narrowing his eyes. "What's the point of all these questions? Are you going somewhere with this?" Don't mind me. I'm just really interested in you three, is all. You seem like a really well-oiled squad from what I can see already and you all look really strong," Naruto chirped, waving a hand before springing forward suddenly. He quickly gave the serious boy an excited look and raised a fist to him. "Hey. Why don't you and I have a short spar? You look pretty tough and I could use the experience. Tenten and Tayuya looked at the blonde in alarm, with the former stepping forward. What? Hang on a sec dash, she was quickly interrupted by the Jinchuriki cutting her off. I'm still sort of new to this whole genin thing, and I'd really like to see how I stack up compared to others who've been in the game a lot longer than I have, Naruto exclaimed brightly, stepping further forward. My team and I have been working super hard on our skills and on all of our missions. I'm interested to see if I've gotten any better. Sputtering, Tenten tried to find the appropriate words to respond to Naruto's absolutely direct challenge, whereas Lee was looking between both his teammate and the blonde in amazement. When a heavy silence fell over the area, everyone outside of the challenger and the one being challenged thought that the blonde was going to get turned down outright, with Tayuya hoping for the exact opposite, since her hopes were set on seeing her roommate beat the snot out of the guy who had been undermining them since laying eyes on him. After a few minutes of nothing but birds chirping and breathing, much to Tenten and Lee's shock, a smirk crossed Niji's face. The Hyuga unfolded his arms. Very well. I accept your challenge. He pushed past Lee and stepped out further onto the field, taking his spot in the open space. You seem to be the type who needs to have a point beaten into their skull in order for the truth to finally sink in. I'll happily provide you with that service if it means putting you in your place. Naruto gleefully leapt into the clearing as well and took up a spot directly across from his willing opponent. Tenten and Tayuya quickly moved forward to stand beside Lee, who had also pulled back in astonishment as his stoic teammate adhered to the spry Naruto's request. No need to be so mean. I just want to see what level I'm at. That's all. Fair enough, Niji replied before glaring across at the rest of the group. Lee, will you please referee this match? Blinking in surprise, the boy in green nodded affirmatively and stepped forward. Yes. Of course. Clearing his throat, he then straightened up and lifted his head to meet the gazes of both fighters, a one-on-one friendly spar. The winner will be decided if their opponent is unable to continue or concedes defeat. Tenten, looking worried, turned towards Tayuya to address her concern. Why don't you say something? We should stop this. The redhead smirked with her arms folded. Why? Are you afraid that your teammate is going to get his ass kicked? No. That's not it at all. Tenten replied frantically before leaning in to whisper to the girl, it's Naruto I'm worried about. Niji has been a genin for over a year and you guys are still rookies, right? Yeah. So? Then that's really bad. Niji was the top rookie of our year and possesses the strongest form of taijutsu in the village. After all our time spent training together, neither Lee nor I have beaten him once in a spar. He can take on both of us and win, so unless your friend is Jonin level or has some impossible trick up his sleeve, he doesn't stand a chance, Tenten hissed. This was a really serious case, absolutely within reason to sweat over. Regardless of her explanations however, the redhead beside her didn't appear concerned at all. In fact, she was still smiling. Shithead may not be a Jonin, but he's a really hard-nosed bastard and a really clever fighter. Don't think it's all over just because you guys weren't able to beat your own teammate. If it's a taijutsu match, then Naruto's got this one in the bag. Yeah, but Tenten stammered. Relax bun girl. Just stand back and watch. No need to flip out. Yeah, she was one to talk. Though hesitant and still fearing the safety of the newcomer, who didn't seem like much on first glance, Tenten felt that perhaps seeing what the boy was capable of first would be the better path to take than calling out on concern. Not wanting to judge a book by its cover like Niji openly did on a daily basis, the kunoichi then turned her gaze back to the pair and watched as Lee organized the entire procession while preparing to blow the whistle. Niji settled into his clan's usual stance, palms up and legs spread into a wide and even position. He smirked across at the boy who continued stretching with his arms behind his head. What an arbitrary and odd-looking fellow. He may seem like he's got pluck and a lot of confidence, but strip all of that away and all you have are underdeveloped skills and no bite to match his bark. Hell, he wouldn't even need to use his Byakugan for this one. He aimed to end this quickly. It was then after seeing the Jinchuriki finish stretching that Niji and Lee looked at him in surprise when Naruto did something completely unexpected and suddenly settled into a wide stance with his arms dropped in front of him. They began swaying from side to side like they were caught on a breeze, like boneless fillets hanging from a rack. With the smile he was also wearing to match his actions, it almost seemed like he was provoking his opponent, when in actuality it was his fighting stance. Even so, Niji and the others didn't know that, and all Tenten and Lee could do was gawk from their stations. And Naruto-kun, Lee raised a hand worryingly, are you good to fight? Take your stance. This is my stance, Naruto replied with a bright grin, not taking his eyes off of his confused opponent for even a second. I'm ready. Appearing both perplexed and hesitant, Lee gulped before nodding in understanding. Very well. Looking back to center, he raised his hand and dropped it. Begin. Naruto held his ground, continuing to sway slightly while his opponent watched him intently. When silence fell, it became even easier for both sides to think clearly, with the Hyuga taking the lead as he analyzed his opponent's stance. He doesn't appear to use any known fighting style from this village, however. He brought his hand forward a little further and placed his weight on his back foot. That stance will allow him to get within range of his prey a lot easier when on the approach, yet leaves his body completely open to attack. Interesting. It was almost animalistic in appearance. Despite how unorthodox it looked, Neji wasn't going to let oddity of style get to him. He still intended to finish this fight at his own pace. Lee and Tenten stood back with tense expressions on their faces. They had no idea how the fight was going to start, how long it was going to last, or what was going to happen. All they knew was that Naruto was stepping into some really hot water. Neji wasn't one to take fights lightly, even if you knew he was going to win. Before it was over they were sure the Hyuga was going to cause his opponent some serious damage, even if it was just a spar. Nevertheless, even with all this weight and anxiety hanging in the air, Tayuya didn't appear worried in the slightest. In fact, as she watched Naruto sway from side to side with his arms hanging in front and Neji edge forward in his stance, her smirk widened and gaze narrowed. "Show me how much stronger you've gotten, shithead," Tayuya thought. As if her thought were the starting gun, Naruto flashed his opponent a wider grin before raising his left foot like he was preparing to stomp it into the ground. Neji blinked when he saw this, his expression unchanging as he observed the blonde's actions carefully. "Hey, hey," the Jinchuriki chirped, before suddenly dropping his foot to the grass. Neji's eyes widened the instant he heard the thump, because the exact moment the blonde set his foot onto the ground he just vanished from sight with only a small trail of dust standing in his place. Alarmed, the Hyuga looked straight down to his right, where he saw the blurred form of his opponent reappear directly in his shadow. "Watch yourself." "Whoa!" Neji thought in alarm before bringing his arms up, blocking what could only be described as a jackhammer slamming into him from the side. His body blown back from the force with a cloud of perspiration blasting into the air, the Hyuga glared over his shoulder as he saw Naruto reappear in the area behind him, following an invisible circle encompassing the area. Blinking in awe at the speed the boy showed, Neji frowned deeply. "So you've got some speed hidden in those legs of yours. I'll admit, that's a surprise." Tenten blinked and shook her head in astonishment. What the hell just happened? She thought Naruto was standing in front of his opponent about 10 meters away, and the next thing she knew, she was seeing the same boy 5 meters behind her teammate and circling after a dash she completely lost track of. "Hang on. What the heck was that?" "That would be shithead revving his engine," Tayuya exclaimed simply, her smirk twitching. She didn't want to use the word gunning, because she wasn't completely sure whether her roommate had actually gone at full speed. Nevertheless, that was a fantastically good dash. Since neither of the members of Team Guy were focused, it wasn't surprising that they lost track of him. "Damn," Tenten thought, shaking her head. "That speed is exactly the same as Lee's." She'd never seen another genin their age move that fast except for her teammates. This Naruto boy was just a rookie and he had the speed of one with 2 years of experience. Where the heck had he been hiding all this time? Not only that, the most shocking thing about his maneuver was that he didn't just go straight at his opponent. When he disappeared, he managed to run a full lap around Neji and come up from behind him. As Naruto hopped around the grassy area in front of his opponent, Neji, still recovering from the shock of his agility, was now re-evaluating his current predicament. A bead of sweat appeared on his face as he watched his opponent pace about on the spot, doing some weird and awkward footwork with a completely relaxed visage. This truly was the first time an opponent completely disappeared when he was standing right in front of me. I suppose I will have to change the way I approach this. Expression becoming serious, Neji retook his stance as his eyes literally sharpened. On cue, veins appeared on either side of his face as he activated his signature Doujutsu, giving him a complete 360-degree field of vision. Byakugan. This rookie is something else. Tenten blinked when she saw her teammate's eyes change. Whoa. This is new. Tayuya looked at the older teen seriously. What's wrong? The kunoichi next to her frowned. Neji never uses his Byakugan unless his opponent is giving him a hard time. The only people I know he uses it against are Lee and Guy Sensei, but, to activate his Doujutsu now? Tenten began to sweat nervously as she looked across at Naruto, who was still hopping from foot to foot. He first assumed his opponent was young and inexperienced, and planned to intimidate him with his base style to end the match quickly. But it looks as though that plan didn't work out. Chuckling, Tayuya looked back. No kidding. Lee, who had also seen the dash, looked on in amazement. Whoa! What an impressive right overhand. Your speed is truly incredible, Naruto-kun. Niji frowned at the comment. Lee. Oh. Right. I'm supposed to be refereeing. The boy mumbled the last part embarrassingly before clearing his throat. First move goes to Naruto-kun. Relaxed and ready to move again, Niji braced himself. I'll be sure to take him down before he has a chance to counter. His speed isn't that difficult to deal with, but his power is something else entirely. I'll cut him off so he can't escape and disable his legs. His feet digging, the Hyuga then dashed forward with almost comparable swiftness, a cloud of dust kicking into the air. Lee, Tenten and Tayuya watched him gun straight for Naruto, who in turn watched in surprise until the genius was soon upon him with his fangs drawn. The Hyuga ducked in, swinging with an opening left palm strike. When it appeared to be a sure hit, Naruto frowned when he followed the motion of the attack and dodged, beginning to swing his body left and right quickly as his opponent pressured him with lightning-fast combinations of palm strikes. Each strike unleashed a visible blue burst of chakra, a sight that surprised the Jinchuriki and immediately told him to stay well away from them. Upon ducking and swinging around the first combination, Naruto quickly began hopping backwards at a rhythmic yet collected pace. Niji pursued. Palm strikes cutting through the air, Naruto dodged using small left, right and backward sways, his body remaining upright with his arms at his sides as he timely avoided every attack. Niji advanced hurriedly, unleashing random combinations of palm attacks all aimed for his opponent's upper body. But with every pinpoint strike he fired off, Naruto managed to sway away from it, keeping his torso, chest and head out of reach of the sharp blows. The onslaught of attacks was so quick that it seemed almost impossible to counter, and those blue bursts of chakra made guarding against them a huge risk on the Jinchuriki's part. Tenten noticed the linear retreat that Naruto was making as Niji chased him down with unrelenting Juken attacks, which she quickly responded to in panic. Don't step back. Niji is a straight hitter. He'll corner you with those. It was exactly as she said. Naruto was unknowingly or knowingly retreating in the direction of the tree line, where an oak stood clearly in his path. The serious look he wore told everyone that he was focused on every individual hit that Niji was throwing at him, meaning that he probably had no idea he was being forced into a narrow corridor. After seeing him avoid a 1-2 palm strike to his chest, Niji upped his speed with a smirk and began striking at him more aggressively, with Naruto swaying at even more strange angles while continuing to shuffle back with graceful yet shift-by-shift footwork. Tayuya furrowed her brow as she watched Niji attack. If I remember correctly, Enko-sensei said the Hyuga specialize in the gentle fist style. Using precise and accurate hits in conjunction with their chakra, Hyuga shinobi are able to seal their opponent's chakra points as well as cause serious internal damage to their targets. She lowered her head as she considered the opponent Naruto was up against. They have superb chakra control and accuracy as well, able to defend with the same bursts they use to attack the circulatory system. I can see why Naruto is avoiding conventional guarding against this guy. He's dangerous. Naruto's back eventually slammed into the tree. Sparing it a glance at the sudden stop of his momentum, he then glared ahead of him again to see Niji advance the last few feet of distance between them and swing in with a left palm strike. Telegraphing its motion, Naruto watched it intently as the world slowed down around him, a time frame which was shared by his opponent who smirked as he uncorked his final attack on his now cornered foe. The Hyuga aimed for the neck, capitalizing on the opening presented to him. Got you. The flow in his motion was superb. There was no disjointed movement or blunt stagger, his attack was fast and perfect, as expected of a genius. You thought you could dodge me forever? That was your mistake. Even though you were the one who asked for this, from the very beginning of this fight you were fated to be beaten by me. That's just the way it is. His palm cut through the air, intent on taking his now stationary opponent down in one hit. The boy was in line and right on the mark. You can't change your destiny. Lee gritted his teeth as he saw Niji's palm strike bear down upon his target, watching the whole thing in the same slow motion time frame as they were. Naruto-kun isn't in a position that will allow him to retaliate. Niji-kun knows this. He'll target a vital point for sure. Just when it seemed like the whole thing was over, something astonishing happened. At first appearing surprised at the sight of the incoming finishing blow, Naruto suddenly smirked at his opponent and, without hesitation, started moving from side to side at high speed. From Niji's point of view, the boy's form seemed to blur out when he began to sway, yet still remained in his line of sight throughout the entire motion of his palm strike, so he initially had no cause for concern. However, just as his hand closed the final distance between them, the Jinchuriki's body started to fade, becoming transparent before vanishing completely like a ghost dissipating on the wind. In the end, Niji's palm strike ended up slamming into the trunk of the tree his opponent was pinned against, splintering the wood and plowing a decent dent into it. The force of the blow reverberated throughout the entire area. While the power behind the attack was impressive, what shocked everyone and Niji the most was that his final attack didn't hit its intended target. Instead, the Hyuga's eyes widened in shock when he realized he missed his opponent completely, who just up and vanished from right out under him. What? It can't be. I thought I had him trapped. Where is he? Even with his Byakugan blazing, Niji had completely lost sight of the blonde. His hand quickly withdrawing from its strike, Niji scanned the entire area quickly for any sign of his target before spotting a yellow blur darting out from his doujutsu's only blind spot. The sight alarmed him greatly, prompting him to react instantly. Where did he go? He spun around, stunned gaze showing his disbelief when they finally landed back on his opponent materializing out of the air directly over his shoulder. What did he do? He turned around just in time to see a fist flying straight at him, and reacted instinctively. The sound of a gunshot rang out as both Naruto and Niji's heads were blasted back from 2 hits striking them in the face simultaneously. While the Jinchuriki was hit in the cheek by a palm strike that came from below, his fist managed to slam clean across Niji's face over the Hyuga's shoulder at the exact same time. Apparently the Hyuga was able to react fast enough to chuck a counter to his counter, and even though the blonde's attack landed first by a fraction of a second, the damage was even. Blood flew from both their mouths when the attacks crashed across their expressions and sent both opponents staggering backwards. Both Tenten and Lee looked on in shock when they saw the two fighters stumble away from each other, with Tayuya also showing surprise at the unexpected turn with her eyes widening and hair rising ever so slightly. The sound of the simultaneous hits ringing out sent chills down their spines. Whoa! A duel exchange? Lee exclaimed. But who got hit worse? Tenten asked, gritting her teeth when she watched them come to a stop. Looking at each other in astonishment for a moment, Naruto smiled brightly and stepped out of his fighting stance, wiping the blood from his mouth. Good fight. You had me on the ropes there for a second. Niji frowned when he saw his opponent disengage and deactivated his Byakugan. He shut his right eye tightly from the damage he'd caught and heaved a sign, after which he then folded his arms. He faced the blonde with a serious expression, who returned it with a beaming look and a twinkle in his iris. Man, you're way stronger than Sasuke and Kiba. I didn't think there was a person in this village who could keep up with me, but then you jumped in, Naruto chirped. Realizing the fight was over, Lee and Tenten quickly trotted over along with Tayuya, all of them coming to stand beside the pair as Niji stared back at his cheerful opponent. The Hyuga furrowed his brow. What kind of fighting style do you use? I've never encountered anyone who used a martial arts form quite like yours before, and I've fought many. It was completely unorthodox. Unreadable too. Niji realized partway through their duel that he was unable to gauge the distance between himself and his opponent properly, or time any of his attacks effectively because of his foe's strange dodging techniques. Was this due to the boy continuously shifting from orthodox to southpaw, or was it his swaying? Either way, Niji was unable to land any of his blows until the very end, and he only managed that because he threw that last palm strike out of pure reflex. Naruto grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. It's my own fighting style. He saw Niji's eyes widen. I made it myself from watching others practice and getting into a lot of fights on the streets when I was younger. I was always causing problems for others and attracting a lot of unwanted attention from unsavory characters, so most of the time I couldn't help it. It just sort of happened. I see, Niji nodded in understanding before putting on somewhat of a smile despite the pain on the right side of his face. You have quite a bit of talent in you. I never would have guessed. I wouldn't really call it talent, Naruto chuckled nervously, it's more like wild instinct honed from years of practice. Back in the academy I was always called a delinquent and a dead last because I failed almost every test that was given to me and kept screwing up the Bunshin no Jutsu. Everyone kept away from me too because they thought I was a bad influence, so I decided to change all that. He looked up at the curious expression of Niji, who was listening to him intently just like Tenten and Lee. I worked hard to get where I am and changed my approach. I didn't want to get left behind or be treated like I didn't matter, so I got better at what I did and passed with a smile. I nearly killed myself getting as good as I am today. Surprised at hearing the backstory from the boy in front of him and upon processing all of the information shared, Niji then glanced over at Lee and Tenten. When he saw their bewildered eyes meet his, he looked away shamefacedly. It became glaringly obvious to him that he had misjudged his opponent earlier, called him and his friend commoners and people not worthy of his time, and looked down on them as lesser beings. He also called Naruto a failure and openly decreed that he would lose to him no matter what. But this boy, having admitted to being a failure in the academy, a dead last and a slacker, managed to trade blows evenly with him, a genius and possibly the strongest genin in the village. The fight Niji had just had, and in light of this new information took all of the beliefs he held beforehand and shoved them right back into his face, like a second, metaphorical punch. It was almost like the blow he received from his opponent woke him up, showing him something beyond the philosophy he had previously grilled himself into believing wholeheartedly and, ultimately, blinded him. Seeing Niji have circles ran around him and take a hit was an entirely new thing for Lee and Tenten, the former especially, who looked his friend over before turning to look back at Naruto with a fond and appraising gaze. Upon hearing his story of how he'd been the academy's loser and dead last, had the fuzzy-browed boy suck in air and straighten up. He then bowed deeply to the Jinchuriki, an action that got Naruto to jump in surprise. "You were splendid, Naruto-kun," Lee exclaimed, a huge grin framing his face when he looked up. He then had the right sense of mind to appear surprised when he remembered his job from before. "Oh wait. I was supposed to be refereeing this battle, but I was so shocked by its outcome that I was unable to comment on it at all." Blinking, he then looked back at the Jinchuriki with a determined glare. "It is a draw." "A draw?" Tenten scoffed, looking at her shining teammate in amusement. "That clearly wasn't a draw, Lee. For the first time ever I was able to watch Niji get his arrogant face smashed in by someone who was younger than him and wasn't our teacher." Even though it was technically a duel exchange, in reality it was a big win for Naruto. In a single moment Naruto was able to show Niji that he shouldn't look down on others on first glance and label them as people beneath him. He viewed Naruto as a failure, someone who would lose against him in an instant. But instead, the boy was able to outrun, outmaneuver and probably win even in a simultaneous exchange. The way Niji was cringing under a bruised face and how his opponent was grinning brightly like he didn't get hit proved that. Hopefully this outcome wouldn't screw up their team dynamics, but looking at the Hyuga's face and how he was keeping his attention elsewhere didn't fill Tenten with much confidence. Naruto grinned nervously at the beaming Lee and nodded to him. I am glad you liked the fight, bushy brows." "I most certainly did. It was so passionate and awe-inspiring, the thought of it makes me want to work even harder to become even stronger," Lee shouted, holding his fists up excitedly. "You gave my rival such a hard time and fought him squarely on his own turf. You truly are a strong person, Naruto-kun. Please, allow me to make you my rival too." Appearing bewildered at first, after managing to process the boy's exuberant exclamations, Naruto then grinned back at the boisterous individual and nodded firmly. "Sure thing, Lee. I'm always looking for new challenges to test my skills against. If your teammate is this good, then I really want to see what you can do too." The excited expression worn by said energetic individual grew in intensity as both parties exchanged smiles. However, before they could take their standoff any further, Naruto suddenly looked over his shoulder and into the trees. It was only for a moment, so nobody noticed his averted gaze when he turned back to face the boy in green with a slightly smaller smile. "But I've got to get going now. We can have a spar some other time, okay?" "Yosh. Then I will be looking forward to it with great anticipation, Naruto-kun," Lee stated with his trademark salute. Giving the boy a thumbs up and a courteous nod of thanks to Niji, who returned it in kind, Naruto then turned to Tenten to see the girl recoil a little when his intense gaze fell upon her. The Jinchuriki beamed and nodded politely in her direction. "Thanks for showing me your training spot. I really enjoyed meeting you guys." Gulping, Tenten gave him back a weak smile of her own. "You're welcome, Naruto." With a final nod and a wave, Naruto then turned back to Tayuya, who was waiting patiently with her arms folded. When he set his attention onto her, the girl smirked at him before leading the two out of the area. They both waved back at Team Guy, all of whom saw them off with varying smiles and interest. "Hard fight?" the redhead asked upon looking the boy over and getting far enough away from the older team. "More like a scary one," Naruto exclaimed, directing the girl wordlessly along the quickest path out of there. "Seriously, that Niji had a really dangerous style and was strong to boot. I could actually feel the chakra he was shooting off with every strike he made. He wasn't going for my head or anything like that, the guy was literally aiming for my organs. There was no way I was going to let any of those attacks land on my body, even if I was to guard." He then winced a little. That last hit to the face really stung. "I think he cut through some of the muscle fibers with that blow." "Smart. But that's how you usually fight, isn't it? You either keep your distance through excessive dodging and counters or you get in close and slug it out with them," Tayuya pointed while glancing back at the training field they were parting from and seeing the entirety of Team Guy formed up in the center. "That jerk was a sharp one. Normally you would have had him in the first few hits, but he was keeping you on your toes." "Yeah. I needed to get a feel for his speed and rhythm first before trying anything," Naruto said while rubbing his knuckles. His type are usually the most difficult to deal with. He's got a strong body from training, good instincts, a keen eye, a powerful Kekkei Genkai and great control. I've never fought anyone like him before, it was great. I'll bet he's never fought anyone like you before either, Tayuya replied with a smirk, wrapping an arm around his and pulling him to her roughly. That was your advantage. The guy must have been so used to fighting opponents with more direct and textbook fighting styles that he wasn't prepared to face your whacked-up taijutsu style. That and he underestimated you all the way through to the end. You must have caught him completely by surprise. True. But I don't intend to stop where I am with it. Oh no, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I want to become stronger, much stronger than that. I'll keep working hard and become the strongest shinobi in this village, with the best fighting style and the best ninjutsu combinations. He slammed his fist into his open palm. Believe it. Gazing at him fondly, Tayuya then grinned and jabbed him in the side. This definitely got the boy's attention and he glanced at the girl curiously. Hey, back there when you stopped me, it was because you wanted to teach the guy a lesson yourself, right? Giving the girl a thoughtful look, Naruto then looked back up, feigning ignorance. Whatever do you mean, Tayuya-chan? Other people may think they know you well enough to read your responses, but I know when you want to get a point across through action rather than through words, the redhead said, leaning over and kissing him on the cheek. You sly fox you, always pulling impossible wins out of your ass. I would have beaten the snot out of that guy myself, if I didn't realize he would have pummeled me into submission in the first few seconds. Naruto's grin widened as the two hit the trail, quickly finding their way back onto the main highway en route to the village. After the whole ordeal they'd just been through, he desperately wanted a nice hot bath. Finding the closest sign, the pair turned all eyes toward the path ahead and made for the hot springs. Back at Team Guy's training area, the entire squad waited until Naruto and Tayuya were well out of earshot and sight before turning to each other. While Neji kept uncomfortably quiet with his eyes averted, Tenten and Lee managed to recover enough to speak level with one another. That was some show, the Kunoichi breathed, looking over at the Hyuga. You okay? I'm fine, Tenten, Neji replied, closing his eyes. Even though his head was still throbbing and his bruise had started to swell, he still managed to hold it together. I just need some time to think. Sure, the girl smiled, giving him a considerate gaze. Take all the time you need. Yash. But what a thrilling bout that was. Lee cheered, slamming his fists together excitedly. Naruto-kun was really strong. It was like he was youth and strength personified. If he was the dead last in his class and was able to match a genius blow for blow through hard work and training alone, then I must work even harder to become as strong as him. Without a doubt it had been a pretty intense battle. With Lee cheering all sorts of nonsense over it and Neji allowing himself some time to his own thoughts in regards to his outlook on life, Tenten soon found herself staring intently in the direction the pair had gone off in with a raised eyebrow. Naruto, huh? The Kunoichi thought before giving a smile and subtly clenching her fists. Man. I hate to admit it, but even he had me fired up back there. Wow. A light coloring of red appeared on her cheeks when she thought back to the boy's wicked smirk and dashing grin when he faced her, her mind occupying itself with images of the interesting youngster and his magnetic personality. After which Tenten quickly shook her head and dismissed her train of thought when her memories unexpectedly led into some strange after-images. Unknown to most of the team save Neji, high up in the canopy where Naruto had momentarily turned his gaze toward while speaking with Lee, Guy stood close at hand leaning against the trunk with his arms folded. Having been there since the beginning of Neji's match, the man wisely chose to hold his ground and watch from afar to see how the fight would turn out. While initially expecting an overwhelming victory in his team's resident genius, he was later incredibly shocked when he saw the tides shift against the Hyuga, who took a big hit from a boy a year younger than him. The skill the newcomer displayed and instincts, it was almost unfathomable, almost unnatural in comparison. It was also the first time Guy had ever seen his student take a hit in close combat, his specialty no less. After watching the blonde leave with his companion beside him, the Jonin then brought his hand up to his chin and rubbed it thoughtfully. Upon seeing the mood improve down below with Lee celebrating at the conclusion of the fight, Neji left to his quiet soul-searching and Tenten also expressing her own enthusiasm in her own way. A smile came to the man's face as he looked in the direction the rookies had gone. Naruto. If I'm not mistaken, he's one of Kakashi's boys. Though he may not look the part, it seems that my own eternal rival has found himself a really interesting apprentice. A very guy-like smile appeared on his face as he contemplated the matter. Fascinating. XXX. 2 weeks later. You guys have grown a lot since I first met you, and each of you has shown me how hard you're willing to work to complete an assignment, Kakashi spoke, addressing each and all three of his students who were lined up in front of him on the edge of the same clearing they did the bell test. Seeing their expectant faces fixed squarely on him, the silver-haired Jonin nodded. Now is the time that I help speed up your growth and give you something even more challenging to work on, which is why I called all three of you here today. A smile came to Sasuke's expression while eager grins spread across Sakura and Naruto's faces, both of whom leaned forward in anticipation. So, what's this training you have planned for us, Kakashi-sensei? The kunoichi asked. Yeah. Tell us. Naruto encouraged while jumping on the spot. Hearing their collective enthusiasm had Kakashi beaming. We, by which I mean the three of you, are going to climb a tree. Initially expecting something a lot more exciting to roll out of the man's mouth, the three teens deadpanned at his lack of suspense before looking up at the trees standing behind the Jonin. After staring at the unmoving towers for a solid minute, they then looked back at the Cyclops to see he was still staring back at them warmly. Frowns then came upon all three of their faces when they finally processed the words Kakashi had spoken to them, and they each responded in their own respective manners. That's very funny, Kakashi-sensei. I almost forgot to laugh, Naruto exclaimed sarcastically, a dark chuckle ending his sentence. We already know how to climb trees, Sakura stated matter-of-factly. Seriously? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It was the name of the exercise that got to them. Sure, it was judging the book by its cover, but how else could they have reacted? The task their instructor had planned for them didn't sound like anything special. In fact, it sounded like their teacher was taking them back to the basics that they learned way earlier in the academy. However, they were soon to find out that this was not to be. Oh, this isn't anything like all those tests you performed back in grade school. Your next task is a little more complicated than that, Kakashi replied brightly. Forming a contemporary hand seal, the man stood in place for a few seconds before starting towards the tree at a casual walking pace. He was watched closely by his still silent group of students as he approached the trunk and placed his foot firmly against it. That's where all the normal stuff of the day ended and extraordinary started to take place when the Jonin began marching up the side of the tree like he was walking on solid ground. Continuing to give the middle finger to gravity, he reached the first branch up and walked out to its center on its underside, where he then hung like a bat with his hands in his pockets. How this was actually possible the kids had no idea, but after seeing it the three youngsters were immediately in awe. If they could see it, then there was no way they couldn't believe it. And you guys had your doubts about me, Kakashi chirped with an eye smile, watching as their expressions switched from astonished to bashful, with the trio quickly looking away, scratching their cheeks or kicking at the ground. Satisfied that he had managed to get through to them, the Jonin then pulled out 3 kunai and tossed them at the ground to land at their feet. The point of this exercise is simple. The main purpose of this training is to accumulate the right amount of molded chakra to the right location of the body. This is difficult even for well-trained ninja. Since the amount of chakra used for tree climbing is quite subtle and the most difficult place to accumulate chakra is said to be behind the feet, getting this exercise right is going to take a lot of work. In other words, if you are able to master this, you will be able to learn any kind of technique. In theory, anyway. Sakura's expression blinked into realization and she dropped her fist into her open palm. Oh, I get it. She then bent over and picked up one of the kunai, just as Naruto and Sasuke did. The second purpose of this exercise is maintaining the correct amount of molded chakra so that we can stick to the surface of the tree, right sensei? The Jonin nodded, took the words right out of my mouth, Sakura-kun. He then pointed at the branch he was hanging from for emphasis. I'm holding the chakra I have molded at my feet as we speak. Most of the time shinobi mold their chakra during battle, and when in that situation, it is even more difficult to maintain the consistency. It may sound easy on paper, but it is best that you learn this exercise with your bodies. It won't only strengthen your understanding of chakra control, but it will also strengthen your control and your chakra levels as well. So, what do we do with these, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, holding up the knife in his hand while Sasuke twirled his on his finger absently. Their teacher directed their attention to the trees in front of them. Use it to mark where you are able to climb with your current ability. With every attempt you make, try to create a new mark above the old one. It will help you keep track of your progress. He then raised a finger. Oh, and since you haven't done this before, you may want a running start. Remember to concentrate your chakra at your feet and to hold it. Without needing to be told twice, the three of them did as they were instructed, molded their chakra at their feet, and took off at their respective trees. Naruto made it to his and started to climb, with Sasuke following afterwards a close second. The latter made it quite a ways before the bark exploded underneath his feet, forcing him to back flip off and land before he fell. The Uchiha glared up at the trunk in frustration. Shit. I didn't know maintaining a constant amount of chakra was this difficult. If the chakra is too strong, I get repelled. Crack. Gaha. Hearing a scream, Sasuke panned over in surprise. When he glanced toward his rival's tree he saw that Naruto had made it a few meters further, but instead of getting blasted back or slipping off the tree from lack of control, his leg had actually gone straight through and into the tree. Now he was stuck there waving his hands about frantically while trying to pull himself out. "Help! I'm stuck!" Naruto shouted, grabbing his leg. "Damn it. That wasn't supposed to happen." Sasuke's sweat dropped as he watched the blonde try to yank his foot out. If you use way too much that happens. The attraction becomes so great you create a vacuum effect and you get sucked straight into the surface. Guess it was only possible if you were a chakra monster like Naruto. He hypothesized that if you maintained a lesser amount then you wouldn't be able to stick to the tree and you would simply slip and fall. A grim prospect, but the prodigy got the gist of it. Kakashi chuckled a little after watching Naruto finally pull himself out of the trunk and grab onto the tree in the conventional manner, panting slightly before marking his place, though in light of the recent event it didn't seem necessary. Well, there's the difference between Sasuke and Naruto. "Hey, this is easy." Sakura's voice came from above, drawing the boy's attention to her to see she had made it all the way to the topmost visible branch of her tree. That was a full 2 stories above the ground. She stuck her tongue out cutely when their eyes fell on her. Naruto blinked before grinning. "Wow. Nice going, Sakura-chan." It seems that my team's Kunoichi is the best at controlling her chakra," Kakashi exclaimed before glancing towards the boy still hanging off of his tree and towards the one crouching down below staring up enviously. "Perhaps Sakura-chan is closer to becoming Hokage than a certain ambitious someone on my team, and to think that I also had such high hopes for the powerful Uchiha clan as well." He saw the Jinchuriki hop down from his trunk and Sasuke glare back at his before starting to run up it again, choosing to ignore Sakura's progress in favor of his exercise. Sakura gave her teacher a look conveying complete and utter dismay. "What? Why'd you say that? Now he's going to hate me." Her shoulders quickly hunched in a clear sign of displeasure as her cheeks puffed out indignantly. The inner personality inside her head nodded in agreement. "Sometimes you say too much, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto grinned and twirled the kunai he had on his finger before locking it in a tight grip. "Yosh. I'm going to get this exercise down before the sun sets. Believe it." And with that, he along with Sasuke took off towards their trees while Sakura hopped down from hers to practice it some more. This time however, after getting up to the point where he got stuck, Naruto's grip suddenly vanished and he dropped like a deadweight, hitting the ground with a dull and very hilarious thud. Sprawled out on the grass with a bruise forming on his cranium, the boy suddenly heard a familiar animal chirping incessantly from the branches above and looked up to see Swift, his longtime training companion, visibly laughing her ass off. The way she was chirping as if struggling for air was a clear indication of what a bird genuinely looked like cackling, the sight of which got Naruto to shake his fist up at her. "Damn it! You were watching me, Swift-chan?" A much deeper snickering could be heard somewhere in the back of his mind, Naruto developing a tick mark when he realized that the Kyuubi was also laughing at him. "That was priceless, brat. Did you hear the sound you made when you hit the ground? It was like a bag of flour being dropped." Naruto lifted his jacket and glared at his stomach. "Don't you start, you big ball of fluff." As odd as it was to see their teammate cursing at both a bird and his own stomach, his teammates let his occasional weirdness slide and continued on with their exercises. And from there the long battle began. Returning to Earth shortly afterwards to observe from a more comfortable vantage point, Kakashi watched carefully as each of his students proceeded to push themselves to their limits. Meanwhile, in another country, deep within the catacombs of a large underground complex beneath a heavy forest of evergreens, a sinister figure sat looking over the magnificence of his latest research. Inside a dark room sitting in a large chair with no outstanding features on it whatsoever, a man with long black hair, pale skin and wearing beige battle robes and a thick purple rope wrapped firmly around his waist, smirked widely as he watched one of his many yet scarcely seen workmen scurry around collecting data from the surrounding tanks. The individual moving about was a masked man wearing a headband with a musical note on it, aligning him with the village hidden in the sound. Also dressed in a white uniform sort of resembling a hazmat suit, he was currently moving across from spot to spot looking into a series of green tubes lined up inside the room. Each glass case was filled with an animal of some kind, one per enclosure, with each creature bearing the markings of some kind of infection. But what kind of infection left a freaky, black tattoo pattern over their bodies resembling either cross-hatching, flames, spirals, lines, or other patterns like it was taken off of Halloween wrapping paper? The only people aware of the true purpose of this room and its contents were of course the man in the seat, and the few people closest to him. Speaking of which, one of those above-mentioned closest people was just entering the room in the background right now. Glancing over his shoulder, the pale-skinned man smiled. "Kimimaro-kun. You called for me, Orochimaru-sama, the boy with white hair, ivory skin, red markings on his face, and wearing a white robe and dark pants asked as he stepped into his master's presence. Yes. I did, the Sannin replied, gesturing for the young adult to stand to the side where he could see him. How are you feeling? Have you fully recovered from your unfortunate illness yet? The stoic shinobi looked down at his hand and flexed his fingers in a testing manner. His expression did not waver nor did his eyes give any tells, not until his face turned back toward the still-seated individual and he nodded. My muscles and reflexes are responding well. The medicine Kabuto was able to acquire from his source and gave to me forced most of the virus out of my system. However, it will take a few more days till I am back up to full strength. A small smile came to his face. I am excited. Soon I will be of use to you once again, Orochimaru-sama. The Sannin smiled gleefully. That's so wonderful to hear. I look forward to seeing you in action again. He then lowered his head and cast an eerie shadow across his eyes. However, I'm afraid that a certain matter has arisen that I've been forced to cut your recovery period short. At first confused by the man's sudden statement, Kimimaro quickly dispersed with any and all bewilderment and placed his hand over his chest. I will do everything that I can for you with whatever strength that I can muster. No task is too great for me, even in sickness. Orochimaru acknowledged the boy's eagerness proudly. I need for you to run a small errand for me to the Land of Waves. One of the laboratories I had moved there a few years ago has gone silent and I'm growing a little bit concerned for all my little experiments I left in the hands of the facility's caretaker. I would like for you to check up on Amachi to see if he's doing all right and to have him send over the rest of the research he promised me for this year. Hearing this, Kimimaro bowed low to the pale shinobi with his gaze averted. I shall leave at once, Orochimaru-sama. He remained in that position for the next minute awaiting the man's go sign, only to feel the man's hand rest upon his head. The feeling of contact had the white-haired boy open his eyes in surprise. As if feeling his aura, Orochimaru beamed down at his subordinate as he slowly straightened up to face him once more. You are such a good and strong child, Kimimaro-kun. I look forward to the day when you are back up to full health and are able to continue serving me like you once did. It would do me great honor to integrate you into my body so that together, we'll be able to reach that state of pure and utter perfection, as one. Kimimaro stared silently at the man with shimmering eyes for a moment before smiling back at him warmly. The honor would be all mine, master. XXX. 2 days later. Training Field 3. While Sakura had been running up and down her tree like she was a mouse on a wheel, clearly having this exercise down pat before either of the boys, there had been a varying of success between both Sasuke and Naruto over the couple of days following the start of their exercise. Since the beginning the Uchiha had continued to attack the trunk without mercy, running up to his best mark and leaving a new one a few inches above that and the many ones to follow. Sure he fell and crashed once or twice, but the need to succeed and his goal sitting at the very top of the tree pushed the boy on. Again and again Sasuke went, punching 1 to 2 more holes into the side whilst trying to memorize and get a feel for the consistency, and maintain it. The harder he pushed the more he sweated, clearly showing that even a great genius like himself had his limitations. His progress went steady for the next couple of days to follow, during which time he showed incredible improvement. Naruto on the other hand was the most sporadic in terms of progress. Sure the kid attacked the tree with the same amount of vigor as his rival, but the problem with him was that unlike the genius, he either used too much chakra and ended up punching a hole straight through the tree from the pressure of his footedness, or he ended up not molding enough and wound up sliding several feet back down the line before falling altogether. Sure it gave him a good idea of how the exercise was supposed to work, he was just destroying a tree in the process. At least his height increased at the same rate as Sasuke's and his results were in keeping with his reputation as being a hurricane of destruction. That had to count for something, right? Eventually the blonde got tired of busting through the trunk and tumbling down the tree for the first day and the day after, and so by the third around midday he quickly found himself crouching at its base and glaring up at the obstacle stubbornly. For the next hour or so after that he sat there glaring up at the towering pine while Sasuke marched on, doing everything he could to catch up to his rival and surpass him. The thought of using shadow clones to accelerate his practice did come to Naruto's mind once or twice, but the boy didn't want to flood the entire area with copies and disrupt everybody else's practice. It would have also been in bad taste toward his friends since it definitely would have been overkill for an exercise all three of them were doing and would have been an unnecessary distraction. No. This was something he felt he needed to figure out by himself and with his own body. The day eventually pulled around into the early afternoon, where Sakura, after putting so much effort into getting her routine to work naturally in the first day and continuing to do the exercise to work on her stamina over the next days to follow, just couldn't hash it anymore and simply collapsed by her tree utterly spent. Sprawled out and panting, the girl looked across to see how the others were doing. While Sasuke persisted, Naruto just sat across from his opponent and continued to stare up at it like he was having a showdown with the very inanimate object of nature. It was so like him to fight with everything he deemed remotely suitable to battle, so while it wasn't something new to the group, it was still absurdly entertaining from a bystander's point of view. The pink-haired Kunoichi smiled in amusement as Naruto scowled at his tree and scratched his head, before looking across at Sasuke to see him run up again and, upon getting to his mark, kicked off of it when his consistency wavered. I can't believe they're still going at it. Where do those two get all of that energy from? Sakura wondered while breathing hard. I'm burned out. She'd been working with Naruto on her taijutsu and stamina ever since her first trial period where she showed a natural talent for hard punching, but even after days of actually putting her back into her training, she was still nowhere near where she wanted to be. It was crazy. Following a few more minutes of contemplation, Naruto looked over at Sasuke's tree to see the boy make it to latest mark, which was level with his, leave a scar on the trunk with his kunai before jumping off of it. When the genius landed and looked up, the blonde then came to a sudden and almost stunning realization, and grinned. Seeing the Jinchuriki finally stand after crouching for so long had Sasuke and Sakura's immediate attention, the pair watching curiously as Naruto dropped the knife he was holding before running off. At first they thought he was giving up, but after seeing him take a spot about 50 meters away from his tree, he then turned and ran back, letting out a sort of war cry as he charged his trunk down with a look of pure determination and grit on his face. Fuck yeah! Naruto cried at the top of his lungs, causing everyone including the present Kakashi to sweat drop at his open use of profanity before watching him sprint up the side of the tree. They continued watching him climb back up to his best mark, where he then blew straight past it and left everyone else far behind when he disappeared into the canopy. The team on the ground stared after him in shock after seeing him vanish behind the leaves, with Sakura sitting up where she was lying in a clear sign of surprise. Okay, that was weird, the Kunoichi murmured. After several minutes of waiting, they then saw Naruto reappear, but instead of running down the side of the tree, they saw that he was walking. When he eventually strolled to about halfway on the tree trunk, he stopped holding up what looked to be a branch with leaves on it. The blonde grinned as he waved it in front of him. So that's how you do it, Naruto exclaimed, turning to look down at his teacher and waving the branch. Kakashi-sensei. I got it. The above-mentioned Jonin smiled over his favorite orange book. Well done, Naruto-kun. He watched him jump down and land on the ground. I'm assuming that that's the top branch? Yup, the blonde exclaimed, holding the thing in front of him, snapped it right off. I could have gotten up there easily using both my hands and feet, but this exercise was just too awesome to pass up. Sasuke, feeling both disappointed and a little bit left out, walked over to the blonde with the best straight face he could muster. Hey Naruto, how did you do that? Yeah, he clearly wasn't really comfortable with asking his lifelong rival how the exercise was done, but from looking at his progress and how successful Sakura was, it couldn't hurt to get a few tips. Looking across at the raven-haired boy, Naruto gave him a friendly smile and pointed up at the tree. You need to focus and maintain a very small amount of chakra to keep you stuck to the tree. Once you figure it out you have to hold it and from there it's a cakewalk. There's nothing else to it. He then looked back at the Uchiha and held up his balled fist, and remember, once you've concentrated all the chakra you need at your feet, you have to yell a battle cry out as loud as you can to give you an adrenaline boost. It helps to focus your chakra flow around your center and allows it to move to your feet better. Sakura recoiled a little at that advice and furrowed her brow when she processed his last instruction. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Appearing a little bit apprehensive, the Uchiha looked back up at the tree he'd been fighting for a better part of the past few days before staring back down at the blonde with a frown. I don't think, really? Yes, Naruto said in a firm voice while nodding. That's the most important part. Glaring tightly, Sasuke looked between both the tree and Naruto a few times in thought. After a couple more moments of meditation, much to the bewilderment of Sakura, the Uchiha also moved back for a running start and braced himself. Upon taking a few deep breaths, the genius then crouched low and charged forward, a determined look on his face as he closed in on his opponent. Fuck yeahhhhh, the boy screamed even louder than his rival before mounting the tree and beginning to run up it at full speed. Within seconds he blew past his best marker and continued up into the canopy until he was no longer in sight. Naruto held it in until he saw his rival disappear before he dropped to the ground laughing uproariously. He continued to do so for the next few minutes, being stared at by a very peeved Sakura and a thoroughly amused Kakashi until the Uchiha decided to come strolling back down to ground level. That was ridiculous, Naruto. Why'd you say that to Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked in a flustered tone. The boy continued choking on fits of laughter, because it was funny. When Sasuke eventually returned from the canopy walking down the side of his tree and saw the Jinchuriki on the ground guffawing his ass off, the genius blushed a deep crimson and scowled deeply before stopping in front of the offender, who recovered shortly afterwards to greet his embarrassed teammate. You just made that last part up, didn't you? Sasuke grumbled. Well, of course I did. Why? I just wanted to see you break character for a change since you never do anything remotely hilarious, Naruto chuckled, wiping tears out of his eyes after steadying his breathing. Man, it was so worth it. Sasuke glared at him even harder. I hate you. Whatever you say, team. You know you enjoyed it, Naruto exclaimed before dropping the branch he'd secured beside his kunai and aiming for his tree again. Come on. Race ya to the top. Looking down at the branch he'd acquired on his own run, Sasuke smirked before also tossing it aside and taking a sprinter's start. Alright. Line up with us, Sakura-chan. Let's race it together. Naruto called across to the girl, whom was still sitting in her place beside her tree looking distraught. When the girl heard her name called out and saw both boys smiling at her, Sakura stammered a few times before securing a smirk of her own. Dusting her clothes down and making herself look as presentable as possible, she then jogged over to take a spot beside Naruto, where all three of them then prepped and readied themselves for action. They then looked towards their teacher standing on the side of the clearing, who continued to watch them in interest. Sensei? Kakashi smiled, raising his hand above his head, ready. He saw them all brace themselves and raise their hides. Go! All three members of the team then took off from their spots and ran straight at their trees before sprinting up the towering pillars at full speed. After disappearing in a cloud of dust, leaving their sensei to observe from ground level, the small shadow that had been watching the group from behind a nearby tree, belonging to a very familiar Hinata Hyuga, pulled back a little and smiled fondly. Naruto-kun, he's doing so well. It was her off day and one of the many days she was able to find some personal time to herself. Since everybody else was busy but still hanging around the village, Hinata had chosen to spend this period watching her crush training from afar. It was a practice she'd been doing for a while now, all in an effort to learn from the boy and see what made him as strong as he was. There was no questioning the amount of inspiration she got simply observing him. The team didn't even know the Kunoichi from Team 8 was even there as they practiced late into the afternoon, running up and down their trees before eventually calling it a day. Kakashi couldn't hide the smile on his face as they made their way back to the house, watching Sakura fawn over Sasuke at their success while at the same time Naruto engaged them in conversation, bringing bright expressions to all their faces. They're all growing up so quickly. XXX. 3 days later. Ready or not, Swift-chan. Ierikome. Naruto exclaimed, springing across from one rooftop to another in pursuit of his old training companion. After another long day was spent with his team training under Kakashi's supervision, who had again taken the liberty of helping them out in some of the areas where they were weakest, including Sakura's stamina and combat effectiveness, Sasuke's coordination within a group and Naruto's vulnerability to really strong genjutsu and his speed, the latter being at the blonde's behest of course since he wanted to get even faster. The Jonin then decided that it was probably best that the group take a small break. Not wanting to burn his entire team out with too much material and back-to-back missions, Kakashi felt it would be good for all of them to take a few days off so that they could enjoy themselves with the money they'd earned and perhaps think about the work he'd set out for them. Not necessarily do, just think. While Sakura and Sasuke went off to do their own things on one of their first days off approved by their sensei, whatever they were, Naruto decided to live it up by catching up with some old friends around town. This was why immediately upon waking to the morning sun and having a nice breakfast with Tayuya, the boy ran off to find Swift-chan and partake in an activity he hadn't done in a long while. Chasing her through Konoha's busy streets. Just like all the other times the two had gotten together on one of their epic showdowns, it began with a surprise attack. Sitting concealed inside of a park oak tree, Naruto waited for the familiar tail of red to flash by him before springing forth from his hiding place and chasing after it. Like a cheetah flying across plains, but instead of grasslands it was treetops and buildings, the blonde ran after the small, darting bird. Having not lost any of her moves and speed in the past few months as indicated by how she would often perform an acrobatic loop in midair, the mighty Swallow Swift led Naruto through some of the toughest and harshest obstacle courses ever conceived by man. Bounding across wide alleys, flying through gaps in fences, sliding through trees, across wires, and springing off of walls. Naruto and Swift engaged in another battle of quick wits, instincts, reflexes, and sheer speed. Anyone watching would only see an orange blur flying through the air chasing after a red speck, moving at an equally fast speed. This comparison was most noticeable when Naruto suddenly had to make ground fall if only for a moment, landing dead center in the middle of the main road directly in front of Shikamaru and Choji, before immediately springing after his opponent when she took off into the upper stories again. Both boys, having been engaged in casual conversation while strolling along, only had a fraction of a second to identify the thing that landed in front of them before he suddenly vanished in a flash. With a chip hanging from his mouth, the civilian-dressed Choji shook his head in bewilderment as he tried to come to terms with what he just saw. What the heck was that? A mysterious orange blur? Shikamaru tried to answer, but turned out to be more question than answer. Back up in the upper parts of the city, the chase continued. Steadily reaching towards its climax, Swift glided across a stretch of roof, continuing on course with Naruto just inches from her tail before she sharply changed directions. Performing a Star Fox 64 turn, she flew back in the direction she'd come, darting right past the blonde's shoulder when he snapped out to grab her, only to miss. Slamming himself into the roof head first, the boy tumbled and slid on all fours to a stop, spinning around and chasing after the swallow again as fast as he could. Nice move. But it'll take more than that to lose me this time, birdie. Naruto exclaimed, dust kicking up when he vanished into a speed zone all of his own. I'm 3 times faster than what I used to be. Swift responded by kicking it up a notch, moving into practically supersonic speed and beginning to weave around antennas, chimneys, and water towers. Naruto stuck to her as best as he could, like a monkey springing off of every available elevation that stood in his path. Eventually their chase led to a storage house behind the main postal service, where Swift suddenly darted straight across a lower line of roofs 2 stories below her, sitting over parked, horse-drawn carriages of various sizes and filled with a wide assortment of goods for transportation. Taking aim as he approaches the end of the building he had been chasing the bird over as she continues on a linear path, the boy grins and without a second thought or care, leaps straight after her in a stunning long jump. In the blink of an eye, his body was right on top of hers. Busted! Naruto's hands snap out and clamps down on the bird, with Swift letting out a shrill cry of surprise when she's snatched right out of the air. The blonde laughs triumphantly as he falls towards the roofs over the line of horses, landing gracefully on one foot. Only to have the area he lands on cave in and causing his body to go straight through the tiles, straight through the tarp roof of a carriage and straight into a stack of crates. He smashes into them, bounces off and slams into the carriage floor on his back. Swift still in his hands, the Jinchuriki barely manages to regain his bearings until the stacks of crates surrounding collapse on top of him, burying him under tons of wood and barrels. A loud clatter echoes out from the carriage, and several seconds after the noises fade, the chaos was followed by a single, muffled exclamation. Ow! What was that? A new voice suddenly speaks up and the sound of footsteps outside enters the picture. Poking his head into view, a man dressed in green, courier shinobi uniform sticks his head through the entrance and looks around. Because the cart was so tall and the man was so focused on the barrels and crates inside the wagon, he doesn't take notice that one of the canvas sheets above had come loose. A moment later, another person appears, this time a tradesman dressed in travel gear, poncho and a wide-brimmed straw hat covering most of the upper parts of his face. Something wrong? The courier ninja pointed inside the wagon. Some of the crates up at the front fell. Ah, that stuff. Don't worry. It's all just tools and heavy-duty parts. Nothing to worry about. Oh, good, the courier ninja exclaimed before pulling his head back out, scratching it. Wonder what caused it to collapse though. I think Bessie is just getting restless, the man in the hat replied, nodding towards the horse drawing the wagon. They saw the animal kick at the ground and whine, showing them that it was ready to move. Anyway, does all the paperwork check out? Yeah. You're all good here, the courier shinobi replied, looking down at his clipboard and checking the signatures. So you're making a delivery for Gato Shipping and Transport? That's interesting. Aha. The man writes big checks. How can anybody say no to him? The man chuckled. I've done a lot of odd jobs for his company in the past, but I've never met with the guy directly, just his staff and the people who work for him. I heard he was having some problems recently over there in Wave Country, something about a demon, sea monster? You know anything that? Nope. It's probably just some silly rumor, a story told by sailors and fishermen to spook the locals, the tradesman replied with a careless shrug. He then nodded towards the cart. All I care about is taking this stuff down to the bay and getting it across to the main warehouse. I'm catching a ferry to the other side and back, free of charge. There's also some stuff I have to pick up over there and they want me to do it direct. They must really like you if they're asking you to personally oversee the transaction, the courier exclaimed, pulling the extra documents from his clipboard and handing them back over. He also ripped off another slip and handed it to the delivery man. Show this to the guards up front and they'll let you through. Will do, the trader replied brightly, straightening out all of his paperwork and bowing. Thank you kindly. After a parting wave, the tradesman hopped onto his carriage and kicked his horse into life. Slowly but surely, the transport was steered out of the loading bay, across the courtyard, and began making its way down the main highway to the front gate. Once the cart and its driver was out of sight of the quad, the courier ninja was about to head back inside until he noticed a bright patch of light on the floor and looked up. When he did, he saw the space in the tiled pagoda above and raised an eyebrow. Why's there a hole in the ceiling? Just as instructed, the man drawing the wagon presented his paperwork to the shinobi guarding the entrance and he was let through without any fuss. Thanks to this, the chunin watching over the main entrance had no idea that the man was also transporting something else of value with him that was in no way related to the crates he was taking to Wave. Like all those years before, Swiftchan flew out of the gap in the boxes and landed on top of a nearby barrel, looking down to see the unconscious Naruto's fingers twitching from being buried under several hundred kilos of cargo. A low groan emitted from the pile as the carriage trundled along the bumpy road, causing the bird to shake her head and look towards the closed door of the wagon worryingly. Ruffling her feathers, the bird spoke words in her language that could only be translated to one thing. Here we go again. The way she said it though sounded like she had this plan from the get-go. Weird. Naruto. Drifting. Storm clouds. 2 days later. Shithead. Shithead. Where are you? Tayuya called out as she searched the village streets up and down for her missing roommate. Too bad the name she was using to call out for him was earning her some very odd and disapproving stares from the villagers surrounding her, which quickly had her change her approach. Damn it. Naruto. Naruto. Oi. Where the hell are you, you idiot? A couple days earlier, on the afternoon she retired from her latest assignment with her teammates, the redhead had waited patiently for her training companion and crush to return home. After hours of sitting around and watching television well into the night, Tayuya's immediate thought on the blonde's continued absence was that he was probably out on another long evening hanging out in Konoha's surrounding forests. Since she knew the Jinchuriki well enough and knew what his habits were like, she figured he would be out for another all-nighter playing with his forest friends and decided to wait for him until morning. However, when morning came and Tayuya found her room empty with no trace of Naruto to speak of, she started to worry. On that first day, she was patient about his lack of appearance and continued to wait for him to show up, deciding to occupy her time with training and hanging out with her teammates to put her mind at ease. It was when she got back and found their apartment still devoid of life she decided to finally go look for him. Immediately on the following morning, Tayuya found herself traversing the village streets of Konohagakure for the missing Jinchuriki. She started out at the places where she knew the boy hung out most: Ichiraku, the Hokage Monument, the Dango store, the weapons shop, the hot springs and wherever else he visited in his off time when not training. When she searched the places, asked around and came out with nothing, she then turned to the next subject of question on her list in his many friends, classmates and teachers. It took some doing, but since a couple of the teams were out on missions today, it made her job a little bit easier since she had fewer faces to approach to make her inquiries. She found Kiba and Akamaru and asked if they'd seen him. The Inuzuka said he didn't, but said he would keep a nose out for him, and so she moved on without any trouble. Tayuya then tried Irika, but the man also said he hadn't seen him and asked if everything was okay with them. The redhead thanked him for his concern and said that nothing bad had gone on between them, and that he'd just up and disappeared. She also went to ask the other team instructors she was able to find if they knew of his whereabouts, but they couldn't give her anything, not even Anko, and that woman knew everything for some weird reason. Creepy. Deciding to go to a more reliable source, Tayuya approached Naruto's teammates Sakura and Sasuke, both of whom were still on extended break thanks to them learning that Kakashi had been sent on a mission. While the former said she'd only been hanging out with Ino and the Uchiha over the past couple of days, the latter was a bit more of a dick about his answer. He merely shrugged and walked off, leaving Tayuya with her douchebag response for the day before continuing on unimpeded. Coaching to a stop in the middle of the main highway, Tayuya scratched her head and looked around the surrounding street for a moment, wondering where her friend could have possibly gone. It was while she was surveying the area she then spotted a couple of familiar faces on the side of the road. Smiling when she recognized Shikamaru and Choji, the redhead marched over to them and waved in greeting when she got the boys' attentions. "Hey guys." "Oh, hey, Tayuya," Choji chirped, while the Nara sitting beside him on the same bench nodded lazily. What's up? Have you two seen Shithead anywhere? By Shithead, I'm assuming you mean Naruto, right? Shikamaru asked for clarification, picking his ear while looking up at the frazzled red head. Yeah, Naruto. He didn't come home a couple of days ago, so I figured he was sleeping out in the forest or on the training fields again. But when he didn't show up the next day I got worried, Tayuya said, looking between the two with notable concern on her face. Since it was rare for them to say the girl expressed such appearances, the two males became more attentive towards the issue currently plaguing her and sat up. You guys haven't seen him, have you? Thinking for a moment, with Choji looking towards him inquisitively, Shikamaru scratched his team and murmured to himself before looking up in realization and turning back to the kunoichi. The last we saw him was 2 days ago. He was moving like hell across the rooftops towards the transport and services district. Moving like hell? Yeah. We saw he was chasing something small and red across the village, but they were moving so fast we couldn't see what it was, Shikamaru replied while rubbing the back of his head. He just dropped down onto the road right in front of us before taking off a split second later. I had no idea a human could move like that. Chasing something? Tayuya murmured, rubbing her thin over the details the boy was able to give him before blinking in remembrance. He must have been chasing after Swift. The swallow she and Naruto knew. They would always run into her every so often whenever she wanted to play and trained with her. Out of all the animals they met and knew around the village, the Jinchuriki knew that bird the most and would always chase after her whenever he wanted to do some cardio and speed testing. So, he'd been chasing Swift on the day he disappeared? And towards the transportation district? Shit, maybe he. Thanks, guys. Tayuya exclaimed, nodding and waving to the two genin before leaping towards the rooftops in a blur. Before Shikamaru and Choji could ask what was happening or offer any more words of concern, the red head was already well out of sight. Staring after her for a few seconds in silence, the Akimichi then turned to his less motivated companion to see his eyes become droopy again and nodded after the retreating kunoichi. What do you think that's all about? Don't know, Shikamaru exclaimed, yawning again before resting his head back. Whatever it is, it must be real troublesome. Yep. As long as he did one good service for the day, then that was all he needed to sleep soundly tonight. He figured he could skip the many hours of daylight they still had left to go and went right to the sleeping soundly part. XXX. Meanwhile, many miles elsewhere? For any traveler worth his salt, to move across country to the borders of the Land of Fire from Konohagakure in any direction along the main highways without stopping, the journey was at least a 3-day march, give or take depending on how fast you wanted to go and where. To get to the countries to the north and west took a bit more time than to get to the nations to the east or south because there was a lot more traffic, heavy terrain, and roads needed to be negotiated. This pretty much meant that no journey to any other village or town in the regions northwest of the Hidden Leaf was the same and that the conditions of the path were in a constant state of change. The south was a lot tamer and had smoother stretches of highway, meaning that missions to the areas in that general direction were relatively easy-going. Not much went on down here, save for a handful of skirmishes between mercenaries and the occasional roadside robbery, but knowing this didn't bother the straw hat-wearing transporter one bit as he directed his horse on down the dirt road for the Land of Waves. Not much happened upon leaving Konoha, just a quiet trek down into the lowlands and to the coast, where he was able to spend a night at an oceanside inn before checking in with the ferrymen. Because he had traveled down here on a horse that had carried all of the weight for him, it meant he had not only moved faster than an ordinary person would on foot but his journey had also been less perilous. His island destination was located directly south of the Land of Fire, divided by a wide channel an estimated kilometer away from the mainland. To this day the only way to get to the island nation from the mainland was by boat, but thanks to a series of extenuating circumstances, transportation to the small nation had suddenly become a lot more difficult for the everyday villager and fisherman. This was probably due to Gato International taking control of all shipping and transport in the region. Because they owned the stretch of ocean and waters surrounding the island, you needed to pay a steep bill to operate in the area. There was basically a tax on everything boat and fishing related, which meant even buying a ticket or hiring a ferry to cruise across to either side was expensive. Lord only knew how much this has impacted the economy and quality of living over on the community, whose primary source of income came from fishing and trade. While the wily transporter making the delivery for Gato International expressed some concerns over the situation, he was only one man. Not only that, but he was a man who had a job to do and could only worry about so much in his life in a world more turbulent than most. Upon gathering up his gear and making sure his wagon was in one piece, doing a stock check from the entrance and not noticing anything out of place, the very next morning he met with the ferry captain who had been organized to take him across the channel down on the dock and saddled up for the ride. After a quick hop-skip across the channel to the island, he then took his loyal steed and charged down Waves Wharf, the last leg of his journey, before finally arriving at his destination. The main harbor on the island, while not as impressive as the waterfront he'd set off from, was made up of a couple of warehouses and buildings, with a series of fishing boats and small ferries parked around the jetties. Most of the transports in the area were disused or run down, all of them being watched over by groups of rather intimidating men bearing weapons. This sight alone was enough to tell the weary traveler just how much of the island had become enveloped in the Gato banner. The looks he received from the mean-looking guards standing around the port worried him. But due to the fact that he'd come here under legal circumstances and the fact that he'd been invited meant that he was safe from being lynched by any of the hired guns possibly looking for trouble. Thanks to this he arrived at his desired location safely, and parked his horse and carriage at the very back of the warehouse in the offloading bay. "You Kenta?" the warehouse boss waiting up on the walkway asks upon seeing the traveler hop off of his wagon. "Yes, sir." Nodding, the man in the suit waved his clipboard down at him before slipping it under his arm. "I'll have 2 of my boys come down and help you unload the stuff. When they're done, we'll talk about our next shipment." "Right." Upon seeing the official walk off, Kenta then proceeded to tie his horse down. As he tended to Bessie, he failed to notice the back of his wagon open up and a dazed, blonde-haired teen stick his body out. Groaning lowly and gripping the side of his head, the youngster leapt down from the carriage and walked out of the loading bay, looking up just as his bird companion also came out of the wagon and landed on his shoulder. The fire-breasted swallow chirped brightly while she sat on the stumbling boy, only to have him groan and shush her. "Not so loud, Swiftjohn. My head's killing me." It must have been from that 50-kilo set of wrenches that fell on him earlier. Staggering out of view of the docking bay, Naruto just missed the sight of the transporter Kenta coming around to check on his goods. Unlashing the canvas strings and pulling the entrance open completely, he hopped in to make sure all of his crates were in good condition. After which he then looked up and recoiled a little in surprise when he noticed the sheet above him had come loose. "Huh? Since when was that open?" Shrugging when he figured it just undid itself on the rough road, he sealed it shut. Once he'd made good tracks out of the warehouse, Naruto turned back around to face the facility and frowned. "Damn it, next time I won't jump so far so fast. That was way too heavy foot, HEY. Wait a second." Freezing on the spot, the boy looked over the grungy old warehouse he'd just left before looking around the area surrounding him. "This isn't. What the hell?" Recovering, Naruto dashed away from the buildings on the dockside and scrabbled up the nearby hill. Arriving at the top, he turned to face the whole dock, Swift buzzing around him and waiting patiently for him to get the full picture of his current situation. After taking in the whole area, the Jinchuriki finally spoke in a voice clearly reflecting his bewilderment. "Where the hell am I? This isn't Konoha. Where?" His eyes widened in realization at what must have happened and he slapped himself in the forehead. "For the love of? Again? This happened to me again?" He then turned to see the swallow hovering next to him land on his shoulder. "What are the odds of this shit happening to me twice?" Swift shrugged and chirped. "I get knocked out and wind up in the back of a carriage that takes me to another part of the fucking continent hundreds of miles away from my village, where I end up stuck until I figure out a way back home. Is it too much to ask to at least be conscious while making one of these trips?" Naruto asked to the bird, breathing a sigh before glancing back out onto the port and the ocean he could see beyond it. Hearing the sounds of clutter in the warehouses below with the sound of coastal waves filling in the background, the young genin relaxed a little and massaged his scalp to check if he was still in good condition. Feeling no cuts or splinters, Naruto returned to a normal standing position and slipped his hands into his pockets. "Well, at least I get to visit the sea for the first time. That's a plus." Swift chirped merrily from his shoulder, getting him to look back down at her strangely. 2 days this time? Man. When I get knocked out, I get knocked out." The bird whistled at him, which had a frown appear on his face. "We're on an island? Heh. That's new." He glanced out over the line of the sea. "Never been on an island before. So I'm guessing that's the mainland over there on the other side." Pointing out towards the distant landmass he could see on the horizon to the north got another chirp from Swift and brought a smile to his face. "Hey. As long as we're here, may as well have a look around." Dashing down the hill and onto the beach, Naruto began the not-too-complicated task of following it, all in an effort to find out as much about this island as he possibly could. While it would have made more sense for him to return to the port to ask around for directions, something told the blonde-haired wanderer that if he was to return to the very same place where he was unknowingly transported to, he wasn't going to be getting a very pleasant reception. As far as he was concerned, he was a stowaway and a trespasser. Normally he wouldn't have had a problem with this, but the last time this happened to him it happened in a country on the outskirts, far away from any borders. This being an island and that being a port, he was technically right on top of the border, which was potentially a bad thing. He didn't exactly know where this island was or knew anything about it. For all intents and purposes, it could be privately owned or attached to a much larger landmass. Either way, if he was going to be interrogating someone for information, it was going to be under more comfortable circumstances and preferably with someone who wouldn't try to kill him if he gave away too much information. Thank Kami he left his headband back home. Being a genin from a hidden village, particularly from one of the most well-known in the world, didn't grant him that many privileges as a member of their forces, and being a shinobi in general didn't exactly give him as many freedoms as he would get as an ordinary civilian. Without the plate and brand around his neck, he was presented with one of a few opportunities to stretch his legs and cut loose. This stroll along the beach would have to be one of them. Having never been to a coast or beach before, Naruto took the rare chance given to him to kick off his sandals and jacket, and dive on into the calm blue to have some fun. Running around in the shallows for a while, catching some fish swimming close to shore and exploring the small reefs in the area, while also collecting some shells as souvenirs, he then exited the water and continued on walking to dry himself off. Once he had all his clothes back on and had toasted himself under the beating warm sun, he proceeded with exploring the island beneath its many precipices. His path eventually led him to a stretch of sand where, upon reaching what he assumed to be its center, he could no longer see the main continent on the horizon, as it was now on the other side. How big is this island, exactly? Naruto asked himself, looking up the cliffs and hills into the forests he could see above. I don't want to be here for too long. I just want to check it out and go back home. Tayuya-chan and the others must be worried sick about me. He then looked across at Swift sitting on his shoulder. Your friends must be missing you as well. The bird whistled brightly and ruffled her feathers. And your mate too? Yes. Of course. How can I forget? Before he could gain any traction into a follow-up topic, Naruto suddenly coached to a stop when he spotted an odd structure sitting at the end of the beach. Putting a hand over his eyes to shield himself from the sun and scrutinizing the object in the distance, Naruto blinked when he saw that it was a small shack with a dock stretching out from its porch over the water. There wasn't a boat or a raft of any kind tied to it, it was just a minuscule building with a jetty and no outstanding qualities about it. Wondering what something like that was doing all the way out there and why it had some smoke coming from the top of it, the blonde-haired wanderer and his companion decided to go take a closer look. The Jinchuriki closed in on the shack for the next minute or so, finding that as he drew nearer the shack appeared more dilapidated than he originally thought it was. Whoever built it all the way out here didn't focus much on taking care of its exterior, being exposed to the sea air all this time. Maybe it was just a shack that was meant for storage or something. Nevertheless, the smoke coming from its chimney indicated signs of life, which meant it served a different purpose. Hoping that there was someone there who could give him an idea of where he was, seeing as that he was safely out of the way of anyone possessing any kind of authority or force to implement any kind of laws regarding his presence in the area, Naruto stepped onto the shack's porch without worry or hesitation. Walking around the beachside structure, the Jinchuriki was able to see for himself that the ocean breezes and winds had really racked the place. The wood creaked, the surface was edgy and brittle, and any patchwork was at best middling. Though he had no complaints or any judgments on the person who owned it, Naruto just couldn't help but take note of these little details. He was still curious as to what or who was inside this building, since he could now sense a life form behind its walls. It also appeared to be aware of his presence, because as he moved around to its entrance he could sense the figure moving inside. Sniffing the air, Naruto blinked when he picked up something odd, something he proceeded to investigate further as he stopped at the ocean-facing entrance. His bird friend twitched and ruffled her feathers in a show of curiosity, as she too picked up on the trace signs of something peculiar hanging in the air. Naruto rapped on the door gently, leaning in to listen and ascertain that whoever was inside heard him loud and clear. Hello? Is anyone there? He knew someone was in there, he just felt like asking in order to give the impression that he wasn't aware they were. Unless he got a response soon, he would continue to do so. Remaining silent and still for a few seconds, the Jinchuriki tried again. He rapped against the door lightly and waited quietly. Again and again he tried, with the exact same interval of pause between each attempt. He tried 5 times in total until he picked up on the distinct sound of footsteps behind the door and pulled back a tad. He frowned when he received no words for his efforts and went in for a different approach. Okay, I know there's someone living here. Please. I just want to ask you a few questions. Go away, the voice of a girl suddenly shot back. Leave me alone. Naruto smiled at finally eliciting a response from the owner, looking back at the door with his knuckles still held up. I've come here on good terms. I don't care. Go away. I'm just here to talk. I swear, Naruto insisted, not wanting to leave without first seeing the person living here for himself and having his questions answered. Judging from the size of the island he had managed to gauge thus far, he didn't know how long it would be till he met another person, especially this far out here. Not to mention he was curious about the owner of this small shack and why she was going through so much trouble to hide from him. Maybe some more information regarding his situation would help her some? Look, I just arrived on this island and I don't really know where I am. I was hoping somebody around here could help me, but I didn't want to go to the port or the town because I figured I might get in trouble if I did. While no stranger to trouble, after being an official ninja for more than a month, he'd learned one or two things about procedure. It was a good thing that he did because he was being way more cautious now than when he was still in the academy. He'd taught himself to consider his situation before acting recklessly. Evolution at its finest. Could you help me out, please? He didn't receive a reply for another minute after that. Stepping back a little, Naruto looked the door over, his heightened sixth sense telling him that the girl behind the door was watching him from a place he couldn't see her, through a crack or a crevice. Not too long afterwards, he heard the sound of locks clicking yonder barrier, moments before the rickety door crept open. Looking towards the gap, Naruto saw a girl his age and height peering out at him. On first glance the boy could see she was quite timid, had long purple hair tied into two pigtails, was wearing a blue tunic tied at the waist, shorts, and was covered in bandages. His initial thoughts upon seeing her was that she was hurt, but after a few moments of examining her through the small space and getting a feel for her aura, Naruto realized that she wasn't sick or injured at all. In fact, she appeared perfectly normal. Anyone with that much gauze wrapped around them would have been bedridden, but not her. Naruto smiled pleasantly in greeting, "Hey there." In response, the girl frowned suspiciously at him, a direct opposite to her previously timorous outlook. "You're not here to pick on me, or throw stuff at me." The blonde recoiled. "What? Why would I want to do that?" "Everybody else does," the girl muttered back, her eyes searching him for something foul and underhanded. "How do I know that you won't?" "Because I won't. Picking on people, that's horrible," Naruto replied, looking slightly offended. Granted he did technically throw stuff at people back at his village, well, all of the villagers to be exact, it was all good-natured fun and a means for them to recognize his existence. Plus the villagers had been real jerks to him ever since he was little, so in a way they had it coming. What he really meant by his words was that he wouldn't throw shit at anyone without a damn good reason to do so. This then brought him around to another topic of interest that had him raise an eyebrow at the weary teen. "Why do people pick on you?" "I don't see how that's any of your business," the purple-haired girl snapped before glaring even harder at him. "You said you wanted to ask me some questions about where you are, right? Well, ask them and go." Perplexed, Naruto looked around momentarily and gestured towards the door with a friendly glimmer. "May I come in?" "No," the girl replied. "Why not?" "Because I said so," the teenager replied, her glare easing up a little. "If that's all the questions you have to ask me, good day." She then slammed the door in his face. On her side, the purple-haired recluse breathed a sigh of relief, waiting for a moment to see if the stranger she had just dismissed would try to speak again or shout at her in outrage. The latter was a response she was most expecting from the action she just took, and one she was already well prepared to put up with. However, when a minute ticked by and nothing but silence prevailed, the girl then snapped all the locks on her door shut, and pushed off of the entrance to return to her living room to finish preparing lunch around the fire. After moving down the hall, she slid her main room door open to continue with arrangements, only to receive the shock of her life when she saw the boy from outside sitting on one of the cushions beaming across at her, his bird companion astride his shoulder. "Hello." The surprise had her stumble backwards. What? How did you get in here?" "The window," Naruto replied brightly, pointing towards said makeshift entrance, which was still open and letting the cool sea air in. "A breeze must have closed your front door before you could let me in and got stuck. I got worried when you didn't open it after a minute, so I decided to let myself in." The resident scowled at her intruder. "It was locked and bolted." "Oh, was it?" Naruto asked coyly and giving a light-hearted giggle. "I guess I've been breaking into places for so many years I didn't notice." Laughing off her glare and the awkwardness of the situation he had placed himself in, the blonde gradually came down from his ecstatic exclamations to address her politely. "Since I'm here now, may I have something to drink, please? I haven't had anything for 2 days. I'm famished." Frowning deeply at the boy for some time, the girl reluctantly went off to get some refreshments. While she was doing so, she couldn't help but wonder who in the world this weird kid was and where the heck he'd come from, not to mention how he was able to unlock 5 latches, 3 pads, and 2 tubular locks, all of which were positioned on the inside, from the outside so speedily in less than a minute. That just wasn't physically possible. Was he a magician or something? Deciding not to dwell on it too much and make her own safety top priority, the girl returned to her guest with a teapot and 2 cups on a tray, where she found the blonde-haired stranger making use of her chopping board to cut up the ingredients to the lunch she had been preparing before being interrupted. By this time, Naruto had handily diced up the meat, garlic, herbs, divided the salts, and poured in the oyster sauce with water, which was already starting to boil under the fire he'd set, and was now in the process of chopping the vegetables. The girl stood in the living room's second entrance in silence and watched the Jinchuriki as he worked in adding the spices. Once the first lots were in, Naruto stuck the wooden spoon with the contents and stirred to make sure the meat and sauces didn't burn. Upon sensing his host standing on the edge of the plane, the blonde beamed brightly while continuing to watch his handiwork. "I used to make stuff like this at home all the time when I was younger. A quick recipe like this is no problem. Plus it's perfect to have when you don't have anything else planned for the next couple of days." The girl frowned. "It's bad manners to break into someone's home and start cooking." "Oh, you don't mind, do you?" Naruto asked sheepishly, pointing down at the pot that was steaming while looking up at the girl. Smelling the air and picking up the aroma of a delicious meal on the way, the teenager breathed out in resignation, "Not really, since you're already half finished." She was pretty hungry after all. "Cool," Naruto chirped, continuing on with his task as if this were his own home and he wasn't intruding on someone's personal space. He was just meddlesome in that way. It was part of his charm. After throwing in the rest of the ingredients to let it boil for the next half an hour, Naruto then directed his attention to the now present owner of the shack. Sitting across from one another, the blonde helped himself to the tea the girl kindly provided and basked in the silence. As much as he appreciated the girl not making an effort to kick him out, figuring that she wasn't the type to act out violently and didn't find his presence that big of a threat, much to his relief, he tried to make the atmosphere as sociably acceptable as possible. He did this through setting a comfortable distance between them, smiling pleasantly, establishing eye contact, and making sure that the aura he was giving off was warm and welcoming. Naruto had no hostile intentions here. None at all. "So, what's your name?" "Isaribi," the girl replied in a monotone voice, expression remaining empty and devoid of emotion. Naruto grinned. "It's nice to meet you, Isaribi." He looked around her quaint little home. It was much better on the inside than it was on the outside, but he made this note as more of an observation than passing judgment. "I like your place." "Thanks. You own it?" "Yes. I built it myself," Isaribi replied in a low voice, not bothering to look the boy in the eyes as he gazed across at her. "Recently I've had to move away from my old home in Omi no Kuni, Land of the Sea, to here due to my work." "Really?" Naruto tilted his head. "What do you do for work?" "I'm a deep-sea diver," Isaribi stated, furrowing her brow. "Also a fisherman. The catches I bring in and the people I do work for every once in a while really like what I do for them." "I see. No wonder your home is built by the beach. You can go to work anytime you want to," Naruto said brightly. Isaribi nodded. "Whenever the weather is good and the tides are high, I can pick and choose when I want to go to work. But, there are other times when I have to meet certain dates and deadlines, so I do have set work every now and again." "Not today?" "No," Isaribi shook her head. "Today I've got some time off to rest." Understanding things so far, Naruto moved back to stirring the food. While he was doing so, the swallow perched on his shoulder hopped over to Isaribi from his arm to the floor and onto her lap. The girl looked down at the bird curiously as she chirped and tilted her head this way and that, looking her over from head to toe. The purple-haired teenager raised a hand and reached out to the swallow gently, unable to resist its approach. Much to her surprise, Swift did not leap or skid away from her when she gently petted it on the head. After rubbing her finger against the animal's chest in a friendly manner and retracting ever so slightly, the bird waited for a moment before flapping back to her partner and onto his shoulder, followed by his head. The bird sung a sweet tune while Isaribi gave the bird her smallest of smiles. When silence etched on for the next 15 minutes, Naruto panned back to the girl from the lunch stewing over the fire and looked her in the eyes. When she saw his gaze lock with hers, she averted her attention downwards to avoid his piercing blues. "Swift-chan really likes you," Naruto exclaimed, nodding up to the bird on top of his head. "Does she?" "She doesn't normally trust strangers. She always keeps her distance from others because people tend to be unpredictable with animals, but she has no problems with getting close to you," Naruto said, looking at the girl thoughtfully while she remained facing away. You're a kind person? Swift-chan can sense that. What would she know? She's just a bird, Isaribi replied darkly, brow furrowing. But I guess it makes sense, seeing as that I'm not normal. Just a sick person who was spirited away and feared by everyone. A little bit caught off guard by the girl's sudden response, Naruto momentarily looked her over again before frowning. Looking around the house, remembering how isolated he saw it was when he was outside, how beat up it was and how far he'd already walked to get here, a very familiar feeling suddenly came to him. After hearing the girl say what she did in such a harsh whisper, Naruto finally started to understand why this lovely-looking person was acting this way. This was one of these times why he was thankful for asking so many questions and trying to learn as much as he could about everyone around him. After several minutes of silence that seemingly went by in hours, the blonde continued on boldly, "Is that why you live all on your own, all the way out here?" Isaribi visibly stiffened at this and shut her eyes. "So what if it is?" Naruto frowned, "I'm only asking because I just want to understand." He leaned forward a little more. "Swift-chan can feel that you're a good person, so can I, but what I don't know is why you say people are so mean to you." His expressions as well as his eyes conveyed his feelings on the matter. "Maybe I can help." The girl's frown grew as she turned away more. "Why do you care? To you I'm really just some freak living alone in a shack away from everybody else." She shut her eyes tightly and her body stiffened. "You'll never be able to understand what I've been through." Hearing this had Naruto clench his fists tightly. Breathing out, the Jinchuriki stood up and unzipped his jacket. When the purple-haired girl heard him move, she cut towards him suspiciously, only to see him lift his shirt and show her his stomach. At first baffled by his actions, Isaribi then drew back when she saw a series of black marks appear around his navel, a sight he was able to produce when he started to mold chakra. The spiral pattern in the center surrounded by a formula of unidentifiable signs made themselves known to all those in the room and had Isaribi staring in stunned silence. Is that a seal?" Naruto finished, getting a nod from the teen. "If you know what this is then you probably know what it's for, or you have an idea of what it's for anyway." He lowered his shirt back over and plopped down on the ground once again, his bird companion hopping from his head to his shoulder to perch. "Kakashi-sensei told me that seals can serve a number of different functions, mostly hiding stuff inside of objects. You can seal all kinds of things using fuinjutsu, like paper, boxes, crates, animals, people, whole ships." He then grinned wryly when he reached the end, "Even a demon the size of a mountain." Isaribi's eyes widened and she sat up, now staring at the boy a little more cautiously as he rubbed his stomach. When she backed up a little and found herself now a bit more fearful in his presence, she then stopped when she realized where exactly her current route of response was taking her and gasped. Reaching a hand up, she pressed it against her face where the bandages were, rubbing them gently before panning to face the blonde again. "You're a Jinchuriki?" She'd heard about them before. They were a group of people in the shinobi nations who used their bodies as containers for enormous entities of chakra called Biju. Whether it was by their choice or not, basically after taking a tailed beast into their body and becoming its prison, that person would hold on to it for the rest of their life until the day they died, and a new caretaker had to be found. Because a Jinchuriki's body basically served as a vessel for something that possessed immense amounts of power sometimes beyond comprehension, the person serving as the demon's host became something of an object, a creature meant to be feared, and an individual who wasn't ordinary. They became something that was unpredictable, something dangerous. Having a massive demon capable of myriad levels of destruction living in the same vicinity as normal humans made people fear them and keep their distance. Simply put, most of the people that became Jinchuriki became outcasts in their homes. After seeing Naruto nod to her question in confirmation, Isaribi slowly but surely started to look towards him with a more open mind. "Yep. A genuine, flesh and bones Jinchuriki." The blonde giggled sheepishly and rubbed his head. "It's fine though. Having to lug around a massive pile of orange fur wherever I had to go wasn't all bad. Sure, everyone stayed away from me, but I just ignored them and filled my time up with other stuff to distract me." He shrugged thoughtfully. "Cooking is always good." Isaribi pulled on one of her pigtails nervously before looking back up at her intruder, her eyes reflecting much more emotion than before. You could say that she'd been moved by Naruto's opening up to her, which in turn started to Jimmy open her own lock. Beaming, Naruto edged forward again. "You and I aren't so different," the Jinchuriki stated assuredly. "I'm somebody that the people in my village ignored and hated. Some of the kids picked on me, threw stuff at me, and beat me up for being different, and others chased me away. The adults too. I hated it at first and wanted to do something about all of their glaring and sneering, but I realized hating other people in that way wouldn't have solved anything. It would have proven that I really was some kind of monster and would have made things a lot worse for me. Then, what did you do? Isaribi asked, leaning towards him expectantly. Naruto grinned brightly and raised a fist. I bit my teeth and pushed through the storm. The girl looked a little confused at his confident response, which earned her a flash from his cocky smile. I went out and did stuff, had fun, made people acknowledge me, and just spent my time being an all-around royal pain in the butt. Doing all that stuff made most of the villagers forget that I was a Jinchuriki and made them view me as a troublemaker instead. I kicked the shit out of all the older kids that bullied me and claimed all of their territory. I trained a lot to distract myself. He chuckled and rubbed Swift on the head with the knuckle of his finger, and I made friends. The bird chirped happily at his gesture. Isaribi stared in awe at the boy as he referenced the little creature beside him, before pulling back a little when his focus fell onto her again. Soon, I wasn't alone anymore, Naruto exclaimed. You just need to find friends who understand you and don't mind you for being you. He dipped his head firmly and pointed at himself. That's what I believe anyway. After listening to what he had to say, Isaribi remained silent for a good, long time. When a few minutes passed and the food in the center of the home continued to bubble, Isaribi breathed in deeply and reached up to grab the bandages around her face. From that point, Naruto watched as she proceeded to undo the gauze covering her, moving it away neatly before allowing most of it to fall away. When it did, the Jinchuriki and Swift saw exactly what she was hiding underneath all those bandages. She wasn't sick, injured, scarred or diseased at all. In fact, it was completely different to what Naruto had been expecting. The girl was covered in what looked like scales. Her face held the telltale pigmentations of brittle skin that did not belong to a human, yet was grafted into her like she was born with it. It looked more fish-like than anything else and certainly sat out of place of the rest of her flesh. But despite this, Naruto didn't move away or recoil. Truthfully, he was more curious than ever about what he was seeing and edged even closer, only for Isaribi to shrink away from him and try to hide, despite having shown him her condition. This is what I really am, Isaribi replied in a quiet voice, placing a hand over her cheek where flecks of fish-like features could be seen. Years ago I was taken away by these shinobi to an underground lab where I was experimented on. They gave me the ability to transform into a creature that could breathe underwater as well as on land, and swim faster than any other fish alive. But even though I was able to transform and take the beast's form, I couldn't turn completely back into a human, and as a result I have these marks whenever I return to normal. Naruto blinked in shock. They experimented on you? Isaribi nodded. Those people I said that I work for, they're the same people who did this to me. She rubbed the area around her cheek and neck, with her eyes shimmering in despair. They said that if I continued working for them, they would turn me back, fix me, make me completely integrated. Until then I live like this, but even though I've moved away from the villages I grew up around for most of my life, I'm afraid to live anywhere near other people because they would still view me as someone sick and diseased, someone who can't ever be normal. Feeling a tear drop down from her eye, she reached up and brushed it away, sniffing as her hopelessness and distress started to spill over. She couldn't remember the last time she cried. She'd always been able to hold it together and push through the abuse and loneliness in her life. Maybe it was because of the boy sitting next to her and giving her the first real company she'd experienced in a long time that she was reacting like this. It was strange. After a minute or so of wiping away tears and telling her own story to the stranger, the girl then realized what she had done and started to tremble. Worrying that Naruto might scowl her and find her appearance disgusting like everybody else, Isaribi turned away and prepared for the onslaught to come. However, instead of hearing cries of outrage or the feeling of being struck down, she suddenly felt her face taken by a gentle hand and pulled back around. Surprised at the contact, Isaribi looked up to see Naruto still gazing at her curiously. When she saw his eyes glance over her and then meet her fearful ones, she then saw his steadfast gaze bring about a smile and his body shimmy even closer. The bird on his shoulder remained still as he brushed a thumb over the girl's cheek and wiped away another tear. I don't see why people should be afraid of you, Naruto said softly, seeing Isaribi stare back in bewilderment. You look perfectly normal to me. Heart racing from shock, the teen raised her hands and laced her fingers together. When Naruto pulled away, she caught a full shot of his grinning visage before watching him sit back and take a comfortable spot alongside her. He wasn't distant or showed any signs of fear. He sat right next to her like a close friend in class, a person wanting companionship. If I didn't accept people for who they were and judge them based solely on appearances, I'd be a real prick, Naruto said proudly. You'd have to tie me to a stake and smack some sense into me if I did. Hearing this brought a twinge of a smile to Isaribi's face. Really? You'd let them do that? Yeah, Naruto exclaimed with a grin, maybe I'm just weird that way. I don't know. But, what I do know is that treating people like they are monsters and judging them before even getting a chance to know them is bad. Stuff like that can really hurt people and make them hate the world, and that's not something I want to do to others. He beamed sincerely in her direction. I'm not a monster, and neither are you. Giggling a little, Isaribi stared warmly at the boy. Now that she could see he had no intent on harming her, even when presented the opportunity, she felt that she could trust him now. What's your name? Enthralled at finally being asked for his name, meaning that Isaribi had finally started wanting to make a connection, the blonde saluted with his trademark appearance, Naruto Uzumaki, part-time explorer, hammock salesman, and full-time misfit. The mood between the two strangers became a little more pleasant once introductions had been made. For the next hour after that, Naruto and Isaribi sat together, shared small talk and watched the stew cook atop the fire. Eventually the pot was ready for consuming, and so they each poured themselves a bowl. Having not eaten anything for the past couple of days due to unexpected unconsciousness and delivery to another country, it was clear the Jinchuriki was the most starved of the two. The owner of the shack marveled at how much he could actually eat when he began inhaling food like he was drinking water. Eventually lunchtime came to an end and the pair ended that period sitting alongside one another, sharing tea and talking some more. Naruto wanted to know more about what Isaribi did for diving, like the stuff she caught, the places she explored, any caves or tunnels she'd found, corals and more. He did the best he could to dodge any and all questions about the people who gave her amphibious capabilities, since he wanted to keep the conversation enjoyable, which he did, much to the host's delight. They really appreciated each other's company for however long they spent in that shack. Once all the tea was done and their stomachs were full, Naruto felt it was finally time to hit the road again. Now a lot more open and hospitable towards her guest, despite the whole breaking into her home thing, Isaribi led the lost Jinchuriki out onto the beach and inland. They had to traverse some of the sands before they came to an appropriate hill to climb into the island, in which the purple-haired girl spearheaded the hike forward. Along the way up through the forest, the pair continued to chat. So, where is this place anyway? Naruto asked curiously, finally tracking back to the topic which had led him to his current predicament. His initial intentions had been to find out what country he was in, but with the sudden change in circumstances which required his charming personality to assist him in resolving a noticeable plight, he'd unintentionally gone off on an extremely profound and enjoyable spiritual side quest. Now that he'd been able to earn the trust of a person who shared a past similar to himself, securing another good win for him, he could finally get his compass back on track. The temperature in the air is continuously fluctuating and the smells of salt and pine are very different to what I'm used to. Plus I arrived here unconscious in the back of a carrier wagon and I wasn't able to ask anyone back at port about where I'm at. Isaribi smiled at him. You're currently in Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. It's an island located south of Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire, not too far from the mainland. I figured it was somewhere south, Naruto murmured, looking up thoughtfully while his companion Swift ruffled her feathers on his shoulder. Wave country, huh? You really have quite a sharp sense of smell, Isaribi said, getting the boy's attention again. The Land of Waves is known everywhere for its sudden temperature changes and unpredictable weather. Its thick mists are one of the nation's many natural defenses next to its coastlines and oceans. Even I find it difficult to navigate when a fog settles over the water. That's pretty cool. Though a bit inconvenient as well. The people must have gotten used to their skies suddenly switching from clear to soupy on a day-to-day basis. Aside from its weather, the island is also famous for the many rivers that run through it and its mangroves. The fauna and flora here are all unique, nothing like what you would find on the mainland, Isaribi also informed helpfully, pointing through the forest beside them towards a patch of strange-looking trees. They were sitting high up on their roots, indicating that they were the mangroves she was talking about. It's very peaceful here too. Does this country have any shinobi or hidden villages? No, Isaribi shook her head. Because it's such a small nation and has so many natural defenses, it doesn't need a shinobi village. However, it does hire shinobi from other countries should they require them. I see, Naruto nodded in understanding, glancing over at the girl with a warm look. I'm assuming that's because this is an island a lot of ships pull through here. Yes. Of course. But Isaribi tilted her head down nervously, things around here haven't been going so good recently. Huh? How come? Ever since some rich guy came strolling into here and bought out all the contracts from the local businesses, he seized control of all shipping and trade in and out of the country, Isaribi informed sadly, looking back at the blonde as they continued on walking. This island is highly dependent on its trade and fishing, so it was really prosperous at one time. But now, all of the profits made by the islanders go straight to the head boss and his henchmen, and as a result the country is slowly dying. That's horrible, Naruto murmured, expression showing his shock and distaste at what he was hearing. Strange. Though this whole situation seemed completely new to him and had apparently been going on for quite some time, he swore he'd heard of something very much like this before. But where? Who's the bastard doing this? Well, the people I work for moved from the land of sea over to this place to take advantage of the shipping routes the man had set up in the area. Whenever any of the company's boats pass through, we attack them and raid them for everything they're worth, mostly to fund the research the people in charge of me do in their underground laboratory on this island. Seriously? Naruto recoiled. Damn it, not only did he have this monopolizing fat cat to deal with, Isaribi was also working for a rotten bunch herself. Though he could understand she was only doing this because they'd promised they would fix her condition and make her normal again, he still felt that he needed to pay whoever had her on this leash a bit of a visit. But only after he dealt with this island's main problem first. They were next on his list. Priorities, you know. It was what the Jinchuriki decided right then and there, that he was going to take down every single bastard in this area in the order that they had been stacked for him. What's this business tycoon's name? Everyone across the country knows him as Gato, one of the richest and most powerful shipping magnates in the world, Isaribi replied grimly, only to pause when she realized Naruto had stopped dead in his tracks. The girl looked back at him, surprised when she saw the stunned look on his face. And Naruto? What's wrong? Did you say? Gato? Naruto asked, his swallow friend chirping in shock. Yes. Have you met him before? The Jinchuriki's expression tightened into the hardest of scowls Isaribi had seen on him yet, after which he then hissed dangerously, oh yeah. His fists clenched hard enough that it almost looked like he was about to draw blood, but thankfully he didn't go that far. 2 years ago I got into a training accident and wound up getting transported to the land of the Great River, many miles away from my village. I found out that a man named Gato had built an enormous dam there, and was using his control over all the power and water stations in the region to hold the entire country hostage. Everyone living there was forced to pay him tons of money just to survive, and if they didn't, Gato either chased them away or killed them. His brow furrowed at the stories he was told there and the reality of the world he'd faced. So, now he's here? Looking at the expression on his face, Isaribi held her hands together tightly out of both concern and fear for how Naruto was taking this whole thing. Gato has control over the entire island's ferrying system. That means he has direct power over what comes in and out of this island, including the people. Because there's no other way out of this place, the villagers living here are trapped unless they can make the money to pay for a flight off. But because Gato also owns all of the fishing industries, they have no way of making any money. It's exactly like back in Great River, Naruto stated, biting his teeth together hard and glancing at the teen. So I have no way out of Wave until somebody takes care of Gato, right? Right. Well then. I guess it's time for me to go have a little talk with old Ferret Face, the Jinchuriki stated, cracking his knuckles one after the other. Holding out his hand, Swift responded immediately by jumping off of his shoulder and onto his finger. When the swallow turned to look up at him, the boy reached into his pocket and fumbled about for a moment before ripping off a piece of scroll. Pulling it out, he then bit into the tip of his finger and scribbled something with his own blood onto it. He then rolled it up and handed it to the bird. Take this to Tayuya-chan for me. I don't think we'll be sticking with each other on this adventure, Swift-chan. The bird chirped and nodded affirmatively, before taking the paper in foot and flying off. Both the Jinchuriki and Isaribi watched the bird disappear over the treetops, before the latter glanced back at the blonde curiously. What did you give to her? A message for my friends, Naruto stated. I just want to let them know that I'm okay and won't be back in the village for a few days. Is that all right? Isaribi asked. The blonde stuck out his chest, of course. This happens to me all the time. I'm sure Tayuya-chan will understand. Now. Slamming his fist into an open palm, Naruto directed his attention towards the girl in bandages. Where can I find this asshole's hiding place so I can give him a piece of my mind? Stunned at his willingness to go confront the head honcho behind this country's current strife, the girl then pointed in the direction she knew where the boss was. His mansion is uphill not too far from here. Isaribi then stepped towards the blonde. But his place is crawling with guards and mercenaries. You won't be able to get anywhere near him. Naruto scoffed and grinned confidently. I've broken into tons of heavily guarded places before. I'm sure I'll be fine. Seeing the still concerned expression on the teen's face across from him, the Jinchuriki approached her with a warm look and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry about me, Isaribi-chan. I'm used to this kind of stuff. Besides, I have unfinished business with the bastard. I know how the guy works and what kind of company he keeps around him, so I'll be fine. Isaribi placed a hand over his hand, but, you're not afraid? Not at all, Naruto shook his head, stepping away. If I was, then do you think I would be here right now? Saluting, the boy turned heel and prepared to head off. However, before he could set himself into a run, he stopped and gazed back at the purple-haired teen warmly, where he met her stunned look head-on. If you ever need any help, Isaribi-chan, don't be afraid to come find me, okay? When he received a nod from said girl, the Jinchuriki gave another smile and took off, kicking up dust at the speed he left with. Isaribi watched the blonde disappear into the trees, standing in place for a few moments before giving a small smile. Be careful, Naruto. With that said and done, she then kicked absently at the ground and started back for the beach. She did so silently, every so often looking back and wondering with hope that the kind boy she had just met would really be alright. Oh. Some minutes later? It took several minutes of hard running before Naruto finally arrived at his destination. Being a lot further out and more guarded than he originally thought, the blonde made sure to duck behind the bushes to take a better look at the massive summer home that was Gado's estate here on the island. Sitting just a hair's breadth away from the beach, the building was of castle-like design with a gorgeous paint job, arches, balconies, walkways, tiled roofs with slopes, statues and a massive wall surrounding the entire property. It could have easily been mistaken for a temple or a royal fortress from a distance, which spoke wonders about how much work the boss had put into it. It also reflected how inflated the bastard's ego was, which ticked the Jinchuriki off quite a bit. The one other clue Naruto got that told him that this was Gado's main place of business was that there were types of guards marching around outside. They weren't the kind dressed in uniform or suits. They all looked like the scrubs you pulled off of the streets to harass people for money, common thugs and farmers looking for a quick buck. In any case, neither one of the dozens he was able to count looked like the socially acceptable type nor appeared friendly in any way with the large weapons they were strutting over their shoulders. There were swaths of them patrolling the grounds and castle. Through his eagle-like eyes and his senses in the ground, Naruto was able to scout out every individual sentry moving within the vicinity. To get a better view, he leapt into the trees and got a little closer, making sure to stay as invisible as possible, something he had no problems with. After a while and seeing a break in the patrols, the Jinchuriki stealthily hurtled over the wall and onto the property. Ignoring the garden and keeping to the shadows, Naruto flew up onto the second story and swiftly crawled his way across the tiles. Sticking to a dead spot, he found himself a vent and jimmied it open, deciding to make his way through the building through use of its ducts than its hallways. Even for a single story, the place was massive. Crawling through the enclosed spaces and every so often coming across a grated exit, Naruto was given a self-tour of the establishment. On this level, there was a bathroom, toilet, living rooms, offices, storage rooms, and a couple of bedrooms, some of them reserved specifically for the common folk working under Gado. Then there was obviously the guest rooms for the unmentionables Naruto suspected the boss to have around every now and again. Searching for a little longer, avoiding the long drops and climbs to other levels on his route, Naruto finally stumbled upon the very place he was looking for. Finding a massive office with a huge balcony looking out over the ocean, the blonde quietly made his way through the ducts that wrapped around the chamber and began his reconnaissance. Unlike the other rooms, this office was massive, with bookshelves, filing cabinets, portraits and all sorts of other high-class stuff littering the space. It was a very posh place, and one that wasn't afraid to show off its glamour. With the number of vents this section of the floor had, it gave the hunting Naruto several different angles of the room, all of which were advantageous. The Jinchuriki scrambled around it, taking his time in getting a feel for the environment, before finding a good position on the right side of the desk facing the double doors that was the main entryway into the office. What's more, not only did the boy see how rich and full the chamber actually was, it wasn't empty either. The big man himself was there. Would you care to repeat that for me? The shrill voice of the impudent figure sitting behind the office's workspace rang out, his sunglasses-covered eyes glaring a hole into the two right-hand minions standing before him at attention. I don't think I heard you correctly. Did you say that that fat old bat, the bridge builder, is gone? Zori, the shorter of the two meatheads and wearing the familiar jacket and beanie, gulped deeply as he stood under the fury of his employer. It's exactly what we said, boss. The old codger got away. We don't know how and we don't know when, but word around town says he managed to get out. The tattoo-covered brute with the eye patch standing beside Zori spoke up in continuum. It must have been after we sent our men onto the bridge the other day to bully the workers into giving up on the project. The bridge builder stood up to the boys we sent and they backed down. We were going to send in more today to rough him up, but the men working there had set up a barricade and we couldn't get through, Zori added while folding his arms. Though the villagers don't have guts like the chief, they're certainly stubborn and know how to follow orders. It was after that we heard the old man disappeared. Damn it. Gato swore, slamming his fist onto the desk in frustration, causing a loud bang and rattle to ring out as he dislodged the pens from his holder. As if I didn't have enough shit on my plate to deal with already. If the high-collar snobs I'm trying to negotiate with across the sea weren't a big enough problem, I also have that damn bridge being built across the channel and the old man in charge of it fighting against me. Shit. Sitting back down, the mogul fumed. And now, to top it all off, he's gone. He probably ran off to find help. You think so? Waraji asked. I know so, Gato continued, balling his fists tightly and making a gesture like he wanted to strangle something to vent his anger out on. Grr, if only that bastard missing Nin Zabuza Momochi did what I told him to and snuffed the old guy out in his sleep, then I wouldn't be having such a big headache. What's more, he can't even catch that fucking sea creature or whatever it is attacking my boats and stealing my shipments. Not to mention the guy's abandoned his old hideout, so now we don't even know where he is, so we can only communicate with him on his own terms and play by his rules. Gato grunted indignantly. I guess you get what you paid for. I wanted to hire a strong shinobi who was not only off the registry but could take care of all of my problems and follow orders. But instead, I get someone who is useless, rebellious and can't even follow simple instructions, damaged goods. A dark smirk then crossed Gato's face, and you know how much I hate damaged goods. Zori grinned at the vibe he got from those words, but then looked off to the side when he remembered some other important details regarding their asset. As useless as he is, Zabuza is still a sharp fucker. After your last visit to his place, he must have figured you would get pissed off and would call in the hunter ninjas from Kirigakure to dispose of him. Faye. I wouldn't be stupid enough to hire Hidden Village shinobi to get rid of that man. Oh no, Gato replied, sitting back in his seat with a smirk. If I did hire registered ninja to do the job, even hunter ninja, not only would the mission be expensive as hell since I'm paying for multiple parties and service charges, but the village leaders, rival corporations as well as the daimyo from the continent would become aware of my dealings here and start taking actions against me. All village shinobi had to report to someone after all, and Gato knew more than anybody else that when a report was made to someone, word basically spread. And when word spread, more trouble was to follow. That was how it worked. No. I have more discreet means of dealing with someone like Zabuza. What do you have in mind, boss? Naruto, smirking at hearing the talk between the three and their business with some shinobi named Zabuza they were having trouble with as well as what he suspected to be Isaribi's doing, pulled a knife from his pouch and prepared to undo the vents. After hearing all he needed to hear, the Jinchuriki decided that now was as good a time as any to get to work on fixing things up on this island. However, before the blonde could move for the first screw, he stopped in mid-reach when he suddenly picked up the distinct aura of something disgusting, dangerous and powerful approaching the office. Freezing in shock, with eyes widening and sweat appearing on his face, Naruto silently pulled back and instantly cut towards the double doors he could see through the slits. No way? What kind of person would have a presence like that? Naruto thought, only to blink in disbelief when he sensed something else. Wait, two people? Whoever the hell they were getting closer. It's not what I have in mind, Waraji, Gato exclaimed, leaning back in his seat. It's who I have in mind. Hiring official ninja would only bring me more trouble than I can handle, but, if I was to go off the books and hired somebody with a big name and a good reputation, as well as somebody who would not draw attention to my work here, I can get rid of all of my woes in a single swipe. He snapped his fingers, but then dropped it back onto his desk with a sour look on his face. Problem is though? I got into contact with these people a few days ago. They're sure taking their sweet time getting here. Just as Zori and Waraji glanced at each other and began questioning exactly who it was their boss could have hired, the handle to the office's door suddenly shifted down before the entrance itself was pushed open. Both doors slamming against the wall had all three people in the room including their eavesdropper look towards the hall. When they did, the three people in the chamber froze when they saw two figures standing in the frame. Both of them stood at around the same height above Waraji, wearing black cloaks with high collars and red cloud patterns on them. While on first glance the two intruders were dressed identical to one another, they both differed slightly due to several unique characteristics. The one standing on their right appeared unremarkable. He wore a gray hood and dark mask completely covering his face, with only his strangely colored green and red eyes showing. The other individual on their left looked slightly different. He had his collar popped open, showing off the upper parts of his chest with a necklace with a weird symbol hanging from it, and was carrying a large red scythe with 3 blades on it. He also had silver, slicked back hair, purple eyes and a pretty normal yet irate-looking face. The thing was though that had Naruto raised an eyebrow at was not only were the two intruders wearing headbands from Takegakure and Yugakure respectively, but the village symbols that represented each of them were slashed out. That was something the Jinchuriki had never seen before. Who the heck are these guys? Naruto wondered, taking in their individual appearances. They sure dressed funny if anything else. But despite what he could make of them, the aura he could feel being emitted off of their bodies was almost choking him. He was pretty sure that they were also having the same effect on the other three men in the room. Another thing that he was pretty certain of was that these were the people Gato was talking about, the new hired guns, or so he said. The Jinchuriki tensed a little at the rapidly developing situation. Maybe I should attack them, take them by surprise. Don't even think about it, kid, the voice of the Kyuubi suddenly spoke up, startling Naruto from his state of readiness. Just sit back and keep quiet. Don't do anything that will let them know you're here. Why? I may be stuck inside of you behind this damn gate, but I can still feel the killer intent these two are giving off. Stay the fuck away from them. Hearing how worried the Kyuubi was sounding struck a chord with Naruto. If his nine-tailed companion was actually speaking up and telling him not to engage someone in battle, then it meant one of two things. 1. The Kyuubi was doing it to keep him from getting into trouble because he cared, or 2. Because the fox could genuinely feel how powerful these guys were and was telling the kid not to cross their path because they would kill him. Naruto figured it was more around the latter. If that were the case, then the Jinchuriki decided to do what the fox told him and back down. Why the hell did you drag me all the way down here with you? The man with silver hair spoke up in annoyance, turning his glare onto his masked partner. This is just another one of your fucking money-lording jobs. It's just a waste of my time. Shut up, Haiden, the masked man shot back, not taking his eyes off of the three men in the room. As far as I'm concerned, your entire life is wasteful. Ignoring the profound swearing from his teammate, the intimidating figure entered the room in stride, followed closely by the foul-mouthed weapon user. As they approached the desk, both Waraji and Zori broke apart and gave them some room, plenty of room. Gato uno presume. Why yes, Gato gulped, adjusting the glasses over his eyes and glaring back at the pair that stopped in front of his desk. I'm guessing you're Akatsuki? Right, the masked newcomer nodded, throwing his hardest of stares at the short man behind the desk. The amount of ki the guy was emitting had the magnate trembling in his seat with a feeling that he was about to be snuffed out at any second. Kakuzu, and that's all you're getting for introductions. Now what was so important that you had to contact our group and ask for us to come down here? I'm a busy man and I don't like to be kept waiting. Truth was he came down here as fast as he could because he heard that it was Gato that was requesting their group's services. Gato, as in, billion-dollar business owner. Billion-dollar business owner meant big checks for small jobs. Small jobs meant easy money. That's all the information the man identified as Kakuzu needed to hightail it from the Kumo region to get all the way down here. He could practically hear money ringing in his ears with every step that he took towards Wave. Adjusting his specs, Gato fixed the tall assassin with as firm a stare as he could muster before getting straight down to business. He was fully aware of who he was dealing with now and could feel the man's aura blasting him in the face. He had to be careful with what he said next. I called you two here because I have a few problems I would like for you to solve for me, and I'm willing to pay you both handsomely should you succeed. Kakuzu's eyebrow arched upwards. You have my undivided attention. Gato wiped his brow with a handkerchief before continuing. God, this guy's voice was scary. First and foremost, my ships are being attacked along their primary route out of the island by a sea monster that I suspect is living somewhere in the general area. I want you to find out where its den is and kill it. Go on, Kakuzu stated, glare tightening. He was expecting more to this, since he figured the man wouldn't lead off with his biggest problem. Secondly, the bridge being built across the channel. The man in charge of its construction has apparently fled the island, but his family is still living here in their cozy little home on the outskirts beside the village's main lake. He has a daughter and a grandson. I want you to bring one of them to me so I can use them as a bargaining chip to scare the man out of building his bridge, Gato stated with a sly smirk. I only need one of them. And? Kakuzu asked, waiting for the last and final part of the contract the man was currently writing up with them. The man I originally hired to do these jobs is ducking me and refusing to follow my instructions. He's proving to be a real pain in the ass if I'm honest, so I want him gone, but I know he won't leave quietly, Gato said while lacing his fingers together on the desk in front of him. You should know him. He's a jonin formerly of Kirigakure, Zabuza Momochi, also known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. I want you to find him and his partners, and get rid of them. Kakuzu paused on the info regarding the rogue ninja. Zabuza Momochi? If he remembered correctly, that was Kisame's old partner, wasn't it? He'd heard stories that all members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were ridiculously strong, especially that particular one and his blue-skinned partner, who was currently shacking up with their lot. Though the masked bounty hunter was confident in his abilities to kill the man, no questions asked, there was still one bit of information he was missing. It was also the most important bit as far as the assignments went. That's all well and good. Of course, my partner and I will be more than happy to solve these little problems of yours, Kakuzu began, elbowing his teammate in the stomach to stop him from making some smartass comment or words against his decision before stepping forward. But, you seem to have dodged a rather significant detail regarding all of these jobs. He stopped just inches from the desk, close enough to have Gato lean back and nearly slide under it from how the man towered over him. How much will you be willing to pay to have these missions completed? And be warned, your first offer may decide whether or not I take both you and your little bodyguards apart, piece by piece, and play Jenga with all 3 of you until I'm satisfied. The 3 men stiffened at his words. Neither one of them could say they'd sweated this much before in their lives, because they hadn't. They also couldn't help but stand ramrod straight wherever they were or sit as stiff as a board from what the man threatened them with. Gato really needed to be careful with what he had to say to him next. Clearing his throat, the magnate sat back up to a more professional position and composed himself for the big number. I will pay you double the amount that Zabuza is worth, plus 15%. You can take his body and cash it in at the nearest bounty station to collect what's on his head afterwards, Gato informed quickly, hoping this would suffice. Kakuzu swore all 5 of his hearts skipped a beat at that offer and stood still for a good long minute, leaving the 3 men in momentary suspense. No matter how he tried to angle it, there was no denying that that was a lot of money. Zabuza's bounty was high enough on its own but double, plus a percentage, and he could cash in on the corpse after the kill? Fuck, it was like Christmas had come early. Hayden smirked when he saw the effect his partner had over those present in the room, wanting so badly to say something but not wanting to ruin the moment of watching the commoners standing under his shadow piss themselves for just being stared at by his teammate. After the appropriate pause was given, Kakuzu nodded, done. He then turned heel and moved out, strolling past his coworker who watched him leave with hands on his hips. So, what? Are we going to play Janken Fuckingpa to decide which one of us goes on which assignment? Hayden asked his partner, stopping him in his tracks. The silver-haired man walked up to stand beside him and focused his glare on the side of his face. Help me out here, Kakuzu. I'm still new to this whole partnering up business. A little more information or even a pamphlet would be much appreciated. I've already decided on what jobs each of us will get, Kakuzu replied, glaring back over at his partner and in a voice loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. I'll go hunt Zabuza and his gang. Since you're still new and just got off of probation, I'll give you the easy task. You can go get the Bridge Builders family and bring them here. Remember, we only need one alive. Hayden huffed and stuck his nose away. What fun is there in offing some widowed mother or her brat of a son? I figured you'd be thrilled, Kakuzu replied, expression unchanging. It's your hobby, isn't it? To slaughter people and offer them up as sacrifices to your imaginary friend? I call blasphemy, you old money-grubbing heathen. Hayden pointed at the masked bounty hunter with a deep frown in play. What I do is a spiritual agreement between myself and Lord Jashin. To put it to you simply, no. I'm not thrilled. Why do you get the fun part and I'm left to deal with the children? His partner got to hunt down a powerful Nuke-Neen and he was stuck babysitting some Bridge Builders family. That was grunt work. He demanded justice. I'm throwing you a bone here. Be grateful that I'm at least giving you something to do and not telling you to follow me around, which I know you hate, Kakuzu stated, turning to glare ahead of him again. After I've taken care of Zabuza and you've brought in the hostage, we'll go hunt down the sea monster. Hayden sighed and rubbed the back of his head in exasperation. It was after a moment of thinking about it he then half-heartedly settled on his chore and smirked widely. Fine. I'll go get the woman and kill the brat, and offer him up as another glorious sacrifice to Lord Jashin. He licked his lips excitedly. I think I'll actually enjoy cutting into the kid and watching him squirm. It should at least satisfy me for the next day or so. Whatever, Kakuzu replied, glancing back to glare at the 3 men standing behind them. He focused his attention on the magnate, who was the one who gave them their new assignments. I'll be back for my money in a couple of days, Gato. You'd better have it ready when I return, otherwise it's open heart surgery for everyone. He then left alongside his partner, who continued to show displeasure at the lack of fun his next mission was promising him. Zori, Waraji and Gato, once they were certain the pair had left, melted on the spot. While the muscle swordsman collapsed to the floor, the mogul slid down his chair, pouring sweat and looking utterly traumatized. That was terrifying. Who were those men, boss? Waraji asked, wiping his brow. Members of Akatsuki, an organization of powerful missing ninja, Gato replied, head slumping to the side in thought. The man in the mask? I've seen his face before in the bingo book. I never thought I'd ever see him in person. He's dangerous, that one. Why would you hire men like that to do these jobs? Zori asked, completely baffled by his boss's decision. It was bad enough he hired a shinobi as powerful and as dangerous as Zabuza to begin with, but then he hires somebody who seemed even more powerful and dangerous to deal with him. It didn't make any sense. Zabuza is a tough nut to crack. It would take a lot more than ordinary Hidden Village shinobi to take care of him, Gato replied, breathing a sigh. In terms of rogue ninja, I learned that the Demon of the Hidden Mist is one of the strongest out there. In order to avoid complications with the authorities and other countries, I needed both a powerful shinobi and someone not affiliated with any of the known shinobi nations to throw at him, as well as someone who could follow instructions. The Akatsuki was a safe bet. They have good results. But, you're going to be paying the man even more than what you promised Zabuza, Zori added. No one of that level of strength and skill are cheap anymore, Gato exclaimed, taking off his glasses and massaging the bridge of his nose. At least with Akatsuki I'm guaranteed success. They'll be able to wipe my slate clean, with no questions asked and no complications. That's all I really want at this point. With that understanding, while Zori and Waraji gathered back their senses, Naruto was left sitting in the air duct sweating up a storm. Geez. Even though he hadn't been directly a part of the events that just took place right in front of him, that whole standoff had been damn near terrifying. Whoever those two guys were, Akatsuki members, Kakuzu, Haiden, they were intimidating as hell. Naruto never thought there was anyone out there who could match Crow in terms of appearance and presence, but these guys trumped him by miles. They were in a completely different league of their own, a fact that the Kyuubi was well aware of and was partly responsible for his decision not to engage them in the end. Speaking of which, who were those two, Furball? Naruto asked, shivering slightly at the memory. The fox inside his head murmured uneasily. I don't know about the silver-haired one, but from the looks of the other guy, if I remember correctly, he was the same brat that tried to kill the first Hokage all those years ago. Wait, the first Hokage? Are you serious? Yeah. He crossed paths with Mito, the first's wife, whom was my Jinchuriki at the time and fought with both of them, the Kyuubi stated before frowning darkly. I swear to Kami that Hashirama chased that little spitfuck away after their fight. Guess he managed to survive after all. Okay. I'm going to venture a guess that there's a lot more to that story and why the hell someone like that is still alive and kicking, Naruto thought. Was he some kind of immortal being or something? Well, whatever the hell he was currently on the move, along with that other guy who wasn't afraid to swear publicly at every little thing around him. Even Tayuya wasn't as brazen as that when it came to freedom of speech. So they're both here at Gato's request, to kill a sea monster and some guy named Zabuza. That's not all, brat. Thinking back, Naruto then stiffened when he realized what else had been said and looked down the length of duct he'd taken to get here. Shit. They're going after that bridge builder's family. He may have been missing some facts, like the bridge and who this family actually was, but there was no way in hell he was going to let some murderer in a black bathrobe kill a mother and child. For the first time ever, Naruto had just seen Gato issue a direct order to a hired gun to go out and off someone like their life was expendable, like it meant nothing. This was not going to sit still with Naruto as long as he was around, and therefore propelled him into action. Without needing to be told twice, the Jinchuriki began scrambling down the ducts he'd gone through as fast as humanly possible. Making barely even a sound, he darted straight for the nearest exit. Kid, calm down and think about this, the Kyuubi spoke up in a frantic voice, concerned about the well-being of his container and any actions he was planning to take, as it would not only affect the kid but both of them. The killing intent leaking off of those two did not belong to a pair of ordinary shinobi. Those guys, especially that masked one, they mean business. I know. But I've got to do something. Naruto shouted back, expression desperate and alive with effort as he flew out of the open vent he used to enter the building and began bounding towards the forest. I can't just stand by and watch innocent people get hurt. I'll deal with Gato later. Those two come first. He didn't plan on tackling them head to head. No way. That Kakuzu person was one thing. The Kyuubi warned him to keep his distance from that one and he was going to listen, especially after learning that one little piece of history regarding his village's first leader. The other one though, even though they didn't have any idea who or what he was, if he was with that guy and able to talk so freely around him without fear of his wrath, then he also had to be freakishly strong too. In any case, Naruto was a man of action and it was action he was going to take to stop them from whatever they had cooked up. He just needed a strategy to go with his fists and he was good to go. This was something he thought about as his eyes locked onto the two dark figures as they exited Gato's mansion, split up, and started towards their objectives. Knowing where he needed to go next, he began shadowing Hyden well out of range. Naruto. Drifting. Breaking all the rules. Meanwhile, down on the beach. It had been a very strange day for Isaribi so far and, surprisingly, it had also proven to be one of the most pleasant days she could remember. At first the morning started out like any other, with her waking up alone in her little shack on the beach, glowering scornfully at the sun and the cold air that was there to greet her. Making herself breakfast and plans for the hours ahead, she expected nothing more but displeasure to come her way, even when she went out swimming for fish, urchins, and squids. However, all of that changed when Naruto came knocking on her door. At first she found his presence unsettling and distasteful, thinking he was nothing more than another boy from the island village coming over to throw stones and harass her. But, after forcing his way in, he showed nothing but genuine care and interest in her. It had been a perplexing experience, but even though she sat with him and left her body open to attack, he didn't take advantage of it. All he did was sit with her, make food, and talk with her, using the time they spent together to get to know her. The smiles he gave and the laughs he shared were genuine. It had been a welcome surprise for the purple-haired diver. No one had ever tried to get close to her or act friendly like that with her before. Hell, not even the people she worked for found her presence with them enjoyable, even the man who made her like this. He always treated her like an asset and sneered at her unpleasantly through his smirk. Naruto though, his smile was gentle and he wasn't afraid to be with her. Spending that hour with him had been a really enjoyable experience, even with knowing he was a Jinchuriki and him knowing she had been experimented on. When the time came they had to part ways, Isaribi could think of nothing afterwards but that boy's smile and hoped that he would be okay. He was going after Gato directly on his turf, so there was reason to be concerned. I hope he doesn't do anything reckless, Isaribi thought, strolling back to her shack along the beach with a bag of clams over her shoulder. Seeing how he'd reacted to that man's name, she wondered if Naruto was really going to be alright. Upon returning home the diver immediately shoved the clams into her freezer, making plans on removing the meat later onwards. With that done, she then went about cleaning up her place and checking on whatever stew was still left over, and stored it away for tomorrow. However, while she was moving about the shack and rearranging the rest of her belongings, a knock on the door had her look up in surprise. Weary as always, she approached the door and leant against it. As soon as her ear came in contact with the brittle surface, a voice spoke. "It's me, Isaribi." Pulling away, the teen slowly unlocked the door and opened it, where she looked up to see a man in a white lab coat, purple tunic and pants, with pale hair tied into a ponytail, large nose and small iris eyes smirking down at her. The shadow he cast was eerie, but didn't affect Isaribi at all. She merely stood in place, right there in the entrance to her home, and looked back at the man with cold indifference. "Amachi? What is it?" The man dipped his head to her in greeting. "The envoy from Orochimaru-sama has arrived. He's here to inspect the facility and to receive a full report on our current progress." Isaribi blinked, yet her expression remained unmoving. "Do I need to be there?" "The visitor demands that all staff from this branch of the research division be present for a full assessment. You know how important our work is to our master. Full cooperation is to be had by all operatives, no matter how big or small they are," Amachi stated with authority in his voice. "I'm sure you understand how important our line of research is." Looking down thoughtfully, Isaribi took a moment to contemplate on the matter before panning back up. "What about the surgery you promised me?" Her eyes furrowed as she asked him this. "You said that if I worked for you for a little while longer that you would be able to fix me. I want to go back to how I was before. I want to be able to look normal again." "I'm nearly there, sweetheart. It's only a matter of time before the solution to your current state will reveal itself from the code and I'll be able to perform the necessary changes to make your transformations perfect," Amachi stated, giving her an assuring smile. He then stepped away and turned side-on to her door. "I promise. Now come. Kimimaro-san is waiting for us at the main hall." Still not sold on the medical nin's progress on her situation, Isaribi nevertheless did as instructed and followed him out. Making sure her shack was locked up, she then shadowed her caretaker down the beach towards the cliffs, hands at her sides and an emotionless look on her face. While she walked, Isaribi turned her gaze towards the island, fixing her eyes on the forests up on the highlands where a worried gleam then flashed through her eyes. Naruto. Oh. Meanwhile, hot on the trail of her roommate's whereabouts, Tayuya had just arrived at the main postal services district several blocks away from where she'd run into Shikamaru and Choji. Standing on one of the many buildings where processing and filing took place, the red-haired Kunoichi was currently crouching atop the pagoda roofline providing cover for the many carriages below, and looking down into the small hole that had been punched into it. Running a hand over the cracked tiles, the girl raised an eyebrow at the unusual addition to the structure before dropping through it. When she landed in the parking bay below and stood up, she saw a courier ninja dressed in green uniform walking by with pad in hand checking the numbers. When he came close, Tayuya waved. Excuse me. The employee looked up with a start. Oh, yes? How can I help you, miss? Tayuya pointed at the ground she was standing on. Could you tell me what carriages have been parked in this space in the past couple of days? The surprised postman frowned and turned towards the girl standing in the section below the walkway. A lot of carriages come through here every day, miss. You may need to be a little more specific. Frowning, Tayuya then pointed towards the hole in the ceiling. I'm guessing this wasn't here before. Following her gesture, the courier shinobi shook his head when he looked up at the massive gap. No, it wasn't. We've just hired a genin team to come fix that up tomorrow. Well then, do you mind telling me when the hole was made? I'd say inside the past 2 days, the courier shinobi replied, slipping his clipboard under his arm as he engaged the girl in conversation. Kazuki noticed it on his shift and reported it to the boss. We've closed this space down for the safety of the transport carriages and their goods until it's repaired. I need to know the last carriage that came through here, the time he noticed this hole and where it was headed, Tayuya stated, placing her hands on her hips. I think he may have had an unregistered passenger on board. Surprised by this statement, the courier shinobi looked up at the hole and back down at the girl a couple of times. After which he then gave an understanding nod and headed in to fetch the manifest. The redhead waited patiently and surveyed the area, checking out all the other wagons and carts surrounding her before the man returned with the information several minutes later. He flipped through the sheets before stopping on the form of the day the issue of the hole in the roof arose. Reading through it quickly, he paused on the last customer number to be signed in and turned his attention back to his inquirer. The last carriage that came through here was a horse-drawn type being driven by a man named Kenta. He was making a delivery of mechanical parts and tools to the Land of Waves for Gato Shipping and Transport, the worldwide company owned by billionaire magnate Gato. I'm sure you've heard of him. Tayuya's heart skipped a beat at the mention of that name. Eyes wide in horror and panning down in shock, the girl spent the next minute in silence wondering what kind of hell Naruto was being dragged into. Whether it was by his will or not, it didn't matter, the boy was still being transported there. It quickly became apparent from the evidence here and the damage caused to the roof that her friend may have hurt himself and wound up in the back of a carriage. Though it seemed impossible, Tayuya had heard the story many times of how Naruto wound up in the land of the Great River before, so it was no stretch of her imagination to believe that the same thing may have happened to the blonde again. She rubbed her forehead worryingly and looked away in frustration. Damn it, shithead. How rotten is your luck? Stuff like this doesn't just happen to normal people. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't a normal person. He was a fantastic person and a magnet for trouble. Miss, the courier ninja exclaimed, clearing his throat and getting the girl's attention again. Are you okay? Tayuya mustered a grin and threw it at the man in all its amused glory. Oh yeah. I'm just peachy. She then bowed to him in gratitude. Thanks so much for your help. With that said and done, the redhead then sprinted out of the loading bay and began making her way back towards her apartment, leaving a startled postmaster shinobi behind. Now that she knew what had happened and where Naruto could have possibly gone, she now knew what she had to do next. She only hoped that with all her dawdling she wasn't too late. Sometime later? Back in Wave? Inside the small house situated on a wharf beside a large inlet, a young woman with long blue hair, apron, and pink blouse with red trim could be seen standing at the kitchen sink washing dishes from today's lunch. Humming a gentle tune to herself as she carried on with her task at a leisurely pace, she paused briefly from her scrubbing of plates to look towards the hallway leading out of the dining area. Inari, do you want to help me hang the laundry after I'm done here? Her voice echoed through the house to the other end, after which she waited patiently for a response. She didn't have to wait long. Sure, Mum. I'll be right down, the voice of a small boy on the upper floor replied. Beaming, the woman of the house returned to her work. She blitzed through the small pile of dirty dishes and the cooking pot effortlessly. When time came that she found herself cleaning the last cup from the rack and she was about to head off to the laundry to carry on with her next task, a sudden eventuality unexpectedly tore all plans she had from that point forward down. The sound of what she first thought to be a storm hammered against the back of her home, the woman gasping in horror and turning around just in time to see the entire section of wall on the far side of the room get cut down by an unseen force. Moments later, after the barrier at the side of the dining area collapsed to the ground to form a pile of useless timber, light from the outside world poured in to reveal a dark figure standing on the other side, flying a black cloak with red clouds on it. After stepping in through the newly made entrance, a loud thud rang out as the intruder propped his weapon against his shoulder and breathed a sigh of annoyance. Why the fuck does that arrogant prick Kakuzu stick me with this bullshit assignment? Ugh. When I'm through with my part, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Hayden's voice filled the air as he kicked aside the debris and entered the kitchen. Looking around exhaustedly, his eyes then landed on the shocked female standing beside the kitchen desk. Alright, let's get this shit over with. Are you the bridge builder's daughter Tsunami? Please say yes. He hoped he hadn't broken into some random person's house. Again. If he had, then this would be his third house today. The woman tried to back away, but couldn't due to the counter behind her. Looking left and right, she saw there was nowhere she could run to or escape, so when she saw the intimidating man with the sickle attached to a long cable march forward and suddenly kick aside the dining table, she knew she was cornered. Tsunami let out a cry of terror and collapsed to the ground. Seconds after her fall, a pattering of footsteps on the stairwell in the hall suddenly drew everyone's attention to the kitchen's entrance, where they saw the face of a small boy poke into view. "Mum, what's wrong?" Inari asked, only to stop dead in his tracks when he saw the man with the massive weapon towering over his mother. Stiffening up, the adolescent looked back at the intruder with a look of pure terror. Hayden raised an eyebrow as he gazed over his shoulder at the newcomer, a boy dressed in a yellow shirt, green suspenders and a blue and white striped hat. "Ah. So you must be the brat." Tsunami's eyes widened even more so when she spotted her son. "Don't come. Run away, Inari." Hearing this had Hayden grin widely as he looked the child over. "Heh, this is perfect. Both of you are here. In that case." Slinging the scythe off of his shoulder and slamming one of the blades into the ground, the Akatsuki member stepped back and glanced confidently between the two. "Which one of you am I going to take as a hostage?" "Hostage?" Inari began to shrink back behind the frame of the door. However, upon looking around the room and seeing what the man had done to the wall of their home, both he and his mother knew instantly that a barrier of wood and plaster wasn't going to stop that weapon of his from carving through either of them. All the youngster could do at that point was tremble and whimper in fear as he stared at the villainous figure, who began pointing between them over and over again while mumbling "eeny, meeny, miny, mo." "Oh no." His finger eventually settling on the woman on the ground, Hayden's excitement soared. "So the wench wins the draw after all. That's a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing your pretty little body drawn and quartered across the wall. It would have been something of a masterpiece." Checking the woman out, the assassin then rounded slowly on the boy, murderous grin flashing into view when he saw the child was frozen with fear. "Looks like I'm going to have to settle for the offspring." Hayden started towards the boy, dragging his triple-bladed scythe across the wooden floor and carving a nice gash in its surface. As the man closed the distance between them, Inari jumped out of his state of terror and began backing away, only to stop pressed up against the wall behind him. Seeing her son unable to move and the dangerous assailant advancing on him, Tsunami reacted instinctively. She leaned forward in panic. "Don't you dare lay a finger on him," she shrieked, stopping Hayden in his tracks and getting him to glare back at her. "If you touch him, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself." Standing within the frame of the hallway entrance just feet away from his quarry, the serious-looking Hayden considered the words shouted at him for a moment. Looking back at the brat, he saw the boy looking fearfully across at his mother, silently shaking his head no. After a minute of silence, in which the Akatsuki member pondered deeply over his debacle, he then scoffed in amusement and nodded haughtily at the woman. "Like I care if you go and off yourself for your son. That shit doesn't work on me," Hayden exclaimed, much to Tsunami's horror. He raised his scythe off of the floor and held it firmly in a single-handed grip. "Fuck it. If Kakuzu doesn't get paid for a third of the work, then let him get pissed. It was a small-time job anyway and he hadn't killed anyone in ages. He was going to savor this one." Hayden walked closer, coming within range of the child who gazed in terror at the man as he raised his weapon to the side and held it parallel to the ground. The grin on the Akatsuki member's face became even more prominent as he envisioned the cutlets he was going to make out of the youngster beneath him. "I'll start with removing your head from your neck and work my way down." As Inari's eyes widened, Tsunami scrambled forwards to her feet. "Stop it. No!" she cried, seeing Hayden lift his weapon and swing. However, just before the assassin could carve into the child, he was unexpectedly blindsided and blasted off his feet in mid-attack by what looked like a tree slamming into him with the force of several charging elephants. With nowhere to dodge and no time to react, it was a sure hit. The huge object ripped across the kitchen with the Akatsuki member mashed against it, tearing up the floor and ceiling before flying straight out the entrance the would-be assassin had formed earlier. Hayden's exit with the airborne piece of nature punched an even bigger hole in the wooden house before he and the tree spiraled across the wharf, out over the water for a good 100 meters, before crashing into the lake in a spectacular splash. The tower of water that rocketed into the air was like a depth charge going off, a moment that lasted for only a few seconds before settling back into the calm blue. Stunned at seeing a massive oak, roots and all, literally take out the would-be killer, both Inari and Tsunami looked in the direction it had come from to see exactly what had happened. When they did, they were both shocked to see that their hallway as well as their beloved home had practically been sawn in half by the object that had been sent careening through it. Not only had it exited through a wall, it had started through one at the front, plowed down the corridor, at the same time trailing tiles, rubble, and branches, and had pretty much lain everything standing in its path to the ground before taking out the antagonist in question. The tree looked like it had been ripped out from the edge of the forest just several yards from their house. Despite all the damages and the fact that it had been a tree thrown at the man, it had still been a damn good shot. As the two family members remained in place and questioned the lack of physical sense behind the sudden development, they were unexpectedly startled out of their reverie by an orange figure dropping down from the destroyed roof and landing between them. Standing up, the blonde-haired newcomer smiled as he looked at both the mother and son. "Are you two all right?" Tsunami, on her knees, nodded silently in response, as did Inari, only his answer came accompanied by fits of both shivers and sweats. "Good," Naruto sighed, looking up towards the large hole he'd made in the building's wall as well as the water of the lake he could see settling in the distance. After surveying the results of his close save, the boy looked up to continue his revision of his attack, whistling when he caught a good shot of the sky peeking through the massive gap in the ceiling. "Damn. That worked out better than I thought it would. What was that, like 150 miles an hour? Shit. Sorry about that." He grinned down at the still gawking woman, at the same time blindly pointing up at the ruined section above him as bits of ceiling started to crumble around them. "I can fix that." Before Tsunami could say anything in kind, she suddenly felt something small tackle her and blinked in surprise when she saw that her little Inari had gotten up from his side of the room and leapt at her in a tight hug. Feeling him begin to sob with his embrace, the mother smiled and returned it gladly as she also began to silently cry. Naruto watched the pair reunite following the shocking conflict with a warm smile, giving them all the time they needed to regain their bearings until he saw the woman peer up at him through tear-strung eyes some minutes later. Inari also looked around and across at him, both mother and child appearing relieved and grateful at his life-saving actions. "Thank you," Tsunami murmured. The Jinchuriki grinned brightly. "That's all right. I'm just glad I was able to hit the guy before." He then stopped, eyes widening before his head snapped sharply towards the hole where the tree had exited. An unpleasant feeling drifting through the air quickly drew Naruto's eyes over to the area of disturbance. Confused by the startled response of their savior, both Tsunami and Inari looked in the direction he did. Staring through the hole, the two civilians also recoiled in horror and disbelief when, out on the surface of the lake around the same area the tree had landed, they saw the soaked body of Hayden pull itself up from the depths of the inlet to stand atop the gentle waves like he were standing on solid ground. Drenched in water with blood dribbling out of the corner of his mouth, the previously submerged assassin cracked his neck as he held his scythe firmly at his side. Spitting the fluids out of his mouth, he fixed his most menacing glare on the house 100 meters out and growled at the shocked trio he could see inside. "That hurt, you little shit," Hayden growled, guessing that it had been the newly arrived blonde-haired kid responsible for sending an oak 20 meters tall flying through the house and straight into him like an 18-wheeler on a freeway. While that was perhaps one of the best shots anyone had ever gotten in on him in his entire career as an unkillable shinobi, the fact that it came out of nowhere made the impact even more potent than what it had been. His head was still ringing from a concussion. "Not cool. I almost drowned under that massive son of a bitch. Do you know what drowning feels like? It fucking sucks." Tsunami and Inari's eyes were wide in fear, but not as wide as Naruto's as he gawked at the man out on the lake. What the hell? The Jinchuriki just couldn't fathom it. Why isn't he dead yet? I put enough power behind that tree to turn every single bone in his body into gravel. Shaking his head, the blonde glared down at his stomach. "Furball. Are you seeing this?" The Kyuubi's mouth was also hanging open from where he was lying, seeing, still, working on believing. Rolling a shoulder, Hayden lifted his head with a murderous stare locked firmly onto the family, an expression that was shortly joined by a grin. "You just used up your one freebie against me. Now I'm afraid I'm going to have the pleasure of killing all three of you one by one, starting with the blonde-haired jackass who thought it was funny to drop a fucking tree on top of me." With that threat made, he exploded from his spot and dashed across the lake towards them at. Fucking hell. How fast was this guy? All three of them reacted in alarm. Acting quickly, Naruto yanked back the sleeve on his right arm and threw it forward, a crack of an air gun ringing out as a cluster of sparkling fireworks were sent flying at the fast-approaching figure. The silver-haired assailant looked up to see the flashy projectiles converge on him before they peppered him repeatedly with stun shots. The sparkling flash bangs smashed into Haiden over and over again, staggering him back and getting the man to frantically wave his scythe around in front of him in an attempt to ward off the barrage. To no avail. They were so small and so light, it was like trying to hit dust particles. Ah. What the fuck? Gah. Damn it. Whatever the hell these things were, they stung like a bitch. As Haiden was driven back by the shower of sparklers, Naruto flew through hand seals before aiming his right hand forward, a swirl of white smoke appearing in front of his open palm. Futon, Oroshur. Wind release, wind blowing down from the mountains. As soon as he chanted those words, the smoke in front of his palms expanded outwards at an alarming rate. What followed was equivalent to a massive bomb going off in the form of hurricane winds and clouds of smoke, which blasted out in all directions and consumed everything in their paths. Haiden was able to look up just in time to see rings of white and gray clouds rocket into the air like a nuclear bomb exploding, before he was hit by the thick wall of smoke at ground level. The gale force winds propelling the smog at him knocked him off his feet and sent him tumbling across the water before he eventually skidded to a halt. He shielded himself with his arms as the waves of cloud and high winds crashed into him, his surroundings consumed in nothing but gray and white. "Damn you, you little bastard!" Haiden bellowed, slicing at the clouds with his scythe and slowly carving away at it. "Don't think you can get away from me in this shit. I'll fucking hunt you down, skin you alive and wear you like a motherfucking trench coat." However, thanks to the massive mushroom cloud hanging in the sky and pretty much blinding the Akatsuki member in airspace that had the consistency of soup, the man would later find after 15 minutes of chopping through the dense smoke that Naruto, Tsunami and Inari were long gone from the house. You could say that after the last wisps of cloud dissipated on the wind and Haiden soon found himself standing in a deserted, ruined house, that he was less than jubilant at the undesired turn of events. Fuck. Yeah. Let's just go with less than jubilant. Oh. Half an hour later? Naruto could honestly say he had never sprinted that fast away from a person before in his life, because whatever happened back at that house had just been pure insanity. At first the blonde thought he'd well and truly flattened the guy he was aiming for with that tree he sent hurling through the small home. Sure, about 30% of that kill shot had been pure luck, the rest of it had been all him and the attack landed dead on. He never missed with that attack. Never. However, when it appeared the day had been saved and he'd taken care of one of the two mercenaries hired by Gato, he then watched as the guy he sent to the bottom of the lake pull himself out of the water like a zombie and come right back at him like the attack didn't faze him at all. Naruto was confident enough in his abilities to know how much force he could put behind an object to kill someone. That one would have definitely greased even his sensei if it was clean and he wasn't expecting it, just like what he did to that guy. He decimated boulders with trees flying at that speed. So how in the name of Davy Jones' locker did that guy get up after his bones were practically shattered, his insides turned into a smoothie and he'd been drowned at the same time? That just wasn't physically possible, so much so that seeing the guy come charging straight at him like a madman after bringing himself back to life nearly had Naruto shit himself. Thankfully he had the right frame of mind to make a tactical retreat instead, and what a retreat it was. Carrying both the woman and her son over both of his shoulders, the boy flew through the trees as fast as his legs would allow. He didn't even bother looking back as he was afraid the bastard was right behind him. He continued running till he was well inside the thick of the forest and several hills over that he eventually decided to stop. It wasn't that he was tired, oh no. Far from it. He could have kept up that pace till he did a full lap of the planet and then some. He only stopped because his passengers were telling him through use of discrete sign language that they were in serious discomfort at flying backwards through the trees at above normal speed and were about to lose it. Coaching to a stop after checking that the coast was clear, feeling out just to make sure the man with silver hair wasn't onto them, Naruto then dropped all of them down into a clearing with a stream running through it and scattered. While the Jinchuriki stood to the side and caught his breath, the mother and son he'd helped save were on their knees, panting and trying to regain their sense of balance, with the latter doing his best trying not to puke. Apparently the shock of nearly being cut to pieces by some undead monster was too great for him to stomach. Tsunami, sweating up a storm, looked up at the blonde glaring over his shoulder and into the woods. Who was that man back there? The Jinchuriki's gaze narrowed, a really dangerous assassin from a group hired by Gato. He was sent to abduct one of you to be used as a bargaining chip against some bridge builder who's causing problems for him. The blonde looked over to see the stunned expression of the blue-haired woman gazing back at him. From the look on your face, I'm guessing you know who I'm talking about. Tsunami nodded. My father, Tazuna. He's a master architect and designer, and is the head of construction here in the Land of Waves. He's best known for designing and building some of the newest buildings in the main village. This news had Naruto raise an eyebrow. Could you tell me why the biggest tool in history I know wants to get rid of your old man? Crawling over to her bent-over son to rest an arm around him and pull him into a tight hug when he desired comfort, Tsunami continued speaking, albeit a distraught look on her face. Years ago, Gato came to this island and seized control of all shipping and industry here in Wave. When he took control of all the routes to and from the mainland, the entire population started to suffer. People were forced to pay huge taxes in order to conduct any business or to purchase any goods through his company. Unable to make any money, the people started to starve and the island began to fall apart. Naruto's frown deepened as he listened to the woman talk, watching as she rocked Inari from side to side as the boy started sobbing again. He could safely say that they'd never experienced something like this. Sure, they must have had run-ins with Gato's other cronies several times before, but no one like that guy. That was an experience they would rather soon forget. To save Wave Country, my father began construction of a bridge to the mainland. If we're able to connect to the continent, trade for the people will open up again, the villagers will be freed and Gato's empire here will crumble, Tsunami stated, looking across at the boy as firmly as she could as she told him the reason why they were being targeted. My father and his bridge is the only thing standing between the death of our nation and Gato. That monster is so intent on holding on to all of the power he has here, he will do anything to try and stop us. So he's tried to fight you many times before? Naruto asked. Tsunami nodded affirmatively while rubbing the back of her son's head, and it's not the first time he's tried to take a life from our family. Inari's father and my husband. The woman hugged her son even tighter. A man named Kaiza, he was regarded as one of the strongest men this nation has ever seen and was viewed by the entire island as its greatest hero. When Gato came in and began taking over everything, he stood up to him. Because he spoke out against him and fought against him, Gato had him arrested and executed in front of the entire village. He sacrificed himself to try and save us. She shut her eyes as tears threatened to spill. And he didn't give up, even to the end. To say that story moved Naruto was an understatement. The boy looked like he had been thrown into shock, but was in fact thrown into awe by what he had been told. He gazed down at both the mother and son as they embraced on the grass, processing the tale of the person who'd fought Gato here quietly in his head. From it, Naruto could feel nothing but respect for this man and acknowledged his actions as one of the most selfless and noble he'd ever heard. This Kaiza, whoever he was, he'd fought against Gato to protect his people and to protect his homeland. The fact that he was only one person had Naruto respect the guy even more. Hell, Tsunami didn't say anything about him being a ninja or a person capable of manipulating chakra, so Naruto assumed he was just an ordinary villager with a strong arm, a strong spirit and a good heart. That hit him deep knowing that there were ordinary people out there who would do that. No wonder his loss came as such heartbreak to the family. He wasn't only a part of their family, he was also their idol, their village's hero, and a man the entire country looked up to. Naruto bowed his head in understanding. I'm sorry. While Tsunami hugged her son to her and shed a few tears of her own, the young boy wearing the cap and suspenders looked up from the crook of his mother's collar and gazed towards their savior. When he saw the blonde looking down at him, the shaken youngster with tears streaming down his face sniffled as he gazed back into the teen's firm eyes. Who are you? Naruto stepped forward, hands balled at his sides. Me? Seeing both their eyes land on him, the Jinchuriki bucked up all the confidence he could and smiled. I'm just a stranger here to help. Are you, someone from the village? Inari asked, having not seen this person before. Where did you come from? I did come from a village, but not one from this island, Naruto stated, gaze hardening. I came here from the mainland. I'd like to tell you where exactly, but I don't think that's a good idea. Both Tsunami and Inari looked up at him curiously, before the woman stiffened. How did you know that Gato sent that man after us? Naruto scratched the side of his head anxiously. I found out when I snuck into his mansion. I was hiding in his office and was preparing to jump him when I saw that guy and his partner enter, and listened in as Gato gave them their missions. Apparently, your grandfather isn't the only one the bastard's after. There are a couple other people on this island he wants killed. Tsunami nodded in understanding while Inari looked up at him with wide eyes. Why, you were trying to get Gato? To kill him? Naruto glanced at him next. I was going to catch him and beat him to a bloody pulp, yes. He slipped a hand into his pocket and furrowed his brow. If he caused me any trouble, then I would probably have done more than knock a few teeth out of his mouth. Then you're not scared of him? Inari asked, shaking and starting to look even more concerned. How come? Look, this isn't the first time I've fought against the asshole, and this isn't the first time he's tried to take over a whole country, Naruto informed, looking seriously between the two. 2 years ago, Gato tried to seize control of a small country in the far west on the mainland, the land of the Great River. He raised a thumb and jabbed it into his chest, standing up to full height before the mother and son duo. I destroyed the dam he built there and chased him out of the country. He got away before I could catch him, and I haven't seen or heard anything about him for months. But now that I've found out that he's here, this time it's going to be different. I'm going to free this place from him like I did before and take him down for good. Tsunami and Inari were stunned, looking up at the newcomer as he glared down at them with poise. The look in his eyes and his face conveyed nothing but confidence, so it was impossible for them to tell whether he was lying or not. From what they'd seen before, however, how he managed to take down that man and took off running with them like they weighed nothing, it was hard to doubt him, even if he was a kid. Why, you're a shinobi? Tsunami asked. Yes, Naruto said, giving them a smile. You're really going to try and save us? Inari asked, looking up at the blonde in awe. Save us from Gato? Damn right I am. But aren't you afraid of him? Of that man he sent after us? Inari asked, still fearful of what's going to happen. How can you stand up to someone like that? Gato was one thing. That man was strong because of the power he had over others and the influence he possessed. That other guy though was strong for another reason. Not only that, but he was able to get back up and come after them after being crushed and drowned. All things considered, the blonde-haired boy standing before him and speaking such words of self-assurance should have been scared stiff. But, for some strange reason, he wasn't. Naruto smirked widely. I may look weak and I may be just some scrappy kid, but that doesn't mean I won't fight. The blonde placed his hands on his hips as he gave the youngster his most honest gleam. Standing on the sidelines and doing nothing is useless. It doesn't solve anything. Even if you're just one person against the entire world and there are strong people standing in your way, as long as you have something worth fighting for, then that's enough to keep you going. Inari gazed at him silently and in wonder, earning a friendly grin from the blonde and a pat on the head. Upon removing his hand and seeing the youngster wipe away his tears, Naruto then looked back over his shoulder with a frown in the direction they'd come. I would have stopped Gato over an hour ago if it wasn't for those two. I needed to focus all of my attention on them, so I couldn't divide up my efforts through shadow clones. Now I just need to take you somewhere safe so that I can go after the boss without having to worry about that crazy bastard in the bathrobe finding you too. Tsunami looked up at him with concern. How are you going to beat him? I don't know, the Jinchuriki replied quickly, clenching his fists. Things were a lot simpler when people just rolled over after taking an attack as big as that last one he threw. The fact that that Haiden guy could get up after taking a blow meant to be lethal meant his job got even more complicated. But what I do know is that guy is Jonin level. Though that massive sickle he's carrying around with him should weigh him down a bit, he's still really fast. I'm guessing just below Kakashi-sensei. I was lucky he was still tripping balls from taking that hit, otherwise he would have been right on top of us. Though the mercenary didn't appear physically affected by the blow, he still had his brain rattled and waterlogged from being both hit and submerged underwater. With that in mind, he turned back to the pair beside him. I can't take you to any of this island's villages, otherwise a lot of innocent people are going to get hurt. Is there anywhere around here you guys can hide? Tsunami shook her head. No. The villages are the only places I know that are safe. She then turned her head and looked through the trees, following the breaking lights coming down from the canopy. Maybe the forest? This island is covered in mangroves. Yeah, Naruto replied, looking up with a skeptical expression, but I don't know how long you'll be able to use it as cover. If that guy is as tough as he looks, he'll be able to track you down in a few hours by following your scent. We'll need to cross the rivers and traverse the swamps to lose him completely, and stay downwind from his every position. Looking down at Tsunami and her son, he saw them brace themselves as he gave them a reassuring smile. I'll take you to the other side of the island. Not sure how long that'll take, but this place is huge. Come on. Without hesitation, the mother and son stood up and watched closely as the boy who saved them took action. Creating a bunch of shadow clones, Naruto had a handful of them use the henge technique to transform into Tsunami and Inari respectively. Once he was sure that their disguises were spot on, he and one of his other untransformed doppelgangers picked the pair up and took off into the woods, while the other teams broke off in completely different directions. If he played this one right, he would definitely make finding them impossible for their silver-haired hunter. This was where all his years of pulling pranks on the shinobi of his village would come into play. The original with the family of 2 in tow made a break for it, following a zigzag pattern towards the other side of the island. In order to make life difficult for any pursuers, Naruto charged expertly through the trickiest terrain imaginable. While ordinary shinobi would find the path he took frustrating, a person of his background went through it easily as he flew across the mangroves and the occasional rocky plateaus within the forest. For the next 40 minutes, he and his copy hiked through the dense undergrowth of the island that was wave country, every so often checking on his progress and making tabs on the route back. Eventually the blonde slowed his pace down when they pulled across a clearing, and stopped on the very edge of the tree line with Tsunami and Inari right with him. When they stepped into the light, they suddenly got a little surprise. "Huh? Who's that?" Inari asked. Naruto and Tsunami remained silent as the 3 of them looked out across from their spot toward the stranger they could see kneeling in the middle of the grassy open. Wearing a pink kimono robe with long dark hair and a pretty face to match her guise, the small band guessed the young girl to be a couple years older than the Jinchuriki and, from the way the sun was bouncing off of her, she was honestly quite beautiful. The person had in fact been in the process of collecting herbs from the clearing when she was interrupted from her task by the arrival of the trio. Looking up in surprise, the soft gaze of the teenager locked onto the newcomers as Naruto cautiously entered the vicinity with his cargo in tow. Basket at her side, the young girl remained quiet when the new arrivals came within comfortable speaking range of her, where both groups then stood at distance and simply stared at one another. Sensing no hostilities or anything threatening from the villager, Naruto gave the pretty face a moment of pause before a bright smile crossed his face. He nodded politely to the teen when their stares met. "Hello." Caught a bit by surprise, the teenager in pink returned the greeting. Hello. "Sorry if we surprised you," Naruto exclaimed while stepping forward, carrying Tsunami safely on his back. "I know this might sound a little strange, but do you know if there are any good places to hide around here?" Yeah, like that question wasn't suspicious at all. He was carrying a mother and child with him, so that along with his polite inquiry would definitely send a few mixed messages. Hopefully she wouldn't take this the wrong way. The girl blinked in confusion. Places to hide? Naruto nodded, adjusting the woman he was carrying on his back as she started to slide down a little. Yeah, like a cave, or a tree with big roots or a ravine, or something. Could you help us out? Tsunami poked her head around and sent a pleading look towards the young teenager. Please. There is a very bad man chasing us and we don't have anywhere else to go. Hearing this from the mother and looking at the blonde, his doppelganger, and the child on the clone's back who also appeared quite scared, the stranger gave the group a moment of deep consideration. Taking into account their current conditions, how scared the woman and the young boy looked, and hearing that someone was after them, it didn't take the young girl long to read her moral compass to make a decision before she rose to her feet. Taking her basket of herbs with her, the villager in the kimono smiled at them. "I think I can help," the stranger spoke, nodding into the forest behind her. "Follow me." Smiles appearing on their faces, Naruto set both Tsunami and Inari on their feet and dispelled his clone. Safely on the ground, the small group then followed the girl in pink into the woods. Sticking close behind her, they traversed across a flat plain of forest for the next few minutes or so, with the Jinchuriki taking his time to admire the splendor of nature. It wouldn't be until some time later when the woods started to get a little thicker that Naruto, after making sure the mother and son duo behind them were all right, decided to approach the older girl that was so kindly helping them out. Strolling alongside her, the blonde couldn't help but see how pretty she was and show interest in the mature air she had about her person. She was definitely a lot different from Sakura's tomboyish outlook, Ino's more feminine appearance and Tayuya's all-around good looks and appeal. This girl had both grace and presence, not something you would find in your everyday neighbor. When the teen glanced across at Naruto, the Jinchuriki grinned. "What's your name?" Processing the sudden question, the girl beamed at him. "My name is Haku." She tilted her head towards the youngster. "What's your name?" Naruto, the blonde greeted in his usual, characteristic way, part-time carpet salesman and seller of fine wines. "Carpet salesman?" Haku raised an eyebrow. This got a sheepish smile from the boy as he scrubbed his head bashfully. "Sorry, I like adding stuff at the end of my name to make my introductions a lot flashier. Half of the stuff I end them with is all bogus anyway." The older girl gave him a look over. "So, are you really a seller of fine wines?" "Well, there was that one time I tried to pass myself off as one and spent half a day selling alcohol laced with laxatives to the people back in my village," Naruto chuckled, remembering the good old academy days where he got up to his usual streaks of mischief every third period of the week. "Other than that, no. Not really." He chuckled when he looked the curious girl in the eyes. "You can just call me Naruto." Staying quiet for a moment, Haku returned his smile warmly. "I see. Well, it is very nice to meet you, Naruto-kun." Likewise, the blonde chirped, taking stock of the herbs she was carrying before taking the rest of her in. That's a really beautiful kimono you're wearing, Haku-chan. You think so? It's got a nice pattern to it, and I like the trim, the Jinchuriki added without missing a beat. The girls back in my village don't normally wear them unless there's some kind of festival on. Is it comfortable? Yes. I like it very much, Haku said, gently pulling on the collar and brushing down the lengths along her legs. Since she'd been kneeling in the grass all morning, it had gotten a little bit damp and dirty. A few strokes of the hand were enough to clear it. It's light and I believe very appropriate for this kind of environment. After processing Naruto's compliments, the teen looked back up at him with a fond gaze. Do you like the color? Naruto nodded enthusiastically. It brings out your hair. Haku giggled, I'm glad. But I think you may have made a bit of a mistake regarding the individual wearing it. The teen then passed him a disarmingly gorgeous smile. I'm a boy. Paling momentarily, Naruto gave the teen walking next to him a long, silent stare and a good look over. Moments later, after careful examination of the older girl, he grinned back at her cheekily. Nice try, but I know that's a lie. Huh? The blonde pointed at her slyly. You have a good poker face, but not good enough to fool me. With all the crap that's been going on around this island, like Gato and his goons marching around everywhere, it makes sense you'd say something like that to protect yourself. Dress like a girl and say you're a boy to throw others off, that's a pretty smart play. He then tapped himself on the nose. My senses are several times stronger than an ordinary person's, so I can tell whether a person's really a boy or a girl, even at a distance. Wow. And here Haku was thinking that this teen had just called her out of nowhere. That was surprising. The expression she returned him was one both cool and warm. You are indeed very sharp. Did you get special training from someone? Nah. I just picked this skill up from hanging around animals for most of my life, the Jinchuriki replied brightly. That and you don't really pass that well for a guy. You're too pretty for something like that. Haku blushed slightly and beamed back approvingly. Thanks. No problem. Naruto then looked over his shoulder at Tsunami and Inari, both of whom were walking hand in hand behind them at the same pace. The youngest of the group was doing well keeping up, and was also occupying his time looking across at the pretty girl leading them through the woods. The Jinchuriki saw from Inari's face that he was very intrigued and somewhat infatuated in the stranger, which brought a smile to his own. Eventually the troop was led down into a low valley under an area of raised ground beneath some trees. There, the Jinchuriki saw a small building with an arch-shaped roof built directly into the cliff and camouflaged. It was quite a structure, as it wasn't made out of stuff from its surroundings but also had a lot of trees growing in the area so that it blended in. He actually had to blink a few times to refocus on it to make sure he didn't miss the damn thing. Nevertheless, following Haku down into the ditch under the shadow of the precipice and trees around it, the group was then introduced to the front entrance, which Haku opened without hesitation. Please, the younger teen exclaimed, gesturing them in and leading. The person I take care of has a really short temper, so watch your step. Person you take care of? Naruto asked. Who would that be? Tsunami asked as they walked into the slightly lit hall and living room that was there to greet them. The moment the family and their escort stepped into the lounge and onto the mahogany-rich surface, the entrance behind them unexpectedly slammed itself shut and the lights filling the darkness dimmed sharply. At least it looked like they dimmed, an event that had Naruto freeze up and glare straight ahead of him when he unexpectedly felt a powerful presence materialize out of thin air behind him. Tsunami and Inari looked over at the boy when they noticed he'd suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Naruto? Inari asked, only to recoil back along with his mother when, to their utter surprise, they spotted a towering figure standing behind their savior with what looked to be a massive cleaver the size of a surfboard held in the man's grip and pressed up against the Jinchuriki's chin. With much of his body cast in shadow thanks to the positioning of the light, the incredibly tall assailant glared down at the blonde-haired figure pressed between him and his blade. It had come as quite a shock to the boy on the receiving end of the weapon that he hadn't been able to sense the individual until he stepped through the door. However, it was pretty hard for Naruto to sense figures that were sitting or standing in a dead spot, but this man was big. The fact he was also lugging around such a huge weapon also had the Jinchuriki question the full capabilities of this person. He was able to mask his presence completely before getting the drop on him. This was difficult even for a Jonin-level ninja to pull on him. Who exactly was this person? The moment everyone stopped, Haku turned around and looked up at the silhouette that was her guardian standing behind Naruto and beamed warmly. There you are, Zabuza-sama, Haku exclaimed brightly. Breathing out a throaty growl, the silhouette's demonic eyes fixated on the teenager across the way. Haku, who are these people and why did you bring them here? I bumped into these three while I was looking for medicinal herbs up in the nearby forest fields, Haku said without waver or pause, glancing between both the statuette form of Naruto and the fear-struck Tsunami and Inari. They said that they were searching for a place to hide out because they were being chased by a man out for their lives. The nearest village is quite a ways from here, so I couldn't just turn a blind eye to them. They needed help. The man grunted while continuing to hold the spiky-haired blonde at sword point. Sometimes I forget how soft and kind-hearted you can actually be. His eyes panned back down to his would-be victim. Perhaps that's why I like you so much. Haku gleamed warmly. I always try my hardest for you, Zabuza-sama. Naruto blinked, not even daring to turn his head an inch but still glancing over his shoulder into his peripheral vision. Zabuza, as in Zabuza Momochi? Oh yeah. He'd heard that name before. Gato wouldn't stop throwing it around back in his office. So this was the workman that was giving the weasel such a hard time? Damn. How lucky was he going to get today? Hearing the kid speak had Zabuza press his massive, head-slicing cleaver further against Naruto's neck. At this point the blonde could no longer ignore the feeling of cold, hard steel rubbing against him and the smell of blood coming off of it. I'm flattered that a pipsqueak like you knows about me, but I think it was best for both you and your friends to have kept your mouth shut, the dark-haired, demon-eyed man stated with a sinister tone of voice. Since you now know who I am and the location of my new hideout, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you, the good-looking woman to your right, and that nose-wiping little runt she brought along with her. Naruto, still as ever, looked across at Tsunami and Inari to see both of them shaking like leaves. The young boy was hugging his mother's leg and hiding behind her as best as he could, while the woman held her son's head and was glaring across at the figure wielding the blade. Using a single hand gesture to assure them that everything was going to be all right, the blonde braced himself and took a deep breath. You're working for a guy named Gato, right? Naruto asked, glancing over at Haku to see the teen also pass him a serious gaze. Both of you? Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Yes. We're currently under contract with him. But I don't see how this has anything to do with you being. Actually, it does, Naruto interrupted, turning his head ever so slightly to glare up at the person holding him at mercy. Look, you probably wouldn't want to listen to what I have to say. After all, I'm just some no-name, blonde-haired street punk that just happened to wander in here by accident with a single mother and her son in tow. We're probably just a couple of flies to you, pests that can be dealt with in a single blow. But before you go on and do something irrational to both me and my friends, you'll want to hear what I have to say to you. He said this with both sincerity and seriousness. After all of their lives were at stake here, not just Tsunami and Inari's. Glaring down at the kid, Zabuza saw that the boy was looking back at him with an unmoving form and sharp blue eyes that cut through the shadows like blades. While the position he was currently in would have normally struck terror into the hearts of other men far more experienced and older than he was, for some reason the swordsman could see no fear in this child's gaze. He was completely devoid of the emotion, as if being held at sword point and threatened with death didn't faze him. This unwavering glare and unshaken expression in the face of impending doom actually drew a tiny amount of respect from the missing ninja from Kirigakure. Sure, he may be just a pint-sized twerp, but Zabuza could see that the kid had balls. Even with killing intent in the air, the blonde was unshaken. Lowering the sword a touch, Zabuza nodded to the kid. Go on. Naruto furrowed his brow at the man. I won't beat around the bush. Gato has put a hit out on you. This little bit of news had the swordsman and Haku visibly blink in surprise. What? The Jonin exclaimed. I broke into his mansion, Naruto stated, his gaze tightening as the intensity of the atmosphere grew around him. He wasn't going to leave these two in suspense. No. This wasn't the time to play games. If there was anyone on this island who could possibly help him, Tsunami and Inari, it was this person. While I was there, I overheard Gato making plans with some of his men to use the bridge builder Tezuna's family as a bargaining chip to blackmail him out of his project, and to kill both the sea monster terrorizing his shipping lanes and you. He turned his body side on so he could better glare up at the Jonin. To accomplish these goals, he's hired two incredibly powerful men from the mainland. One of them is hunting you right now. The other one was sent to the bridge builder's home, where he tried to capture and kill his daughter and grandson. Naruto nodded toward the two standing close by them. Zabuza, eyes showing his alarmed response at the sudden news, held his sword back up against the boy beneath him. I had an agreement with Gato. That old man and that sea creature were supposed to be my marks. I was going to take care of them myself. He said you weren't doing your job fast enough, Naruto stated, turning around fully to face the swordsman. Now that he could see him clearly, the blonde saw that the man stood to about Kakashi's height. He also had on black pants, a vest with a strap for his sword, blue arm and leg warmers, white gauze wrapped around his face so that only his eyes were exposed, and his Kirigakure headband worn lopsided on his head. On top of that, he also had black spiky hair and sharp eyes, with irises he'd expect from a man like him. His presence was incredible after all. He got frustrated that you weren't following his instructions and that you were taking things too slowly, so he called somebody else in to do the missions for you, and to kill you off in the process. Fixing his startled glare on the kid's unbroken stare, the man then glanced up towards the woman and her son when the former spoke up with a stammer. "Aye, it's true," Tsunami exclaimed, holding her son closer to her when she saw the swordsman's eyes fall on her. "The man Gato hired broke into our home, and Naruto-kun saved us from him. We ran from there, and stumbled upon this young girl working in the forest." Zabuza's eyes then cut to Haku, where he saw the girl nod back in confirmation. After that, he panned back to Naruto, who was keeping his distance with the assassin and still staring at him. Considering the situation now that he was presented with all of this information and evidence, Zabuza clenched both his teeth and his fists angrily. The grip around his sword tightened so much that the sound of the pressure building on its handle echoed throughout the living room. Upon processing the facts quickly and thoroughly, and going over them several times, the Jonin then lowered his blade and stepped back, giving the boy he had been holding at sword point some breathing room. Zabuza focused solely on his target once again. "Do you know who Gato hired to take me out?" He held up his sword and pointed it down at the boy with the curved tip. It wasn't in a threatening way, but he still wanted the boy to be quick on the trigger and to spare him the details. "You said you were there when he met with them, and I just happen to know every single shinobi in the bingo book to date, dead or alive. Even Gato should know that it would take more than worthless cannon fodder to get rid of me. What are their names?" Naruto nodded, retaining his state of attention. "You might know these two. Both of them are wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. The one that went after Tezuna's family was a man with silver hair and was carrying a red sickle with 3 blades on it. His name is Haiden." The swordsman nodded at hearing this. "Haiden from Yugakure. Yeah. I've heard of him. Not too long ago he got into a fight with his village when he learned that its shinobi were transforming it into a place for tourists and were becoming a neutral territory amongst the other nations, so he no longer had to go on missions that required fighting or assassination. He slaughtered his platoon and ditched them to become a vagrant." Zabuza looked back at the kid again after that. "What about the other one?" "He's your biggest problem," Naruto stated seriously, his body stiffening. "He's a man wearing a mask and has really freaky eyes. I didn't get a good look at his face, but I saw that he had a Takigakure headband on his head and heard his name was Kakuzu." At that, everyone in the room saw Zabuza freeze up and his muscles tighten. Sword trembling, the Jonin gave Naruto a momentary wide-eyed stare before his eyebrows crossed. "Kakuzu? Are you sure?" Seeing the boy nod only confirmed the man's fears. "Okay, him I definitely know. He's a bounty hunter formerly of Takigakure, one who only goes after the criminals with the highest prices on their heads." The amount of tension Naruto felt from the man had him worry about his own safety, but thankfully Zabuza set his sword's blade down and turned his attention elsewhere. The swordsman glared off to the side contemplatively. "If he's really here, then that's a big problem. As much as I would like to face that guy myself, I'd prefer not to take him on directly. His abilities are on a completely different level than mine." He looked back at the kid, remembering one other detail. "You said the two of them were wearing black clothing with red clouds on them, right?" He saw Naruto nod again, confirming his suspicions. "That's the symbol of the Akatsuki organization." "Who are they, Zabuza-sama?" Haku asked in concern. "A group made up of the most powerful S-rank nuke-nin in the world. They're practically the bogeymen of shinobi and the most dangerous individuals you're likely to come across," the swordsman informed, sheathing his sword on his back and lowering his hands to his sides. "Last I heard, my old partner from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki, joined up with them. It's a really exclusive club that only allows a handful of people to join, most notably people who've made a name for themselves and are exceedingly strong. Your best guess is as good as mine as to what exactly goes on between them." He looked back down at Naruto to see the boy step back a few. "But knowing this doesn't make our situation less complicated. If Gato went out of his way to actually call in 2 of these guys to take care of me, then he must really want me gone. Those fuckers don't play around and they certainly don't fail. Even against one of them I'd have a seriously tough time." "So, does this mean, you'll help us?" Naruto asked hopefully, with Tsunami and Inari sharing the same feeling of anticipation. After a moment of pause, Zabuza nodded. "Sure. I'll help you, kid." After seeing the youngster breathe a sigh of relief, the swordsman smirked. "If it was up to me alone, I would have killed you the moment you walked through that door. But thanks to you and the fact that Haku saw fit to bring you here herself, He pointed over to the above-mentioned individual before then gesturing to the blonde, who continued gazing at him. You just saved your life. Naruto chuckled nervously with sweat dripping down his head. So it was just luck then, huh? Heh. Damn, how many close calls was he going to have today? He nearly got his head lopped off by a blade that was twice his height in length. Zabuza shrugged off the smile thrown at him by the Jinchuriki after his uneasy laugh. Since you said that someone else has taken on the contract and has also labeled me as a target, it means I don't have a reason to go through with my plans to kill the bridge builder anymore. He looked across at the mother and son standing off to the side. Consider my deal with Gato over. Relief fell upon Tsunami and Inari, with Naruto and Haku sharing pleased gazes with one another. You two can spend the night here. Our hideout is way out of reach of the village and is hidden well underneath this cliff. Even those guys hunting you down won't be able to find this place for a few days, the rogue Nin stated, moving around the living room floor and gesturing towards his student standing and waiting patiently on the side. I'm going out to do some scouting to make sure your story holds up. If you need anything, Haku can get it for you. Sure, Zabuza accepted Naruto's story at face value to keep him and the family alive. Having been a jonin for quite some time now, he'd learned many years ago to find out as much about a situation as possible before deciding on a course of action to take. He didn't operate outside of reason and didn't proceed with a task unless he had all the facts. He was a cautious man after all. For this reason, next to Naruto's quick words and the fact that Haku had led the newcomers here, wanting to make sure the guys Gato supposedly hired were the genuine article, Zabuza opted to go out and look for them to make certain for himself that the boy's story was true. The swordsman left the room after that, heading off to some other part of the underground domicile to go about his next intention. While Tsunami tended to her son, wiping his face off with her apron, the teenager in pink approached them and gave each of them a courteous bow. Forgive him. Zabuza-sama doesn't receive that many guests, only clients. He can be a little harsh sometimes. The mother beamed, don't worry. I'm used to dealing with his kind. He's just a little impatient, that's all. Haku giggled at that. He is a little rough around the edges. Everybody is. But Zabuza-sama is a really good man and has a strong spirit. She then gestured the pair to the couch. Have a seat. I'll get you something warm to drink. As Tsunami led Inari over to the chairs, Naruto strolled over to Haku and smiled at the girl when she turned to face him. Rubbing his shoulder uneasily, he spared her a warm look. Thanks for this. No problem. Breathing out the chill that ran up his spine, the Jinchuriki gave a good-natured laugh as he steadied himself before the older teen. That was pretty intense. Not many people can face Zabuza-sama and speak so freely with him without being overcome by his presence, Haku exclaimed brightly, giving the boy a more admiring gaze. I must say, you're a really incredible person. You think so? Naruto exclaimed, flashing her one of his sheepish looks. A lot of people have been saying that to me lately. I can imagine, Haku said, watching Tsunami and Inari get comfortable before pointing at one of the doors. I'll go prepare some tea for all of you. Please, make yourself at home. Will do. Well, not a bad way to make a few new friends. Today was turning out to be a really busy time for the troublesome Jinchuriki, something that had him pondering over as he went over to the window looking out towards the forest and sat himself under the sunlight. Breathing out and resting back, the boy's thoughts then rested on the problems he was now expected to face and the trials that lay ahead of him. Sure, they were safe for the time being, but they still had a great hurdle that needed to be overcome. He wasn't only concerned about how Isaribi was doing, Naruto's worries were also rested on those two assassins, one of which he had pissed off and was now hunting him down. Oh. Meanwhile, back in Konohagakure? Hurriedly scrambling about her room, Tayuya snatched up all of the shinobi gear she could see lying around as she prepared herself to head off on her next mission. The main difference about this one though, was that it wasn't an official assignment. In fact, it was more like a rescue operation. After finding out where Naruto had gone and figuring out what must have happened to him, the redhead soon found herself in full preparation mode as she was determined to go out, help him, and bring him back to the village. In spite of the high amount of faith she had in her best friend and his abilities, she still cherished his life and safety above all that. Though she was well aware that the boy had been in this situation before, years ago when he first met her, he'd also made an enemy out of Gato then. The fact that he was possibly being hauled away by someone working for the magnate's company made the situation a lot more harrowing, as there was a chance that he was in some serious trouble. It was because of this, Tayuya was compelled to go out and get him back. Even the blonde-haired wonder wasn't impervious to procedure. Hell, he could be locked up in prison and was being tortured by Gato's goons right now for all she knew. I know that bastard Gato has it out for Naruto-kun, Tayuya thought as she strapped her flute to her leg holster and adjusted her headband. There's no way in hell a man like him would let that Great River fiasco slide. If Naruto-kun has wound up in his territory and they've got notices from the weasel to look out for him, then he won't be getting out of that area quietly. I have to go find him. Naruto would do the same thing for her, no questions asked. Tayuya was determined to follow his example. However, once she had all her gear on her and was just about to leave the room, the kunoichi suddenly heard a rapping on the window and turned around. When her eyes fixed on the panes, she got quite a surprise when she saw a little bird sitting out on the sill and holding a folded-up piece of paper in her foot. It wasn't any random bird either. Swift? Rushing over, Tayuya quickly pulled the window open and watched the bird hop inside. "You're here? Where's Naruto?" Chirping, the bird held out the paper she was carrying, which Tayuya took without hesitation. Unfolding it, the red head took a moment to read the hurriedly written message that was inscribed upon it. "Stuck in wave. I'm fine. Be back in a few days. Naruto." Hell, he even drew a smiley face at the end. Blinking as she stared down at the message, the kunoichi processed the few words on the paper before a smirk crossed her face. She then scrunched up the section of scroll she had spread between her fingers and placed a hand on her forehead. That bonehead. So he wants to take care of everything over there himself? Chuckling for a few seconds, while at the same time being watched by an ever-curious swallow sitting on her window, Tayuya looked back up with a wide grin and a flash of fire in her eyes. Why does he get to have all the fun? With no time to waste, a now excited Tayuya leapt up onto the windowsill and looked out across the village. Though she knew from Naruto's message that he was fine, she still wanted to get to him, even if it meant breaking a few rules. "Come on, Swift!" The fire-breasted swallow chirped and flew out the window, at the same time Tayuya jumped out and onto the roof beyond. Upon landing, the kunoichi sprinted across the village towards Konoha's nearest exit, all compasses set on the land of waves. Even though she didn't have a mission or scroll on her, the girl just barreled past the gate and left the village in her dust. She was going to be out of town for a bit, something she was certain would take up a few days and leave her team wondering where she'd gone. Thank goodness she remembered to leave a note on her front door telling everyone that both she and Naruto were on vacation. Oh. Meanwhile, back at Wave? "Skinning that brat alive may not be enough for me," the growl of an incredibly pissed Haiden echoed throughout the woods. "When I catch him, I'm going to tie him to a tree and rip out each of his fingernails one at a time. Then I'm going to slash out his eyeballs and piss on them to keep him from passing out. After that I'll unfurl his insides and use his blood to paint a goddamn house." With every step he took, he used his triple-bladed scythe to slice through vine and bush that stood in his way, a process he hoped would help quell his frustrations. Unfortunately, it wasn't working out as well as he had hoped it would. However, it did help him express his anger in the most physical and active way possible. He'd lost the kid's trail a few hundred meters back and was now reduced to searching every possible route he and the family of two could have taken. It was grinding his gears something fierce too because he couldn't even pick up the faintest trace of the kid at all. He was like a damn animal. How the hell was he able to eliminate his scent so thoroughly to prevent predators from following after him? Not even Chunin-level ninja were that good. Still, this didn't stop Haiden from raging all over the forest. Swearing he'll catch up with the brat sooner or later, he plowed across the wood-covered terrain at a furious pace, slashing through everything he came across while thinking up every possible way of taking his anger out on the blonde-haired runt that had practically drowned him. "Now all I need to do is find some poor motherfucker around here who wants his house painted red and do it," Haiden growled, still thinking up on how he was going to open the youngster up and torment him in the goriest ways imaginable. "I'll use his hair as a brush and his skull as a bucket." "Oh, that's brilliant. My best idea yet." He licked his lips excitedly at the prospects of vengeance. At this point he was able to calm down enough to focus all of his rage on the blonde and think more about the assignment he'd been given by his partner. While his initial intentions had been to kill the bridge builder's grandkid and let the woman drop dead if she wanted to kill herself, now he figured he should probably just do the job he was given and bring one of them back with him to Gato's place. All he had to do was chop off their legs so that they wouldn't run away. At least then he would not only complete the job but get a decent amount of satisfaction from doing it. He would also be able to keep Kakuzu happy. As long as the masked bastard got all the money he was promised, then he wouldn't rage on him. "I get enough of his abuse daily as it is," Haiden grumbled as he continued to traverse the lifeless forests for his prey. Ever since he joined up with Akatsuki 2 months ago, it had been attempted murder after murder from his partner daily. What a lousy teammate. Unknown to the mercenary, however, looking through the brush a ways out from under the shadow of a large oak, a tall figure stood concealed and silent as he watched the sickle wielder move through the woods. Peering around from behind the wide trunk, Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he got a good look at the person clear-cutting the forest. In all good conscience, on this island it should have taken the swordsman ages to find the Akatsuki guy Naruto claimed was after him and the bridge builder's family. But thanks to all the noise the jackass was making, he'd been led straight to him. The guy wasn't very bright if he thought that swearing profusely and slicing up a forest was the best way to hunt someone down. After sizing up the individual in black and getting a shot at his face, the Jonin nodded to himself when he was able to confirm he matched the description of the person chasing after Tezuna's family. The brat was telling the truth after all, Zabuza thought, pulling himself back and murmuring uneasily. Since he was now able to ascertain that that blonde-haired kid's story was genuine, it meant that their problems were also genuine and that all of them were in serious trouble. He needed to head back and formulate a strategy. With confirmation safely in hand, Zabuza took off into the trees. Glancing over his shoulder momentarily when he thought he heard something, Haiden frowned before going back to his hunt. Hopefully that asshole Kakuzu is having as much trouble finding that Zabuza as I am with these fucking brats. Oh. Later that evening, deep within the woods covering the land making up the small island nation, there stood a massive treehouse situated high up in a large redwood. The lights inside the towering structure could be seen from the forest floor, which would have anyone passing by the area believe it was occupied. However, it was there in the main room where all the residents of the building would gather in conference that carnage had unexpectedly been brought to the floor. The place once served as the main headquarters and home for Zabuza's band of rogue ninja, including the head honcho Zabuza himself. Having been on the run from Kirigakure's hunter Nin for so many years now, the man eventually chose to settle down on the quaint little island country not too far from the mainland. Placing his group as close as possible to the continent as well as the Land of Fire, which was essentially Konohagakure territory, the swordsman had hoped he would be able to stay well out of reach of the hunter Nin's noses. For the past several months since constructing the treehouse domicile, its positioning and isolation had worked like a charm. However, thanks to his most recent dealing involving the world-renowned company owner Gato of Gato Shipping and Trade, the secret location of his hideout became compromised. After successfully gaining an audience with the assassin in order to discuss the terms of their agreement as well as the many specifications of his missions to follow, the shipping magnate and his men not only became privy to the swordsman's home, but also the few henchmen he had working under his wing. When their relationship started to go south thanks to several failed attempts to kill the sea monster attacking Gato's shipping, Zabuza became suspicious that his client would attempt to take him out of the picture and hence, moved his home and himself to another location. In doing so, he left his old hideout in the hands of the men he'd brought along with him when he fled Kirigakure. This group, small in comparison to other rogue bands, included the infamous duo known as the Demon Brothers, a pair of Chunin-level shinobi who fought in tandem with one another to brutally and swiftly bring down their targets. Since being handed the key to this place, the Demon Brothers had lived in the small amount of luxury that Zabuza once enjoyed for some weeks now. As a result, not only were they the ones charged with the responsibility to deal with any of Gato's men should they come knocking on Zabuza's front door, they were also given the task of greeting any and all troublemakers that came around to mess with them. Initially, they had no problems with this, as the two of them were confident enough that they and the rest of their comrades would be able to deal with whoever came through that door. Now, not so much. That evening, while enjoying some drinks and light snacks over a game of mahjong, the group was suddenly interrupted from their free time by a knock on the door. The moment they went over to open it, the greeter was swiftly cut down by a man with a hand made out of steel and flying a black cloak with red clouds on it. Within seconds, every single individual in the home was swiftly and brutally massacred by the lone figure that left a trail of blood and entrails in his wake. Neither one of the residents stood a chance. Well, that was annoying, Kakuzu exclaimed flippantly as he casually tossed aside the breathing apparatus that he had managed to rip off of one of the Demon Brothers when they came at him, chains flailing. After blocking their simultaneous attacks, he'd promptly disposed of both of them by shoving his hand through their chests and leaving them to bleed out over the floor. Since their bodies were still intact, the assassin was positive he would be able to claim the bounties on their heads once his assignments to this country were over. And an easy 8 million in the bank as well. Stepping over the corpses littering the room, Kakuzu began searching the premises for other signs of life. After investigating the various levels and combing through the many rooms of the structure, the hunter eventually returned to the gore-covered lounge with nothing but an idea of what living here had been like for the poor saps he'd just killed. Being Kiri Nin on the run, they'd been feeding off of the bare minimum, and they were careful to eliminate any and all information pertaining to the actual locations any of their other members were. Apparently the way they communicated with each other was through word of mouth. That was smart, but also typical for criminals hiding from the authorities. Perhaps I should have left one of them alive, Kakuzu thought, looking around at all the bodies lying about the place. If he did, then maybe he would have been able to interrogate one of them and gotten information on Zabuza's current location. Unfortunately, they had all come at him at once, so he had been forced to eliminate them with extreme prejudice before he even had time to think ahead. Breathing out a sigh, the bounty hunter then went and collected the bodies of the demon brothers. Unfurling a scroll, he laid their lifeless forms across it and quickly sealed them, before rolling the length of paper up and pocketing it. Since there wasn't a bounty station on this island, he would have to wait until his mission here was completed before going to one on the way back to Kumogakure. Hopefully by then he would have a few million more to add to it, not just from his assignments under Gato, but with Zabuza's head in his collection. My guess is that the swordsman has positioned himself on the edge of the island, Kakuzu thought. Sure, he was playing on a hunch, but with no leads to go by he needed to start somewhere. If these rogue Kirigakure shinobi were here, then their boss was still in the area too. He knew this because Gato was still in contact with the scum and, as a leader, he wouldn't have just left all of his cronies here on their own to fend for themselves. No, these guys were still taking orders. Well, had been. Maybe I can follow up on the sea monster case while I'm at it, the Akatsuki member added before leaving the lounge room and, by extension, the treehouse itself. Remembering to switch off the lights before leaving, Kakuzu shut the door behind him, forgetting about the half a dozen other bodies he'd left strewn all about the place and staining the walls. Oh, that night? It was late and by this time the sun was long gone beneath the horizon where it had set. Looking across the living room towards the couch, Naruto saw that Inari was fast asleep and curled up against one of its many pillows. After the trying day they'd all shared, he wasn't surprised to see the boy was out like a light and resting so soundly. The Jinchuriki figured that with everything that had happened he'd be way more anxious than this, but seeing as that he was still young, his body just couldn't take the strain of so much on his shoulders and just nodded off on his own accord. Still, relieved to see that the kid was doing okay, the blonde decided to go for a small walk around the underground home, starting down the main corridor for the other rooms. Maybe while he was searching he'd be able to find a bathroom, since he was covered in sand, salt and sweat from his morning frolicking in the ocean and cleaning house with that Haiden character. Passing the kitchen, he found Tsunami occupying herself at the table there with tea and reading. Assured that she was okay too and wasn't panicking in any form, Naruto moved on to the next room. He found a storage section with food, which he figured would be directly across from the kitchen, and a weapons room next to that. There was a small assortment of shuriken, kunai and senbon there. Picking up a ball and chain, Naruto twirled it around some before putting it back, not wanting to pilfer from an ally and potential friend's place of residence without their permission. Moving further down, Naruto found a couple of shoji doors standing in place. Picking between the few that were there, he chose the one closest to him on the right and slid it open. Looking in, without even knocking to start with, the boy received his second biggest shock for the day when he saw that Haku was kneeling beside her bed changing into a more comfortable robe. How the heck was he supposed to know she wasn't wearing a bra under that? She had her kimono half on, except that her top half was bare and was in the process of slipping it on. Naruto was thankful he could only see her back, otherwise he would have caught her front flush and full on when she turned side on and looked over at the door when she sensed someone looking in. The teen gasped at the sight of the Jinchuriki while the blonde freaked out, spinning around so that he was hiding behind the partially open door. Sorry, Haku-chan. I didn't know you were in there. Silence filled the corridor as Naruto stood frozen in place like a statue and waiting for the inevitable beating that was sure to come. Since he shared his apartment with Tayuya-chan and he always ended up walking in on her while she was in the process of getting dressed, which almost results in him getting beaten up or stuck with kunai, he was sure to expect a similar response here. However, after a full minute of silence and nothing, he blinked away his stupor and looked around. He jumped when he saw Haku standing directly beside him, sliding the door open a little bit more to look down at him. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Looking the older girl over, the Jinchuriki was relieved to see she was fully dressed this time and sighed. And nothing. I just thought, you know. He pressed his fingers together, seeing you like that? I figured you were going to beat me up or something. The older girl smiled pleasantly at him. Why would I want to do that? It was just an accident. She pushed the door open fully and stepped aside. It would be awfully callous of me to beat you up over such a trivial thing. Her hand was held out towards the table sitting beside her bed. Will you join me? Sure, a still weary Naruto chirped before following the teen in. He didn't want to intrude if she was still in the middle of something, but if he was being invited then what harm was there in accepting? He wanted to chat with her anyway, so this pretty much eliminated the need to ask. Sitting down on either side of the desk, the pair got comfortable before fixing their attention across the way. It was then Naruto noticed Haku was having tea as well, and poured each of them a glass before moving one over to him. The Jinchuriki accepted it with a grateful nod. "I would like to get to know you a little better, Naruto-kun," Haku exclaimed, looking across at her guest as he drank. "You seem like a very interesting person, someone who possesses both a strong heart and mind." Naruto beamed. "Really?" Haku nodded affirmatively. "When you appeared to me in the woods with Tsunami-san and Inari-kun, you appeared to me as a stranger. At first I didn't know what to think, but hearing your plights and woes, I acted on the first thought I believed was right. While we walked, we spoke with one another, and I learned your name and that you were an incredibly sharp person who spoke kindly of others. It was that aspect about you that made me more curious about you, which is why I wish to share some tea with you and learn more about you." "So that's it? You want to spend some quality time with me?" Naruto asked with a relieved grin. "I don't see why not." "Okay." Taking a sip from her tea, the girl in the white kimono then beamed across at the child when she saw him waiting patiently for her first question. Since she was the one who suggested this conference, it made sense that she be the one to start things off, which she did without complaint. "Where did you learn your ninjutsu skills?" "The doppelganger that you used to carry Inari-kun to my field was a solid one, which told me that it was a type of clone that was produced using a tangible element. But when it dispelled into smoke, which led me to believe that it was a shadow clone composed entirely of your own chakra. That's a skill that's not very easy to learn." "Oh. That sounds like fishing to me," Naruto exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in feigned suspicion. "You want to know where I learned my tricks?" Haku giggled at that. "Your abilities fascinate me, Naruto-kun. Let's just say that I can't exactly tell you where I learned my abilities. If I did, then you and Zabuza wouldn't trust me as well as you do now, seeing as that you're both rogue ninja." "Well, one of you, anyway," Naruto replied before giving the girl a more serious stare. "Also, if I was to reveal that sort of information, it would also mean betraying my friends." "Your friends?" Naruto nodded. "The friends I have back in my village. If I was to say something needless or revealing, then I would be putting their lives at risk. That's not something I want to do." He folded his arms and leaned back. "One of my main goals in life is to protect my friends, and that also means protecting my home. After all, they're the things that matter most to me." "I see," Haku murmured, finding her spirit lift at this as she took up her tea again. "Very well then. I will refrain from interrogating you on the matter." Naruto grinned. "I will say this though, a lot of the skills that I know, I learned myself." Seeing Haku's eyes lock onto him again garnished more of an explanation from the Jinchuriki when he saw her raise an eyebrow in inquiry. "I'm not a genius or anything like that. I just picked up what I know from where I grew up." He held up his tea and looked down at its contents. "When I was younger and didn't have anyone waiting for me at home, I wandered the streets on my own. I was alone for a long time and people didn't want anything to do with me, so I decided to make use of my time and get people to recognize my existence however I could. On the streets, I learned how to fight and fend for myself. I didn't have much money to live on as well, so I lived off of the food in the forest. I also learned how to sense the world around me and how to move from the animals that lived there, which gave me my strength and agility." "So you grew up and learned how to survive all on your own, with no one to help you?" Haku asked, leaning forward in interest. "Your abilities were all self-taught?" "Yep," Naruto nodded, holding up his tea. Haku, looking down at the table, rolled her cup between her hands. "I grew up in the same way." Feeling the blonde's gaze fix on her curiously, the teen turned to face him. When she did, she faced his expression with a harder one. "Back in Kirigakure, before I met Zabuza-sama, I had a family of my own, a father and mother. My father was a normal farmer, but my mother, she came from a clan with a Kekkei Genkai." "Kekkei Genkai?" Naruto parroted, testing the word out a bit before remembering what that was. "That's an ability inherited by blood, isn't it?" The girl nodded. Back in those days, those who possessed Kekkei Genkai were feared and hated by the people, due to the tumultuous periods of war that plagued the country before that. My mother concealed her heritage from my father, hoping we would live together in peace. But when I found out about my abilities, and my father witnessed me using them, he killed my mother, and tried to kill me." Haku's body tensed at that memory. "I defended myself and killed my father, and fled. I was left all alone after that. I wandered the streets, unwanted by everyone, and scavenged for food however I could." She then looked back up from her tea and smiled. "After living on the streets for many months, Zabuza-sama found me, and took me under his wing to become his weapon, his soldier, a shinobi he could use to fulfill his dreams and ambitions." Naruto recoiled a little at this. The idea of someone being taken in to be used as a weapon didn't really strike him as something that was good. However, he continued to listen, wanting to hear everything from Haku before adding his own opinion and making an overall conclusion. Haku smiled. I was happy. When Zabuza-sama took me in, acknowledged both me and my abilities, and trained me to become somebody who could be of use to him, he gave me a new purpose in life. He saved me and gave me a home. That's why. She gazed up at the boy with a solid look in her eyes and her feelings set. I would do anything Zabuza-sama asks of me. He is my precious person, someone whom I love very much. A warm feeling came over Naruto as he registered to Haku's honest words with a smile. He nodded to the girl after hearing her tell her story of her past, which he found a lot of common ground in. After all, he grew up alone too, someone who was scorned and hated by many. He had to fight in order to survive and to get people to recognize his existence, in the same way that Haku did. He could also see why Haku pledged so much loyalty to Zabuza-sama to the point that she would openly declare herself his tool. With everything that had happened to her growing up, the blonde saw why she would give so much to the one person who accepted her for who she was and took her in when she had nowhere else to go. Companionship and purpose was something Naruto sought after his entire life, and he found it in the people who were willing to let him in and acknowledged his presence. For that reason, he didn't fight Haku's choice of words. Everyone had values and beliefs of their own, and for someone who achieved happiness from them and lived a good life, Naruto wasn't going to change that. I guess that's why our eyes are the same, eh? Naruto asked with a fond smile. Surprised by his question, the teen giggled in return and nodded. Indeed. Excitement welling up within him once more, Naruto leaned forward while placing his hands on the table. SOSO. What's your Kekkei Genkai, Haku-chan? Can you tell me about it? From that point onwards, Haku and Naruto began a long and enlightening conversation with one another. After sharing so much with the other person about their past lives, at least the aspects they were willing to reveal, they started talking about other things. The Jinchuriki became engrossed in what the young girl had to say about her abilities and how she trained to use them. She was super talented from what Naruto was able to take away from her tales, a person capable of astonishing feats and able to come up with innovative ideas and strategies on first glance. He also learned more about her and Zabuza's travels, which eventually led to their place here. Naruto also went on to talk about his adventure to the land of the Great River, as well as some of the trials he faced there. As established by both parties, neither of them revealed anything incriminating about the other. They dodged anything about Naruto's origins due to it possibly risking the delicate alliance they'd formed and veered off of material that was considered too personal. Eventually the atmosphere of their surroundings was broken by a light knock on the door. When they looked over they saw Zabuza standing there and looking in, eyes sharp and serious as they always were. Once he was certain he'd gotten their attention, he walked in. You two seem to be getting along, the man exclaimed. Naruto grinned nervously at the towering individual as he stopped beside their table. You were listening to us? This is my home and you are talking to my loyal subordinate. Why would I not listen in? Zabuza asked while glaring down at him. I was also curious to learn more about the strange new kid in the area, so I decided to eavesdrop while you were getting cozy with Haku. The blonde laughed lightheartedly under the intimidating stare of the Jonin. Motherfucker, this guy was terrifying. He didn't want to do anything to antagonize or upset the man wielding the massive cleaver, otherwise he might suddenly find himself on the wrong end of it. So he tried his best to come off as unthreatening as he possibly could. I didn't mean to intrude on any of you. It's just, I like meeting new faces. So it appears, Zabuza replied with a smirk. You certainly are a cheerful brat. When the Jinchuriki made a bashful gesture while scratching the back of his head, the swordsman folded his arms and sat himself down as well. With all three of them now around the table, the Jonin began discussion of a new topic. Let's disperse with the useless banter. I went out to see if I could find that dog that's hunting both you and the bridge builder's family. His eyes narrowed on the Jinchuriki. Now that I know you were telling the truth, we need to talk about how we're going to deal with Gato. Blinking into realization, Haku nodded in understanding, of course. Sensing that talking time had finally arrived at its main issue, Naruto dove right on in. Seeing as how both Zabuza and Haku were willing to trust him to an extent now, the timing for this was perfect. I know that we can get to Gato easily, but making any big moves on this island will be impossible with those two guys in black walking around, Naruto stated, getting the swordsman to consider their biggest problems. I want to free this place from that glasses-wearing weasel, but we can't do anything unless both of them are out of the picture and Gato is gone. Zabuza nodded, that's a given. But taking on those two, even with Haku and me fighting in tandem, isn't going to do us any good. He dodged the fact that on his way back to this place he stopped by his old hideout. The carnage he found there was almost nauseating, so the Jonin decided to ignore the discovery for the benefit of both his student and guest. They didn't need to know that they were now on their own. While I'm confident in my subordinate's abilities, against two opponents of that level, we wouldn't last 10 minutes out in the open. We'll need to isolate them and take them down one at a time. We'll also need to take them by surprise. A confident look then flashed through his eyes as a grin spread across his covered lips. That's my area of expertise. I bet it is, but... Naruto frowned when he remembered some other important details. Oh yeah, how could he forget about something like that? There's something you have to know about one of them. That Haiden guy, Kakuzu's partner, earlier today I hit him with an attack from a blind spot that should have turned his insides into slurry and dunked him underwater for over 10 minutes. Even after all that, he still managed to get back up and come at me like it didn't affect him at all. This piece of info had the swordsman scowl. You couldn't kill him? I did. The problem is, he didn't die, Naruto replied with a blank look on his face. I don't know what he did or how he did it, but if he was able to survive an attack like the one I dropped on him and get up, then I don't think he can be killed so easily. Zabuza rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking over to see Haku also glaring intensely at the news. So, not only are we dealing with Takigakure's monster, but we also have that guy to take care of, a person able to survive a direct killing blow without suffering a single broken bone. As scary as that was, Zabuza wasn't moved on the issue. He still intended to kill both those men with his sword. After thinking about it for a moment, the Jonin then steeled on a possible solution. From what I gather, both of them are searching for two different groups of people, Kakuzu for my group and Haiden for you and the Bridge Builders family. If we're able to keep them divided the way they are, then I'm sure we'll be able to beat them. He locked firmly back onto Haku. We'll take out Haiden first. The oldest girl nodded affirmatively, her own expression reflecting what Zabuza was thinking. I believe that's the best course of action. Zabuza glanced back over at Naruto to see the boy was listening intently to them as well. We'll need to lure him out into an area where we'll be able to use the battlefield to our advantage. Haku said that you could use shadow clones, right? Seeing the blonde nod got a smile from the swordsman. Use them to get Haiden to follow you down to the incomplete bridge. When you do, I'll use my mist to knock out his field of vision and slice his throat open. Acknowledging this plan of action, Naruto then gave the swordsman a more serious look as he pondered further into their actions for tomorrow. While you guys are getting ready, I'll go back to Gado's mansion and capture him. Both of those Akatsuki guys are on different parts of the island, so I'm pretty sure I'll be able to break into that eyesore and take him before they have a chance to respond. Perhaps we can also get some extra leverage over them if we have that guy as a hostage. Fair enough, Zabuza murmured while furrowing his brow. You can hide Gado in the village and deal with him afterwards. Perhaps when Kakuzu realizes his paycheck is gone, he'll just up and leave the island. Seeing Naruto nod, the Jonin then pointed at him. You can send shadow clones to check up on him, and make sure he's kept busy while we take care of his partner. Naruto grinned and stretched his fingers out so that their cracks echoed throughout the room. No problem. Zabuza chuckled at his enthusiasm. You're a really strange kid, so easygoing and bright. Even when the situation is serious, you don't show an inch of losing your cool. I guess that's why Haku likes you. The Jinchuriki looked over at the older teen to see her beaming at him, which got him to blush a little and rub his head. You think so? The swordsman rose to his feet and began marching back over to the door. When he stopped at the exit, he cut back towards the kids and gave them a look of consideration, particularly the blonde-haired runt. I trust you enough to count you as an ally today, brat. However, while I do not wish to harm the Bridge Builders family, if you do anything to hurt Haku or make her cry, I won't hesitate to cut you down where you stand. He gave Naruto a courteous gesture and took his leave, leaving the room with a bit more chill than before. Blinking after seeing the tall Jonin leave, Naruto glanced over at Haku and gave her a weak smile. I think I've finally warmed up to him. The older teen giggled. I'm glad. It means he's okay with you and I being friends. This got the aura surrounding Naruto to glow even brighter. Sure, the swordsman still came off as a little bit harsh, but at least Naruto was getting somewhere with the guy. He still wouldn't want to be stuck alone with him though. The having no eyebrows aspect gave him the creeps. Naruto. Drifting. Mist versus the Red Cloud. The very next morning? Situated on another part of the island, ways out of the way of Gado's mansion and Zabuza's home, and concealed beneath a large tree behind a thick metal door, there sat an elaborate underground complex. With supporting walls hammered together out of wood, positioned in a way that it looked to have been constructed on a tight budget in a short period of time and with a handful of chambers making up its interior, the base stood as one of many small laboratories and outposts set up by one Lord Orochimaru. Dank, hidden under the thick roots of a massive fig, and carrying the constant stench of decay in the air, every aspect of the hideout spoke of the Sannin in some way. It practically fitted his character to a T, yet he wasn't the one currently inhabiting its rooms. When it was first established, the powerful shinobi formerly of Konohagakure left it in the care of one of his most trusted servants. It was a branch of study he'd hoped would continue his cultivation of an entity capable of surviving in the harshest of environments, the sea being one of the many he wished to conquer one day. The head of the department, Amachi, for many years now has been focusing on the creation of a being able to transform their body freely into that of an amphibious creature capable of breathing, hunting, and living underwater. It was an elaborate process. This research would not only help in the production of a new form of shinobi, one able to stretch the boundaries of what humans were capable of, but open the doors to a whole range of possibilities. This was why Orochimaru was investing so much time and effort into the project, because he wished to unlock these doors and gain access to them with his own body. This was also the reason why he sent his most loyal subordinate, Kimimaro, to check on the facility and to get an update on their progress. Several levels down, in the main laboratory where all the testing and blending took place, the white-haired Kagaya himself stood waiting inside of the dark chamber, looking at all the tanks and knickknacks lying around him. To him, the sight of all the dead animals, body parts and vials of ooze strewn about the place were familiar and not at all unusual. Having spent a lot of his time in facilities very similar to this one, he wasn't put off or thrown by the odd collection of research material in the slightest. He was even able to stomach the organs he was able to see from his spot and merely eyed them with a level of indifference. After about half an hour of waiting, Kimimaro then had his attention drawn to one of the room's many entrances to see his host Amachi and his right-hand girl Isaribi emerge from the dark. Carrying in his arms a steel cylinder of sorts, the medical nin stood before the envoy and handed him the object, which the boy took without hesitation. "These are the samples Orochimaru has been expecting from me," Amachi exclaimed, nodding to the package as Kimimaro analyzed it carefully. "Master has been investing a lot of interest in unification and refinement lately, particularly in animals and entities of an unconventional nature. I was finally able to figure out the formula for perfect convergence, one that would not only grant him the abilities from the subject he desires but leave the original physical structure of the user unaltered. I'm sure he'll be most pleased." Blinking at the small tube, Kimimaro nodded before pocketing it. After which he then turned to Isaribi, whom he saw walk over and hand him a couple of scrolls. When the timid girl stepped back, Amachi gestured towards the new items in his grip. "My research notes pertaining to the samples I just gave you," the medical nin replied, slipping his hands into his pockets. "They're but a first addition to the untold number of discoveries I wish to make in the foreseeable future. I only hope I can count on Orochimaru-sama's continued support in the matter." Kimimaro acknowledged his good words with a silent stare before turning his eyes back onto the bandaged Isaribi. Seeing the girl shrink under his gaze, the boy frowned. "Are you happy with the work you are doing for Orochimaru-sama?" Feeling the eyes of the Kagaya bore into her like drills and the crushing sensation of his presence fall upon her, Isaribi glanced up at him meekly while trying to make herself look as small as possible. "Igriegades." Kimimaro allowed a small smile to cross his face. "Rest assured, it is all for a good cause. Master only wishes to learn everything he can about the world and its secrets, so that he can one day conquer the strong that stand above the others and bring about a new era of peace and understanding." Gazing at the older boy, Isaribi saw Kimimaro beaming at her with unwavering eyes. Despite the kindness he showed on the outside, underneath his gaze the girl saw the eyes of a man devoted entirely to his cause. It would only take a single word from the man he served to will this person to move, and Isaribi was certain from looking into the boy's irises that he was capable of laying waste to everything in his path. His presence was choking, something that neither she nor Amachi could ignore. After all, they both knew he was Orochimaru's best and most powerful soldier. The teen was frighteningly assertive with his physical state and wasn't at all hesitant about making his existence known to all those in the room. "Your work here will help uncover these wonders for Orochimaru-sama and elevate him to a higher plane of existence, one that will benefit the entire shinobi world," Kimimaro stated, pocketing the two scrolls as well and turning back to the head of the facility. "From what I can see with my own two eyes, you are continuing to be of great service to our master." "Indeed," the researcher exclaimed with a friendly visage. "I only wish I can do more for him." "Perhaps one day you will," Kimimaro stated, looking between the pair before cutting his eyes fully towards Isaribi. "We are all destined for many great things. I believe this to be true, and that I am destined to serve my master to the end of time and to see that all of his dreams are realized." Well then, I pray for your continued success and hard work for Orochimaru-sama, Amachi bowed. I hope this has been an enlightening trip for you. My many thanks for your hospitality. Kimimaro bowed in kind before looking around the lab once again, making one last check of everything and ensuring he had all details covered. I believe I have seen all that I need to see here. If there is anything else you wish to report, do so now before I take my leave. Not at all, Amachi replied, at the same time turning to look down at the girl standing obediently beside him. Your work for today is done here, Isaribi. You may return home. Blinking, the girl glanced at her superiors before focusing on the medical Nin once more. What about your promise? The man laid a hand atop her head and patted it gently, all in good time. Now go on. Amachi gently nudged her towards the exit, which the girl reluctantly approached. After looking back one last time at the high-standing individuals in the chamber, she then disappeared through the archway and around the bend. Watching the girl leave with bated curiosity, Kimimaro glanced towards the head of the base and expressed his interest gently. What is this promise you made to her? Amachi smirked cockily, sensing his subordinate was now out of their reach. I said to her months ago that if she continued to work for Orochimaru-sama and me that I would one day cure her of her condition. Condition? She was the first of many test subjects in Master's attempt to create a superb being capable of living and fighting underwater. Unfortunately, she is a imperfect specimen, one who is unable to completely transform back into a human. In reality, she's actually distorting the line between man and monster. She is defective then? Kimimaro asked. The scientist shrugged carelessly. Of course, but she's still useful to me. She follows orders like a good girl and acquires all the material I need for my research. Then why aren't you helping her? Kimimaro inquired in puzzlement. Haven't you discovered a solution to her problem yet? Amachi let out a harsh laugh and looked around the lab grandiosely. Not at all. To be frank, I haven't even bothered to look for a cure. He glanced back at the boy with a dark look in his eyes. Why would I want to search for a solution and lose a good servant when I can just continue to bribe her into working for me? She's just a failed experiment, a project gone wrong, trash on the side of the road. Kimimaro blinked in surprise. You say she is trash, yet you keep her around. Look, the only worth she really has is to be recycled. Once she has done everything she can for me and her usefulness has run its course, I will dissect her and use her to further my experiments. That way I won't have to waste a single cell of her, Amachi chuckled, turning to face the boy fully once again. After all, this is all for Orochimaru-sama. Hearing this earned a moment of silence from the teen. After considering the man's words carefully and the point he was making, the envoy then nodded in understanding. We must do what we can for our master. Amachi chuckled, that's what I thought. While the scientist and Kimimaro concluded their business in the main lab and the former left through another exit to collect the rest of his research notes, unbeknownst to both of them, behind the archway she had walked through Isaribi stood quietly, having hung back long enough to listen to what they had to say. After hearing what her handler said to Orochimaru's most loyal servant, the girl quickly fell into complete and utter shock. Pressed up against the wall with her body trembling and fingers clenching, the purple-haired chimera slowly slid down to the floor and gripped her hair in bunches. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Eyes wide in disbelief, Isaribi attempted to process everything that she had heard with everything she had done in the past couple of years. From what she could figure, all of the work she had seen through, all of the crimes she had committed and all of the people she had hurt to get to where she was right now, all in the name of this Lord Orochimaru person, it had all been for naught. The promises that had been made to her, they had all been empty promises? How could they? The road she had been walking down this entire time she had originally believed to be her salvation. She thought that if she'd continued to do the best she could for these people that they would cure her of her disease and release her from this curse that had been so cruelly thrust upon her. But in reality, all of that hard work, all it led her towards was nothing, just a cliff at the end with a long drop and her demise. All Amachi had been doing was wearing her out and using her to fulfill his own ends. Instead of finding a solution for her, he'd found a different use for her, a use that lay at the end of a knife. Tears brimming in her eyes, Isaribi thought back to all the blood and sweat she had shed, and the people that had pushed her away, shunned her, and ridiculed her. The eyes that looked at her on the streets, the sneers and the terrified faces of civilians, all of it came back to her all at once and filled her head and heart with despair. Sobs starting to make their way to the surface, the girl's hopes for escape from this wretched world plummeted. At the same time, a sense of dread befell her as she began to believe that all was lost for her, that there was no light for her at the end of this tunnel. Only nothingness. A life filled with sorrow and loneliness. However, as despair and anguish started to take her over and consume her, in that very instant she remembered one other thing. Out of all the clutter and darkness of her past, a small glimmer of hope suddenly emerged, a single speck of light that gleamed through the black. This came to her in the form of a recent memory, of a person who came to her and sat with her, treated her like a person and accepted her for who she was. The face of a grinning, blonde-haired boy appeared in her head, one that had Isaribi look up in stunned surprise when she remembered his words. "If you need any help, Isaribi-chan, don't be afraid to come find me, okay? And Naruto-kun?" Out of all the misery and desolation that came to her, why did his face appear? Was it her mind responding to her in the search of a way out? A lingering thought? Memory? Something she thought might comfort her in her time of need? Having been alone all this time and treated as an outcast, she'd grown to distrust the world and its people. As a result, she felt no need for comfort and didn't give any to herself. Maybe it was because of this the boy's voice resonated so strongly in her head, because he had been the only, sole comforting voice she'd heard in a long, long time. Whatever the answer was, Isaribi realized it was not over for her yet. No. There was still one person out of the entire world out there who held out hope for her, a person who could help her. She wasn't just going to sit here and cry, nor was she going to offer herself up as a piece of meat to the people using her. No way. Not to these liars and definitely not to this Orochimaru. If there was no light at the end of this path, then she needed to find another. Wanting to see Naruto's gentle, reassuring smile again, Isaribi bucked up whatever strength she could muster and prepared to leave. However, before she could make her way to the Ocean Direct exit of the facility, she suddenly heard a commotion in the room behind her and stopped. Quickly and carefully, the girl peered around the archway and back into the lab, wondering what all the scuffling she could hear was about. When she did, Isaribi caught a glimpse of the events taking place beyond the threshold, a sight which had her eyes widen in terror. Standing in the middle of the room with a look of surprise on his face, Kimimaro glared towards the archway Amachi had exited through a few minutes ago. It was there the Kaguya saw that the man had returned, but for some strange reason was standing there, still as a statue, with a hole in his stomach and looking back at him with dead eyes. After remaining upright in place for a few more seconds, swaying a couple of times, the medical nin finally tipped over, hitting the ground with a deafening thud. When the body fell, the dead Amachi revealed that a new figure had in fact been standing behind him in the shadows of the corridor. This stranger stood at the same height as Amachi, so he had been able to conceal himself until the grand curtain fell. Wearing a long black cloak with red clouds and a mask that concealed much of his face and head, the person stepped out of the darkness and into the dull light of the laboratory. Looking around in momentary interest, his eyes then locked onto Kimimaro positioned directly before him in the chamber. "Well, isn't this interesting?" The deep, menacing voice of Kakuzu filled the room as he approached the still cool-looking Kaguya. "And here I was beginning to think I had just found Zabuza Momochi's new hideout, but it turns out to be somebody else's." Stopping several meters out from the albino, he looked the boy up and down before taking careful note of the purple rope wrapped around his waist. To think that Orochimaru actually had a base set up all the way out here in this dead end of a country. Kimimaro's glare hardened, knowing full well exactly who he was currently addressing and the organization he represented. In spite of this, he showed no signs of fear or any intentions of backing down whatsoever. That was not his call to make. What business does Akatsuki have here in the land of waves? "Oh, nothing much. I'm just here on a little hunting trip with my mentally handicapped teammate. I was actually in the process of searching for my prey's nest and just happened to stumble upon this place by accident," Kakuzu replied offhandedly, his green eyes hardening on the youngster. "I believe this is something of good fortune to me, since my group has been chasing up any leads that they can regarding the location of one of our former members for quite some time now." The bounty hunter said this next bit with a little more venom in his voice. "Being one of his lackeys, you should know exactly who I'm talking about. Why don't you tell me where your boss is hiding and I will let you leave here with your life?" Eyes narrowing dangerously, Kimimaro rolled his left shoulder, shrugging off his robe in that area before a loud creaking sound echoed out. A second later, a white protrusion of some sort suddenly poked out of his collar before he reached up with his right hand, grabbed it, and yanked it out, revealing it to be a sharp, white blade comprised entirely of bone. Upon drawing this weapon, he took a balanced stance and glared his foe down with the coldest gaze he could muster. "My sole reason for existing is in service of my master," Kimimaro said with a cool yet firm voice, which carried the spit of a threat. "No one, not even Akatsuki trash like you, will be able to get that kind of information out of me. All of you are so far beneath his greatness you won't be able to lay even one finger on him." "That's not what I heard from Itachi-san," Kakuzu chuckled darkly, tilting his head to the side. "From what I was told, your boss isn't as untouchable as the Sannin legends say he is. The snake took off with his tail hanging between his legs the moment he had his hand lopped off by his former partner. That's pretty laughable if you ask me. Does he still have the ring that was attached to it? We would really like to have that back. Kimimaro frowned as he seized the shadowy figure up. Ignoring the besmirching information regarding his beloved leader being shot back at him, the white-haired boy decided to spin a little spider silk himself. Your organization was of no interest to my master, nor were its minuscule goals. After all, you mongrels are only focused on hunting down those tailed beasts and their human containers, the Jinchuriki. With such narrow-minded ambitions, it doesn't surprise me one bit that Orochimaru-sama only wished to hasten the progress of his own aspirations by acquiring some of your secrets for his own use. Eyes widening, Isaribi pulled back a little and searched her memories quickly. Akatsuki, hunting tailed beasts and Jinchuriki? That's right. Naruto was a Jinchuriki. What the hell did these people want with him? Your reputation precedes you, Kakuzu of Takigakure, Kimimaro exclaimed, seeing the man remain still in his place. I hope you don't think I should fear you because of that. Kakuzu breathed an exhausted sigh and cracked his neck to the side carelessly. As much as he liked banter with his opponents on occasion, this kid was so turned around it was like trying to convince a full-time and ardent smoker to stop smoking. I guess we'll be doing this the hard way then. The masked bounty hunter glared across at the teen as he set himself for battle. This whole hunt for the demon of the hidden mist has been starting to grind on me. It will do me a world of good to take some of my frustrations out on one of Orochimaru's lapdogs. I can assure you that you will not find me to be an easy opponent, Kimimaro stated calmly. If that is what you are hoping for, then I'm afraid you're to be sorely disappointed. Personally, I prefer that my targets lasts more than just a few seconds in a fight. It gives me something to vent on while I make a mockery of their abilities, Kakuzu exclaimed, looking the youngster over. You're a descendant from the Kagaya clan, its sole surviving member, and an inheritor of their feared Kekii Genkai, I see. His eyes narrowed dangerously. It's been a while since I last fought one of your clansmen wielding your unique bloodline, about 50 years by my estimate. Kimimaro frowned. You seem very knowledgeable about me. I am, Kakuzu stated while holding up his right hand. When he did, his dark skin turned a grayish-black as he formed a fist, which he bucked towards his opponent threateningly. And I'll tell you this now. The one that I squared off with all those years ago didn't end up living for very long after facing me. Your fate will be the same as hers, boy. We'll see, Kimimaro replied. The moment the Kagaya said that, he sprang forth from his spot and charged, spinning his bone blade in his hand before swiftly lunging with it at the Akatsuki member. Kakuzu effortlessly blocked it with his bare hand, a loud clang ringing out as sparks flew between them. In the midst of the exchange, Kimimaro glared furiously yet calmly at his opponent, who in turn stared back with his unreadable, blank gaze. Feeling the pressure building between the two combatants and the situation starting to become noticeably more dangerous, Isaribi quickly decided to take her leave so as to not get caught in the crossfire. Since neither of them knew she was still there, she knew she was safe, and with the information she had been able to acquire from them, would be able to stay ahead of whoever these Akatsuki people were. Dashing down the corridor and down the stairs, Isaribi headed for the exit as swiftly as she could. She had to warn Naruto? Oh. Meanwhile, across the channel, sitting up in a tree overlooking a large waterfront with a handful of ferries docked at the number of piers leading out over the water, the plucky, red-haired Kunoichi Tayuya sat quietly overlooking the area. After a full afternoon and night of hard running across the country, the musician soon found herself on the southern coast in the area of the Land of Wave. It didn't take her long to find the exact channel leading between the mainland and the island nation, with the latter being a little bit closer to where she was than she originally thought. It was about a kilometer across, nothing too major. However, as soon as she arrived at the nearest port with ferries scheduled to make trips to and from the neighboring country, she found her route blocked by a very familiar sight. Mercenaries and staff working under the Gado banner marching all around the waterfront. Any and all stations selling tickets for passage across to the other side of the causeway were being run by Gado Shipping and Transport, a view that Tayuya hated with a passion. Apparently the memories of what had been done to her by similar goons working for the same man were still fresh in her mind, feelings she had to keep tightly bound on a leash to prevent her from going down there and laying waste to the entire place. There were a few regular civilians walking around amongst the thugs, all of whom were looking a little stressed out due to the presence of the muscle. This illustration alone was more than enough for Tayuya to determine that things around this part of the Land of Fire and Oceanfront were more than just a bit strenuous. It was like déjà vu, a repeat of what the Land of the Great River had been like 2 years ago, except this one was being covered up a lot better than the other country. It appeared that Gado had learned a thing or two about setting up shop and lynching money from the people from past experience. The port she was looking at appeared fine from a distance, but on closer inspection of the staff, workmen and civilians, things were beyond normal. The fire-breasted swallow sitting on the branch beside her chirped quietly, which got a nod from the kunoichi. Though Tayuya couldn't understand the bird, she got the gist of what she was probably saying to her. "I can't believe Shithead made it through there without being discovered," Tayuya whispered, glaring up and across towards the island in the distance. Due to the morning mist covering the water, it made surveying the various sea patrols along the way a little more challenging. The transporter must have had special clearance. Only people who are invited are going to get through there without any hassles. Putting a hand over her eyes, Tayuya looked to her left across the port and down the coast, where she could see a few more boats docked a little ways away, as well as what she guessed were a few patrol vessels. She had to admit, Gato really knew how to dress up his security. All of the smaller boats she could see out on the channel through the fog were there to keep the troublemakers out and the customers in. "It's like trying to sneak into a damn fortress," Tayuya murmured, biting her teeth together. While she knew a shinobi would be able to get through this blockade easily, it still looked like a harrowing venture. That weasel really knows how to grate on people. What am I supposed to do? She wasn't going to be just satisfied with sneaking in. Oh no. Looking down at the seaport below, she could see the mercenaries strutting about like they owned the place and how they came off as so untouchable. That shit just wasn't going to fly with Tayuya. She needed to do something about them, otherwise they were going to continue harassing the people in this region, as well as anyone coming in and out of the area. So, quickly deciding on an appropriate course of action to take, Tayuya allowed a smirk to cross her face as she pulled out her flute. She looked across at Swift to see the bird ruffle her feathers and ready her wings to go. "Want to help?" She saw the bird nod and whistle brightly, resulting in her grin widening. "All right. Let's raise some hell." She needed to perform a little reconnaissance. But once she was certain of the number of people here and who she was dealing with, soon this port was going to be hers. Unlike Naruto, she had her own way of beating the shit out of cannon fodder. Sometime later? On another far part of the island, up in the enormous mansion built for the billionaire shipping magnate in charge of all business in the area, it was just another regular morning. Waking to the sound of his alarm clock going off and getting ready in the usual manner with help from his servants, the boss of Gato International, Gato himself, slowly headed down to his office for a long day of work. What with all the things that had been going on in the past couple of days, cutting payroll, firing people, and hiring terrifying bounty hunters to take care of some local problems, you could say the man had a bit of paperwork to get through. However, instead of sitting down and getting right to it, the man instead decided to start the day off with a healthy breakfast. Once again calling upon the aid of his servants, Gato ordered a delightful Western-style meal with orange juice, a treat only he could enjoy with the amount of wealth he possessed in such a poor nation. Pulling up the paper as he kicked back in his swivel-capable chair, the boss looked out the window as the day slowly pulled into early noon just a few hours away. While he sat and enjoyed himself under the glow of the rising sun, Gato was soon joined by Waraji and Zori, both of whom went about occupying themselves in the office however they could. They pulled up to their table on the side of the chamber and had their own breakfast over a game of dominoes. It was routine for them as well, with nothing pressing taking place in those first couple of hours to warrant any concern or action. However, while looking up the economy section of the newspaper to check on his stocks, the magnate suddenly heard the buzzer on his desk ring. Moaning in annoyance, the man folded up the paper, sat forward and jabbed his finger on the button, silencing the noise. "What? Hey, boss, sorry to disturb you, but The business owner rolled his eyes. "What is it? Speak up." "There's this kid at the front gate here to see you. He says he has an appointment with you." Raising an eyebrow, Gato looked over at his two henchmen. Having heard the voice over the comm, both Waraji and Zori shrugged, as neither of them knew anything about any visitors or appointments. Taking this as his answer and not knowing anything about this, the mogul returned to answer the speaker. "My book says there's no appointments listed. Tell the brat to buzz off." "Righto, boss." Click. Gato groaned as he sat back in his chair, picking up his paper again and unfurling it. "Sometimes the people I hire just don't know how to use channels at all. If there's an issue regarding a customer, contact my fucking secretary. There's a perfectly good one in the lobby." Licking his finger he turned the page, not really interested in dealing with employee competence at the moment. Seeing their boss return to his business, Waraji and Zori did the same. The next several minutes passed by in relative silence, with Gato's breakfast soon arriving to be laid out before him. As he dug in with his fork and continued to read the paper, about 15 minutes of silence later, there was a knock on the door. Groaning again at the person's failed use of the buzzer, he turned towards the entrance and growled. "What is it this time?" Watching the handle turn, the three men in the room then saw a woman's head poke into view. Recognizing her as the secretary, Waraji and Zori sat back and continued drinking their juice, while their boss welcomes the sight of his cute desk assistant. Gato, sir, the woman spoke up. Yes, Sonia, what is it? Gato asked, lying back while watching the lady with brown hair and wearing a brown suit step fully into view. She was lucky she was so attractive, otherwise he would have thrown the book at her. You have a visitor, sir. If this is Klaus's vice president coming to discuss new agreements, tell him I'm busy, the short man dismissed with a wave while picking up his own drink. Well, Sonia continued while stepping aside even more, grabbing the door handle to pull it further open. It's not a representative, sir. He says he's family. Family? Gato recoiled slightly in his seat while holding his glass. I don't have any siblings, and father died long ago. The exact cause of death was shrouded in mystery, but that wasn't important right now. Whining uncomfortably, the secretary then decided to open the door completely, where Gato then saw a few of his guards standing in an orderly fashion, inside the frame, at attention. Upon being revealed, the three burly-looking men dressed in suits stared lifeless across at the befuddled tyrant before, at the exact same time as each other, keeled over. When their bodies slammed into the ground with three simultaneous thumps, they revealed a boy of around 11 years old or so, dressed in orange with a mop of yellow spiky hair on his head, standing atop their backs proudly with his chest puffed out. Foot placed on the back of one of the men's craniums, he was astride. The familiar, whisker-marked face of one Naruto Uzumaki came into view, a sight that had Gato's eyes widen in horror and the grip around his glass of orange juice loosen. His morning drink bounced off his desk and shattered on the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. The Jinchuriki grinned widely as he came face to face with his longtime enemy, before throwing his hands out grandly. Ah, come on Gato. Don't you remember me? Both Waraji and Zori, in the middle of drinking, spat out the juice in their mouths in shock and coughed when some of it went down the wrong way. Immediately upon recovering, both men leapt to their feet and gripped the handles of their swords in preparation for attack. Before they could even draw them, however, Naruto had already swiped his hand through the air and fired off two projectiles at them. The fast-moving balls smacked the pair in their faces and exploded, splattering unidentifiable ooze across their gobs. Unable to gasp due to their mouths being covered, both men dropped their weapons and, in a panic, tried to rip the gunk off, only to have their hands glued to the same shit when they reached up to grip it. Staggering and struggling to breathe, they collapsed to their knees as Naruto hopped off of his previous victims and, hands resting comfortably in his pockets, strolled across the carpet towards Gato's desk. By the time he arrived within a few feet of the station, both Waraji and Zori were out cold on the floor, having panicked into unconsciousness due to a significant lack of oxygen. All of this commotion didn't seem to bother the still-present Sonia in the least, who stood by the open doors looking a little bit bewildered. Gato, however, knew exactly what was going on and backed up into his chair as much as he could. Unfortunately for him, his chair didn't have wheels and as a result, he was left to sink into it as Naruto casually hopped onto his desk and, hands still sheathed, marched over to his side of it. Kneeling down, the blonde came in close proximity with his prey and grinned when he saw sweat begin pouring down the magnate's terrified face. Gulping, Gato gave a mouse-like squeak. He couldn't talk normally anymore due to the fact he suddenly found himself afflicted by an uncommon case of dread and foreshadowing. What? Yes, Naruto said slowly, encouraging the man to continue. Gato gulped deeply. What are you doing here? Oh, you know, the usual, Naruto began, enjoying the sights, beating the shit out of your thugs. His grin grew a few centimeters wider, visiting old friends. Why you're? The magnate stammered, that brat. The Jinchuriki nodded while giving his characteristic fox-like smile. Naruto Uzumaki, local superhero and employee of the month, at your service. Ignoring the rest of it, all the magnate could do was essentially wet his pants as he saw the blonde place a finger on his chin and look up thoughtfully. The company boss was shaking so much it was almost like he was having a seizure. The Jinchuriki murmured curiously. Now let me see, what is it that I normally do when I run into an old friend I haven't seen in 2 years, particularly one responsible for putting me and Tayuya-chan through all that shit from before? Thinking on it a little, Naruto then made an expression of sudden realization and snapped his fingers. Oh yeah, that's right. He looked back at the boss. I knocked their lights out. Before he knew it, all Gato saw next was the Cheshire grin that appeared across Naruto's visage, followed shortly by the blonde's fist filling his vision when it impacted against his face and knocked him backwards, along with his chair. After a dull thud echoed throughout the room, Gato soon found himself on the floor, on his back, with his glasses shattered, nose broken, teeth missing, and a fist imprint in his face. Shaking his left fist out, the blonde smiled down at his handiwork and said, "That was for Tayuya," before looking over at the secretary, who had watched the entire scene with great interest. The Jinchuriki had been grateful for the fact that the lady up front was actually an islander and had been forced into working for Gato when he took over, otherwise getting past her would have been hell. Nevertheless, getting up here had been no trouble at all, which had Naruto beam back at the assistant and give her a thumbs up. "Thanks, Sonia." The woman in the suit smiled brightly in response, "Anytime, Mr. Naruto." Oh. Outside Gato's mansion. The area in front of the estate's gates was currently the site of utter chaos and ruin. After informing Gato that he had a visitor and being informed in kind that there were no visitors scheduled for that hour, the guards at the front of the mansion had then gone through the excruciating effort of attempting to harry Naruto off of the property. This turned out to be a futile venture as the Jinchuriki not only stubbornly refused to move from his spot, but after having over a dozen knives and weapons drawn on him, the kid proceeded to beat the stuffing out of every man in sight. The gate guards were the first to go, which in turn heralded the arrival of dozens more men that had been strutting about the estate and watching the walls. However, despite the sheer numbers that came out of the woodwork to deal with the intruder, Naruto defeated each and every single one of them swiftly without even breaking a sweat. While some of the more burly and larger than normal mercenaries proved a bit more of an obstacle to climb, the blonde downed them with a few quick shots to the stomach, liver and spleen, before hitting them across the head. Sure, he could have used shadow clones, but none of them gave him the exact same satisfaction he got caving in faces with his own two hands. Eventually, the entire courtyard was littered with unconscious and badly beaten brutes. After which, Naruto then marched his way into the lavish home, asked the nice secretary lady at the lobby-like entrance to take him up to Gato, and kicked the shit out of all the men he bumped into on the way there. This all eventually culminated in his current situation. After sacking the shipping magnate and his goons stationed in the room, Naruto then tied the boss up, removed the gunk from the two unconscious swordsmen's faces, tied them up, left them against the wall, and dragged Gato's gagged and bound body back to ground level. He wasn't going to kill him or the muscle, not yet anyway. If this nation was ever going to get back to its feet, he was going to let the people get their chance to deal some justice. All he did was soften them up a little. Naruto returned to the gate at the front to find all of the mercenaries he'd left scattered across the yard still in their places, to which he gave a single look over before summoning a plethora of shadow clones to gather them up and bind them. Once everyone was shoved up against a far wall, Naruto then proceeded to carry Gato's body over his shoulder through the gates towards the village. However, just before he could get 50 paces out of the entrance, he suddenly felt a small presence approaching him from the lowlands and looked in the direction of said beacon. Several seconds later, upon picking up the person's signature on the wind, he spotted a very familiar figure emerge from the nearby forests, sprinting towards him. When Naruto saw the person cart to a stop in front of him, he smiled when he saw that his hunch as to the identity of the person had been right on the mark. "Isaribi-chan. What's up?" Out of breath and sweating, the exhausted, purple-haired teen slowly looked up at the boy from her hunched-over position and locked onto his eyes. Though she was all kinds of amazed to have actually found him here after splitting up from him further down the road a day ago, she was still composed and clear-minded enough to remember why she'd ran all the way up here to Gato's residence in search of him. She had intended to start looking for him here when she arrived, since she was the one who gave him directions to this place. How lucky was she to actually meet him here the day after? "And Naruto," Isaribi gasped, wiping moisture from her brow with her gauze-covered arm. Recovering as best she could, she braced herself where she was doubled over. "I need to tell you why you're in danger." "Huh? Me?" Naruto asked, unceremoniously dropping Gato's unconscious body to the floor like a bag of flour. It hit the ground like a bag of flour too from the thud that rang out, but neither teen seemed to notice or care. "What danger? What's going on?" Just as the Jinchuriki was stepping towards her, the boy suddenly saw Isaribi swallow hard before unexpectedly leaping at him with a hug. The blonde froze in place when the girl's arms snapped around him and remained standing there with a deer caught in the headlights look for the next few seconds. Staring ahead of him momentarily, Naruto then looked down when he started to feel the girl shivering against him. Slowly but surely, after registering to the fact that he was being hugged, the blonde also wrapped his arms around her in kind when he heard the girl sniffle into his jacket. "The people I was working for," Isaribi sobbed, rubbing her eyes into his shoulder, "they promised me that if I continued to work for them that they would help me one day, and make me normal again, but." Her body tensed in the boy's grip, getting the blonde to look down at her in concern, "But they weren't going to. They lied to me." Stunned, the Jinchuriki remained quiet as the girl cried into him and rubbed her back gently. When he felt her trembling ease up, he let out a steady breath. I'm sorry. Isaribi gripped his jacket tightly, opening her eyes to the world again as she felt his gentle embrace seemingly envelop her even more so. I was just being used. They were going to force me to keep working for them for as long as they could, and then they were going to dissect me, kill me. Sniffing a bit more and rubbing her eyes, she looked up at the boy and showed him the tears in her eyes. That's all I ever was to them. Just a failed scientific experiment, worthless trash, a freak, a monster. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Placing his hand behind her head, Naruto pulled her into another comforting hug and held her tightly. As the girl started to cry again, the Jinchuriki beamed as she let it all out, gently rocking her from side to side in a soothing manner. After a moment of letting her express her emotions, Naruto spoke up, "There's nothing wrong with you, Isaribi-chan." He loosened his grip so that the girl could ease off. When she did and looked him in the eyes, he gazed at her. "You're not a bad person, you're not a freak, and you're not a monster. You can't let these people get to you, no matter what. If you do, then their faces and their voices will just haunt you for the rest of your life. You can't let them do that." Blinking away her tears, the girl was about to open her mouth to say something until the boy continued on without missing a beat. "Even though they lied about helping you and used you, it doesn't mean it's the end. There are always other avenues you can take and things you can do to find a solution. After all, where there's a will, there's a way," Naruto quoted cheesily before his grin came out full force. "You're a strong girl, Isaribi. Don't let this thing beat you. Everything will be all right, I promise." Upon hearing his words, Isaribi gave a small nod of her head and wiped away the rest of her tears. Backing up, she blushed a little at the wet stain she left in Naruto's jacket, before slowly returning to the situation at hand. Fingers interlocking, she stared at the boy warmly. "Thank you. Don't mention it," Naruto replied with a fond gaze. "I did say for you to come find me if you ever needed any help, didn't I? Well, here you are." Before their conversation could carry along that line, Isaribi then quickly recalled the other important thing she had to tell the boy before her emotional storm had interrupted them. It had been really tough on her finding out that after all this time she was just an experiment being used, and had been an even more turbulent experience seeing her previous handler from months past murdered by a terrifying stranger. Speaking of which, it was this person who was the main reason that she had gone off to find Naruto so quickly. Shaking her head, Isaribi recovered as fast as she could and stepped towards the boy with concern reflected in her eyes. "Naruto, there is a man on this island hunting for you." "A man? Wait, could she mean?" "Yes," Isaribi nodded, "a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it and a mask. He's someone from an organization called the Akatsuki, a group that the envoy from Lord Orochimaru said was hunting for tailed beasts and Jinchuriki." She gulped when she saw the shocked look come across Naruto's face. "I think, by Jinchuriki, he means you." Looking away for a moment, Naruto thought about the two men whom he saw back in Gato's office the other day. While it was apparent to him that both of the mercenaries were bad news, he had very little information regarding the organization that they represented, as well as other potential members that were a part of their group. Zabuza said that these people were powerful and that even one of them alone could give them more than a few problems. That was worrisome enough. Now, however, he had something even more staggering to add to the facts he'd already managed to compile regarding the strangely dressed men. They were after tailed beasts? Jinchuriki? That meant those guys were after the Kyuubi inside of him. If that were the case, then whatever business these people had with the Biju and for whatever reason they wanted the fox for, didn't fill him with anything positive. It actually filled him with a sense of trepidation, as he could sense something foul about the whole thing. In spite of the shock he received from learning this, Naruto shook his head and looked back at Isaribi to see her staring at him in worry. "So their organization is after people like me? Okay. Good to know." His expression became serious as he gazed back into the girl's shimmering eyes. "If that's the case, then I should probably keep my distance from them. They're definitely not the kind of scrubs I want to mess around with if they're looking to catch and kill Jinchuriki." He clenched his fists tightly and looked over his shoulder next. "However, I think I'm safe for now." "Really? How come?" If they were really after Jinchuriki now, like actually going from country to country hunting for tailed beasts, then that Haiden guy would have recognized me on the spot. They were a shady organization that only a handful of circles knew about and were chasing after specific targets. If this was true, then one even as closed off from the world as Naruto could safely bet that they would be pretty well informed. There were only a few Jinchuriki, right? So that meant they were looking for certain faces and profiles, something the blonde was sure these guys would have spent a lot of time memorizing. That Haiden guy didn't appear to be very bright though, so even if they were hunting for Jinchuriki, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. Naruto nodded as he landed on a reasonable conclusion before looking back at Isaribi. If he didn't recognize me, then I don't have to worry about both of them coming at me in full force. Oh okay, the girl nodded in understanding, seeing the blonde smile assuredly towards her. So, what are you going to do now? This question had the boy send her his most dashing smirk before he wiped his thumb across his nose confidently. Puffing his chest out, he straightened up to full height. We're going to save this country. That's what we're going to do. When he saw the confused look on Isaribi's face, the Jinchuriki pointed down the hill in the direction of the main village as well as the continent resting over the horizon. A couple of friends and I have set up an ambush down on the incomplete bridge next to the channel. We're going to lure one of those Akatsuki guys onto it, surround him, and take him out. If we can get rid of him, then we'll be able to take care of his partner or force him to leave this place. Once they're both gone, Gato won't have any more power to enforce his rule here. To emphasize this, he kicked the unconscious man on the ground in the side, eliciting a grunt from him. Simply taking him hostage won't be able to chase these two thugs away. I'm sure they will fight back to try and free him. But if we hold him out of sight and keep him in our possession, we'll have the advantage. Isaribi nodded, her expression livening up as she fully processed what Naruto was telling her. If you were to look at the current picture as a game of chess, Gato was the king, and the many mercenaries he had under his banner were his pawns and rooks. These two Akatsuki guys, however, even though they were working for the enemy king, they weren't part of his army. They were basically knights of a different color taking orders from a higher power, but had allied themselves with the magnate. Even though Naruto had managed to capture the king and had taken down the small platoon of pawns protecting him, these Akatsuki guys would still act on their own for the king. They were still a threat. As long as they were in the area, they were a danger to both the family Naruto was protecting and the nation itself. They needed to be taken off of the board in order to win the game, which was why the Jinchuriki and his friends had coordinated themselves in this way. Once those two were beaten, it would all be over. It was then a serious look crossed Isaribi's face. About your plan. Naruto quickly had his ears on her. That man I mentioned to you earlier, the Akatsuki one, he's currently stuck at my handler's base fighting Orochimaru's strongest bodyguard. Huh? Seriously? Naruto asked. Damn. That was convenient. Will he be able to hold him off? I don't know, Isaribi replied, looking a little tense. But I do know that Kimimaro is incredibly powerful. Everyone working for Orochimaru knows that. He won't go down so easily, even against an army. Well, if he can keep that guy there, then that's perfect, Naruto said with a grin. We'll be able to focus on taking out the other one without having to worry about his partner walking in on us. Bending over, he picked up the bundle that was Gato and hung him over his shoulder again. Making sure he had a good hold of him, Naruto beamed across at the still worried-looking girl. It's 3 against 1, with the 3 consisting of Haku-chan, me, and an angry Jonin carrying a cleaver capable of making cutlets out of an entire buffalo. If you ask me, I really like our chances in this. Isaribi stared at the boy silently for a bit. Seeing him smile and practically glow in the light radiating off of him, the girl couldn't help but gaze at his face in awe. After a minute ticked by and the purple-haired diver was left to ponder over her tremulous thoughts, she then arrived at a decision with herself and looked up at the Jinchuriki. See, can I come with you? Seeing the blonde blink encouraged Isaribi to continue, her resolve stealing and determination returning. This young strange had expressed confidence in her and given her comfort no other person ever had before. She was resolute in wishing to abide by these words and hang on to the one thing that had helped lift her up in her time of need. Please, Naruto-kun. Processing her question, the Jinchuriki gave a smile. You don't have anywhere else to go? Seeing her shake her head had Naruto's smile transform into a grin. Sure. You can tag along. But you may want to keep your distance for this one, Isaribi. It's going to get a little rough. Brightening up at hearing his answer, the purple-haired girl then gave him a very serious, very roguish-looking smirk. This was something Naruto didn't expect to see from the mostly timid teen, not to mention the thing she had to say next. I've been sacking Gato's ships by myself for the past few months I've been stationed here, so I'm not as weak as you think I am. She held her hands at her sides and clenched them into fists. Plus, I think having me on your team makes your odds of success a little bit better, don't you think? Wow. Where did that come from? Maybe Naruto's words gave her more of a confidence boost than he previously thought they did. Upon seeing the reflection in Isaribi's eyes change, the Jinchuriki returned to his usual persona of brightness and acknowledged the girl's words accordingly. All right then. Let's do this. Oh, sometime later? Elsewhere on the island, not too far away from Gato's mansion, a certain silver-haired, sailor-mouthed assassin was currently in a slight pickle of his own. While not engaged in actual combat or anything like it, having traversed much of the woods the entire night beforehand, you could say that Haydn was in a bit of a foul mood. Cursing up a storm and treating his sickle like it was a machete, the man sliced his way through the forest at a furious pace, his focus dead set on finding that blonde-haired brat that smashed him with a 50-year-old oak and attempted to drown him under it. Anger at that memory aside, he also wanted to kill the kid and that family with him so as to fulfill his obligation to his god. All three of them will make a fine offering to Lord Jashin. Haydn growled, especially that runt. When I get my hands on him, He suddenly stopped. After cutting his way through into a clearing, the Akatsuki member wielding the scythe froze and looked around him when he sensed the approach of someone or something in his general area. Holding his weapon out to his side, the man's eyes panned through the woods, shrubs, and canopy, scanning the rays of light breaking through the leaves as well as the shadows of every branch. Eventually, the entity responsible for setting off his warning bell came into sight, Haydn's eyes fixing on the tree above to see the familiar form of his target drop down from the canopy onto a visible branch below. Wearing his characteristic grin, Naruto waved as he squatted down on the tree's limb, his own dangling in front in a provocative manner. Yo, the Jinchuriki saluted, how's it going? Cocky runt, Haydn growled, spinning his sickle in his grip and rounding on the child to face him fully. Don't think you'll get away from me this time. Oh, I don't intend on running, Naruto exclaimed with a challenging smirk, you want to fight me? Fight you? I want to fillet you like a motherfucking fish, that's what I want to do. Haydn snapped, just seconds away from leaping up at the kid and cutting into him with his triple-bladed weapon. Well then, if you want me, come and get me, Naruto said, holding up his hand, the original is waiting for you at the end of the unfinished bridge at the main village. You'd better get there fast, otherwise you'll lose him. He then saluted with the same hand he was gesturing with, which had Haydn glare even harder, later. The shadow clone then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving no trace of his corporal form behind. Pissed that he had not only been talking with a shadow clone but was taunted by it as well, the sickle-wielding assassin turned heel and ran at full sprint for the designated meeting spot. Due to the copious amounts of killing intent he was emitting and the amount of frustration he was expressing at his numerous failed attempts to capture his prey, the possibilities of the kid having a trap lying in wait for him was far out of his mind. He wasn't exactly the fastest of his group, but he was certainly the most relentless. I'm going to kill that little smart aleck. Haydn roared, his voice echoing throughout the woods. Oh. Several minutes later? It was all quiet down at the waterfront, with not a single living soul on the street no matter where you looked or where you turned. It was like a ghost town walking down the village's main road, somewhere you'd expect to be a lot of people. Sure, it wasn't the busiest village due to the recent problems involving Gato, but there had to be at least some people. What? Did the entire population just up and leave? Or had they been cleared out by somebody? Haydn didn't seem to care one bit whether there were thousands of people in the area or none at all. The assassin would have carved a path regardless of the quantity of civilians. Without prior thought or care, the man wielding the sickle stormed down the dirt path and up to the barriers at the entrance to the bridge at the end of the street, sliced his way through it, and began making his way down to the incomplete section of the structure. Since it was just a week or so away from being finished, the current length of the structure was still surprisingly immense. It took the Akatsuki member several minutes to make it to the halfway mark and then some. When he finally arrived at the spot he was informed his target would be waiting, the man found nothing. Hell, there weren't even any workers. All that was there on that portion of the bridge was a lot of scaffolding, a couple of cranes, equipment, and tons of material deposited all around and being used in the causeway's construction. There was also a massive barrier at its end to prevent unwanted traffic and ferries from trying to access the walk space from the open end that had yet to reach the mainland. For an island nation on the verge of caving in on itself, the amount of effort and funding that must have been put into this was astonishing. Haydn took a moment of his time to inspect the area, turning on the spot a few times and throwing his arms out. Somebody is fucking with me. His teeth bit together hard just seconds before he turned to the sky and bellowed out in frustration, I don't like being fucked with. Come on. He slashed his scythe out furiously, I was promised a fight, damn it. How the fuck am I going to make it up to Lord Jashin if I don't have anyone to slaughter? This was just a waste of his damn time. However, just before the man was about to pack it in, a new development suddenly had him stop in his tracks and plant his feet into the ground for the second time that day. Feeling the temperature and winds change, Haydn's eyes cut around when, out of nowhere, he saw a mist creep up on him from over the sides of the bridge. It started off as a thin haze, like the one produced by a fog machine, but this layer of fine fumes slowly turned into a dense cloud. In a matter of seconds, the Akatsuki member was consumed in a blinding cloud. Seeing nothing but white and the edges of the bridge sink into the thick as he glanced about, Haydn tightened his grip around his scythe before propping it against his shoulder. The mercenary smirked and breathed a sigh of exhaustion. Just my luck. Could this day get any fucking worse? Looking up, Haydn glanced around again for a moment as the conditions became even worse. Soon, it was impossible to see even 2 feet in front of him through the mist. No way was anyone going to get work done on the bridge in this mess. However, this was of no concern to the Akatsuki member at all. What came of concern to him was the sharp stinging in his neck followed by something grazing the bottom of his peripherals. Eyes widening and a strangled shout suddenly escaping his lips, the cloak-wearing man leapt straight to the side as fast as he could, but was too slow to avoid having his neck sliced open. Blood spraying through the air in the direction the blade had cut and he avoided, Haydn choked up the fluids he was breathing in and skidded to a sudden stop. He hunched over as he slapped his hand over his hemorrhaging throat. Breathing heavily, Haydn growled angrily as he bit back against the pain, even though the thing that hit him the most was the shock of the sudden attack. Whatever the hell managed to inflict this wound came in swiftly and silently. He didn't even have the chance to counter since he had no idea it was coming. While recovering from the silent attack, a very deep, disembodied voice suddenly spoke up from the thick mist surrounding the Akatsuki member, filling Haydn's ears with a haunting tune. "TSK. You're lucky I missed. I could have sworn I hit the jugular and sliced your neck clean open." Hearing this and still slumped over, a pissed-off Haydn bit his teeth together tightly before allowing a harsh chuckle to escape his lips. Hand still wrapped tightly around the wound bleeding onto his cloak, he looked up into the fog and sneered. "Oh no, you didn't miss. You were right on the mark, buddy." He slowly brought up his scythe and held it out in front of him, the cable clicking loudly for a second before he slammed the blades into the concrete floor beside him. The assassin then proceeded to rip off a piece of his cloak to wrap it around his neck. "No. The mistake you made was not cutting off my head when you had the chance. Now that I know what you're aiming for and I know that you're here, you'll be lucky to even get a second shot, you fuck." Hiding deep in the mist, Zabuza's brow furrowed. "I got him? No way. That can't be right. He's still standing." He was probably just messing with him because he did miss and was playing off the injury. Maybe he was trying to throw him off or something. No one could survive having their throat sliced open, unless he only grazed the side and cut into muscle and nothing vital. He tried to take his head off, but his target picked up on his intention while his blade was going in and avoided. That was good reflexes. Haydn knew he got to the guy from the silence that prevailed. After securing his neck and making sure the opening was sealed enough to heal by itself, the Akatsuki member then ripped his sickle out of the ground and held it up defensively. Wiping his mouth and chin clean of blood, the man's eyes then panned around carefully as he once again began scouting the fog for the enemy that had, in all good conscience, just killed him. Thank Jashin that he was a follower of that faith, otherwise he would have been dead the moment the attack struck and he wouldn't have even known he'd just been killed. Now that he knew what was after him though, the white-haired mercenary knew exactly what to look for and tracked the source of the scent on the air back to its source. It was standing right behind him. Head snapping over his shoulder, Haydn's grin widened considerably as he swung his scythe around in a swift arc. A loud clang rang out a split second later when his bladed end slammed into something metallic, the grappling match that followed shortly afterwards causing the thing he hit to emerge from the mist. The area of fog he'd struck pulled back to reveal a large man with a gauze mask wielding a large broadsword standing right behind him. Standing at the same height as Haydn, the masked individual in the dark ensemble squared off with the Akatsuki member, his sharp eyes locking with the mercenaries as his dual-handed grip pushed back against Haydn's own, keeping the 3 blades of the scythe from driving into his side. It was a close call, that was for sure. A few inches more and he would have gotten skewered. "Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for it a second time?" Haydn asked, his grin widening even more so as he pressed his weapon further into the sword blocking him. "Give me some credit here." Grunting in annoyance, Zabuza used all his strength to push back against the sickle user and threw him off. The Akatsuki member skidded along the ground after being forcefully disengaged and glared up to see the swordsman still standing there, looking at him with killer in his eyes. The sight had Haydn chuckle. "Nice look. Are you planning on staring me to death? Good luck with that." It was then Haydn blinked out of his confident visage and looked across at the individual more curiously. "By the way, who the hell are you?" Zabuza clicked his tongue and furrowed his brow at the person he was facing off with. So this was Kakuzu's partner, Haydn? Though he expected something more in terms of appearances, the fact that he was able to pick up a sneak attack from behind, in the mist and from the same silent approach the swordsman used for damn near all of his kills, supported the statement that you should not judge a book by its cover. Guess that S-rank classification isn't all for show. This guy might be more trouble than I originally thought, Zabuza murmured in his head, hardening his stare on his confused-looking opponent. Does it matter who I am? Haydn huffed and stood up to full height, casually placing a hand on his hip. I guess not. You're going to be dead in a few minutes anyway, so what's the point? He then tilted his head at the swordsman as he inspected him from a distance. It was then, after taking stock of his sword, appearance, use of the mist and headband as a whole, the Nuke-Nin finally clicked on who exactly he was facing, and pointed at the man in surprise. Wait, aren't you Zabuza? What's his face? Zabuza Momochi, the missing Nin grumbled back, a bit annoyed at how ignorant this guy was. Yes, I am. Upon hearing this, Haydn let out a bark of laughter. So you're the one that Kakuzu has such a hard-on for. Heh, and here I was just looking for some blonde-haired brat and a bridge builder's family. This makes it the whole set. After laughing off his good fortune, Haydn turned to grin menacingly back at the swordsman. God is smiling on me today. I'm so going to use you for my ceremony. Without a word, he suddenly slammed his left foot on the floor in front of him, before moving it across. Zabuza watched with a puzzled expression as his target proceeded to draw some strange symbol in the ground with his own blood, a circle with a triangle inside of it. After that, the Akatsuki member just stood there with that smug look on his face, grating the nerves of the swordsman a little more as he had no idea what the hell he was doing. It's true what they say then. Everyone in Akatsuki is some kind of freak of nature, Zabuza thought in slight disgust. After sizing up his opponent fully, the Jonin rose back up to full height and backed away into the mist. Seeing his would-be assailant sink into the white had Haydn baffled. Oi! What the fuck? Are you just going to cut and run on me? You pussy! Instead of rushing forward, he watched as his opponent disappeared completely, the fog around him converging on his area again and knocking out his field of vision. This had the white-haired mercenary grit his teeth in frustration and glance around, silence falling over the entire area. Fucking mist is starting to piss me off. What the hell is this? Clearly he'd never encountered somebody who could use a jutsu of this type and scale. Haydn was a close-range fighter and used to overwhelming his opponents with his weapon and ferocity. He just never had to deal with someone who was not only a close-range type but could also use a jutsu to knock out one of his most used senses. It sure as hell annoyed Haydn something fierce that he couldn't fight like he usually did, because his opponent kept disappearing on him in this blanket of fog. He needed to change the pace of this fight, otherwise he was going to get nowhere. A grin crossed his expression as he looked around quietly. Even if he didn't have his sight, he had a few other things he could rely on here, one of which just so happened to be the thing that gave away his attacker's intentions on his attempted second attack. Yanking on the cable up his sleeve, Haydn's grin widened considerably. You want to play this hide-and-seek shit with me? Fine. I'll just drive you out. Spinning low, the silver-haired mercenary gave a hard pull on the length of metal attached to his scythe and drew more of it from his cloak. In a shocking display of finesse, the cable coming from his sleeve suddenly extended in length several times, looping around his form in a protective shield of sorts before he used it to whip his scythe out of his grip and drag the staffed weapon across the air. Spinning on the spot, he threw his weapon outwards in an arc, cutting a circle through the mist across the area of bridge with him acting as the center. The faster he span, the further the weapon at the end of the cable extended outwards. Eyes widening, Zabuza suddenly leapt backwards through the mist to avoid the windmill of death as the sickle came shooting at him from the side, threatening to cut him down. He skidded to a stop when he dodged the unexpected attack and glared ahead of him. Hearing the skid and gasp, Haydn's eyes cut in the direction the echo originated from and drew his scythe back in. Catching it in a single grip, he sprinted out towards the area he knew he heard the movement. Got ya. He closed in on the silhouette, swinging his weapon back and lashing out with it. Zabuza countered immediately with his own blade, the massive cleaver clashing with the scythes in midair with a resounding clang and a shower of sparks. Clearly being the superior in terms of physical strength, the swordsman managed to bat his opponent's weapon away and, continuing on the follow-through with his attack, spun back around for another horizontal slash, this time intending to cut his opponent in half. Instead of trying to counter the swing due to losing out in the exchange, Haydn expertly back-flipped into the air to avoid the second attack. Performing an acrobatic spin, while he was suspended above his foe, the Akatsuki member hurled his scythe down at the swordsman like a whip, the three blades cutting towards Zabuza along a dangerous path. Spotting the incoming attack from above, Zabuza leapt back as well, barely avoiding the sickle when it slammed into the floor and embedded itself. The swordsman skidded to a stop and glared up, where he then saw his opponent drop back down to the ground about 15 meters away from his weapon, which was still attached to him via the metal band. This guy's got some serious taijutsu and the range he can hit with that thing is ridiculous, Zabuza thought, watching as Haydn yanked his weapon back into his grip. The cable seemed to be attached to some sort of mechanism hidden underneath his cloak that allowed him to extend his range to however long it would allow. That was bloody annoying as far as close-range fighting went, because it allowed him to attack at a distance. Not only that, but the angles he can throw that sickle and the path it follows means it's going to be really difficult avoiding him at medium range. Even when he's retracting it, he can control its return flight. It wasn't just the weapon he had to worry about, but what the hell was up with that circle he painted on the floor before? Sure, the guy was screwy, but that was no ordinary pentagram. He drew it with his own blood. Normally Zabuza wouldn't be worrying this much over an opponent. However, the guy he was currently fighting was an S-rank rogue ninja from an organization comprised of some of the most dangerous men in the world. From that smug look on the mercenary's face, Zabuza knew he would need to be extra careful fighting him. The guy had something planned for him, and the swordsman wasn't too keen on finding out what that was. Haydn grinned, not too shabby. You're not so bad yourself. The former Kiri ninja raised an eyebrow. How were you able to survive that last attack? Wait. Scratch that. How were you able to detect my presence the second time? There are only a handful of people in the world who can counter my silent killing technique, so how? There was the fact that he was squaring off with a high-level opponent. He wouldn't be surprised if his senses were even more finely tuned than the prey he was used to hunting. The scythe user chuckled, "It's your bloodlust, pal. You reek of killing intent." Haydn then proceeded to wipe his nose cockily. "It's next to impossible for shinobi even with skills of your level to get the drop on me or my partner. We're used to dealing with that sort of shit." Yeah, he was one to talk. After all, he nearly got his own head sliced off and didn't even know it was happening till the sword was about halfway through. Zabuza grunted. He figured the answer would be something along those lines. As the name suggests, the silent killing technique is simply a very quiet method of killing an opponent, usually from behind with a blade. Naturally, because the user moves silently, against conventional opponents it cannot be defended against, because the attack cannot be anticipated. In terms of skill, Zabuza was second to none in his use of it, having slain many in the past through use of his mist and blade. However, there were a few exceptions to the rule. Against opponents of A-rank level or lower, Zabuza could approach them easily and dispatch them without much effort. But against a person like this guy, someone who was S-rank classified and strong to boot, even with full use of his Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique, he couldn't even begin to attack. The moment he got close a second time, the guy picked up his intent and countered without a second thought. Talk about staying on your toes. Looks like we're going to have to handle this directly, Zabuza thought, digging his blade into the floor next to him and forming a hand seal. It took a lot to get him to throw in the towel. But when confronted by a person who could negate his use of the mist and fight so fluently with him, then a change in approach was needed. Haydn noticed his sudden hand sign. "Oh? A jutsu?" "Not exactly," Zabuza replied. A few seconds later, it was quickly revealed what the swordsman was doing when the fog around them suddenly lifted and the bridge came into full view again. While the sight of the mist dispelling brought a small smirk to Haydn, it was when the pearly white blanket behind Zabuza disappeared that his frown returned. Standing directly behind the swordsman, side by side in a row, Haydn saw a girl with purple hair wrapped in bandages, an older girl with long black hair wrapped in a white bun, wearing a green battle dress consisting of a pinstriped outfit, Haori with white trim and light brown platoon sandals, and the blonde-haired brat he'd been chasing the past 2 days. It was the latter that really got the man to lose his composure completely. Naruto, along with the other people standing alongside him, glared hard at the assailant across from them. "Yeah? What?" Haydn raised a finger and pointed straight at the boy in orange. "I'm killing you first." While the blonde continued to glare, Zabuza glanced across at the boy interestingly. "Geez. What did you do to piss him off, kid?" At this question, the Jinchuriki gave a sheepish laugh. "Like I said, I dropped a tree on top of him. And it hurt like a bitch too, you little bastard." Haydn snapped, slamming his scythe blades into the ground with a loud crack. The man seethed as he locked the group with his best death glare. Getting run down by something equivalent to a freight train isn't fun. To top that off, you also tried to drown me. As much as I would like to tear you limb from limb for that shit, I think I would rather offer you up as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. His grin returned as he started cutting between the 4 people in front of him with murderous intent. "Oh yes. All of you will be sacrificed." "Re-GHT," Zabuza exclaimed, a little put off by this man's continued use of the word sacrifice. It was freaky enough he was able to survive having his airway effectively cut open, but the swordsman was not deterred. That aside, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and that was getting a second opinion on who they were up against. He glanced towards his subordinate. "What do you think, Haku?" The dark-haired girl, now dressed in her full shinobi attire, stared pensively at the man facing them down before speaking. His preferred method of battle appears to be taijutsu at close range. But thanks to that modification to his weapon, he can also attack at middle range, so approaching him will be incredibly difficult. He's also got good reflexes and technique, is astonishingly agile, and his timing is spot on. Her brow furrowed as all of them looked across at the maniacal-looking mercenary. His weapon of choice, however, is rather unusual. "Why do you say that?" Naruto asked. He'd seen swords, axes, staffs and sickles before, but the one this guy was wielding was really strange. 3 blades? Sure, it looked technically menacing, but the blonde couldn't see it being that practical in battle unless you were seriously good at using it. "It's not a conventional weapon, nor is it light," Haku stated, gesturing towards the weapon in question. "The number of blades it possesses, the material it's made out of and its sheer size means that it must be weighted. I can imagine that it inhibits his attack speed greatly, but not enough to stagger his movements. He's the same as you in terms of wielding a weight-bearing weapon, master. However, it's the primary function of the sickle that's interesting." Haku looked up at Zabuza to see the Jonin was looking across at Haiden more seriously. Its structure of 3 blades extends his range, but also decreases its lethality. The increased range and unorthodox design isn't meant to kill, its main intention is to wound. "I see," Zabuza murmured, looking at the strange scythe again before turning to Haiden. "If it was a specific design with a certain function, then it must serve a specific purpose for the man, all the more reason to avoid it then." "Yes," Haku nodded. Haiden grunted while throwing the older girl a disapproving scowl. "Noisy brat. You're next on my list after I deal with your friend." "Like we're going to give you that chance," Zabuza replied, not even needing to look to know that Haku and Naruto had assumed fighting stances alongside Isaribi. The swordsman also grabbed the blade he had embedded next to him and held it up towards the mercenary. "I'm sorry to say this, but you're going to die here today, pal. That's a promise." The smirk on Haiden's face couldn't have been any darker. "Give me your best shot." Cocking his sickle out to his side, the Akatsuki member took flight straight towards the group of young shinobi. Zabuza countered immediately before anybody else could take action, sprinting forward while dragging his massive blade across the ground. Kicking up dust with his speed and etching a long gash across the concrete, the rogue Kirinin then swung his blade around before slicing upwards, exchanging killer blows with his opponent. Sickle and sword met once again in a shower of sparks, with the force from the swordsman's strike smacking Haiden back a tad, who retaliated with a spin and lashing across with his scythe. Catching sight of the furious response, Zabuza ducked under it by a hair's breadth and drove his blade upwards, getting Haiden to leap back before dashing around him. Jumping through the air and spinning, the Akatsuki member hurled his weapon across at his opponent, who swayed around it and sprinted to the side, rolling under the cable as it whipped through the air and returned to the user's grip. The swordsman barely avoided it when the sickle made a return pass on him. Skidding to a stop, Haiden rushed at Zabuza as the swordsman did so in kind. Before they could cross blades again, however, the silver-haired attacker caught wind of an attempt from the side and leapt into the air to avoid a cluster of Sanban that shot past the area he was about to cover. Spinning backwards through the air, the Akatsuki member glared down at the bridge to see Zabuza's apprentice moving forward, needles in hand and at the ready. "Damn bitch," the Akatsuki member cursed, touching ground and sliding backwards to a stop. When he did, he saw Haku switch positions with Isaribi. Taking the head with Zabuza retreating to let the others throw in a few shots, the purple-haired girl focused her chakra through a single-hand seal and puffed her cheeks out. "Soiton, Daihodan." Water release, large projectile. A split second later, a blast of water was fired from her lips in the form of a powerful stream. It shot across the bridge towards her target at the speed of a fast-flying arrow. Haiden, however, saw the attack coming and, rolling his eyes, intercepted it with his sickle. He stopped and split the powerful stream with the head of his weapon, the force of it pushing him back a few as the surface of the bridge was drenched in splashes from the deflecting jet of water. When the attack died down, Haiden revealed himself from behind his raised sickle with a smug look on his face. "Is that all you've got? A hose down?" he asked. "If I wanted a bath, I could have just jumped into the fucking Dash. Makio Hyosho." Demonic mirroring ice crystals, Haku's voice echoed over the wind, the teenage girl finishing her single-handed hand-seal combination and her eyes focusing on the Akatsuki member standing at distance from them. Before Haiden could react, a large dome of mirrors formed out of the pools of water around him and froze over. The 21 reflective ice panes encircled the baffled mercenary and hovered around him, leaving him to look into all visible angles of his likeness. Naruto, Isaribi and Zabuza then watched as another mirror formed directly next to their nearby companion, who sunk into it and disappeared, only for her appearance to flicker into one of the many mirrors surrounding the startled Haiden. "Wow!" Naruto exclaimed in surprise, looking across at the formation of ice. "That's pretty awesome." "That's her Kekkei Genkai, kid," Zabuza stated, glancing over at the blonde to see it become more intense as he focused on the battlefield. "Watch. You're about to witness something few people ever get to see." From the ice mirror she landed in, Haku glared at the silver-haired Akatsuki member with her battle expression in play. It was one of complete calm and collectiveness. "You are now in the heart of my jutsu. You have no way out and no possible way of defending yourself." Senbon appeared in between the fingers of both her hands and she crossed them over her chest, readying herself for battle. "Surrender now." Haiden smirked when he faced down the girl and took a stance of his own. "You think I'd surrender just because I'm trapped in your little funhouse of mirrors?" He spat on the ground and prepared to charge, Dream on Girly. "The only way you'll be able to beat me is to cut my arms and legs off and kill me, which I highly doubt you'll be able to." "Very well then," Haku replied in a warning voice. "If you will not concede defeat peacefully, then I will force you to comply and make sure that you never move again." In the blink of an eye, her image suddenly flickered into all 21 mirrors encompassing the Akatsuki member. A little caught off guard, the man looked around at all the reflective panes to see every one of the copies cock their hands back with Senbon bared. If he was to make an approximate count of the number of Senbon being bared at him, it would be somewhere between a fuckton and uncountable. "You're finished." In a flash, Haiden suddenly felt a sting in his shoulder and looked over to see a cut had formed. Before he knew it, every single reflection of the girl in the mirror surrounding him hurled their Senbon at him all at once, peppering him from all sides with a hail of needles. The Akatsuki member attempted to deflect them accordingly with his scythe, but after a few seconds of struggle, he just couldn't hash it anymore, and as a result, his body was cut down by the rain of death. Naruto and Isaribi watched on in awe as Haku proceeded to attack her opponent mercilessly. From the observing Chimera's perspective, all she could see was a shower of needles cascading down on Haiden from all corners of the dome. Naruto, on the other hand, his reflexes being far more polished than others, could see what was actually happening as if he were watching the whole thing in a different time frame. While from the outside it looked like Haku had multiplied herself throughout the mirrors and was attacking with an onslaught of clones. In a way this was true, it was just that the copies of her in the mirrors were just an illusion. The real one was actually moving between the ice panes faster than the human eye could see, something comparable to the speed of light if Naruto had to estimate. That was unreal. The rate she was moving between them made it look like she was in multiple mirrors at the same time, a level of agility that Naruto hoped he could perfect one day as he watched Haiden crumble under the barrage of Senbon. For the next minute or so Haku continued to attack her target, hitting him from all possible sides and every so often darting past him to clip him with direct attacks before returning to a mirror on the other side. After using up a decent amount of needles rushing between the panes to attack the Akatsuki member, Haku eventually finished her assault by flickering into one of the mirrors up a level and allowing her copies to fade. Glaring down at the center, she saw her opponent was absolutely riddled with Senbon. His back was so covered it made him look like a hedgehog and his limbs, particularly the joint areas, were stuck with blows that would have rendered him completely immobile. The seemingly wounded Haiden stood in place, slumped over with his sickle in hand, swaying from side to side and giving the impression he was about to tip over. Zabuza, Naruto, Isaribi and even Haku believed that he was done, that their opponent was finally beat. After a harrowing several minutes of conflict, it seemed that the battle was over. Unfortunately, this was not to be. The group froze when they heard a dark chuckle escape the doubled-over Haiden before the man himself straightened up to full height. Blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth, the assailant cackled madly before glaring up at Haku, who now appeared stunned at his response. Man! What a rush! What an attack! That was totally awesome. Shit! His expression then dulled into one of fury and he stuck his middle finger at the girl, causing her to recoil. "I'm in so much fucking pain right now, you little bitch. God damn it. What the fuck? What?" the ice user thought in shock. What's going on? Zabuza, appearing just as surprised, stepped forward with his hand bringing up his sword. That attack should have killed him, or at best immobilized him. Surviving that first blow to the neck from the mist was just bare luck. It must have been. A second time from an even greater assault by his student from all sides was impossible. None of her Senbon missed. Why isn't he going down? Haku? The girl looked back over her shoulder at her master. I don't know, Zabuza-sama. Growling through bared teeth, the silver-haired mercenary grabbed the bunch of needles lodged in his shoulder and ripped them out. His blood splattered across the ground as cluster after cluster, he carelessly began ripping the Senbon out of him. He tried to get as much of the ones lodged in his back, but the best he could do was get the ones out of his ass and thighs. If it was painful having the Senbon stuck in him, it was even more painful yanking them out the way he was. Son of a bitch. What in the name of Hashirama and Madara doggy-styling the sage of fucking six paths was that? Why the fuck do these hurt so much? Haydn roared, ripping the last of the ones he could out of his body and stomping forward. He growled up at the bewildered girl in the mirror and jabbed a finger in her direction. Just for that, I'm killing you right fucking now. Fuck that blonde-haired kid. You're dead. Haku frowned and drew another set of Senbon, the needles flashing into view. The number of Senbon I hit him with should have disabled his muscles and rendered him unconscious. Why didn't it work? Did she miss? No way. Her aim was dead on. There was no way she could have messed up. Whatever the hell this man was, he certainly wasn't human if he was able to withstand an assault of that caliber. If hitting him in the pressure points and targeting his vitals directly doesn't work, then I'll take him apart. This man was clearly not someone that should be kept alive. Haku sensed nothing but poison and darkness coming off of him. Seeing her getting ready for another attack had alarm bells go off in Haydn's head once again. Reacting spontaneously, the man grabbed the cable up his sleeve and pulled. Oh no you don't. Like hell I'm going to let you do that teleporting shit again. With a yell and a spin, his cable extended once more and coiled around him, before spreading outwards in a series of violently undulating loops. Haku blinked in surprise when she saw the steel cable the mercenary had attached to him unravel and spread throughout the airspace around him to such a length. Looking around, the ice user saw that all of her paths to the other mirrors were being blocked by the airborne string, a result that kept her isolated in her current pain. Not wanting to remain cornered, she prepared to knock the length of metal cable out of the air, only to see her opponent whip his sickle out of his hand and send it sailing off. Controlling the undulating coils, Haydn growled and hurled his flying scythe straight towards the mirror Haku was in. The teen had a split second to react before the weapon suddenly slammed into her pane from the side at full force and shattered it. Zabuza knew that his apprentice's ice mirrors could withstand a significant amount of punishment, as he'd seen her use her panels to block fireballs and cushion the blast of explosive tags. However, her mirrors were still susceptible to certain levels of blunt force, which was why she never remained in one mirror for too long and kept moving between them, because her mirrors could still break. Based on this information, it was safe to say that the swordsman was more than a little shocked when he suddenly saw the sickle literally cut into the mirror his subordinate was isolated in and busted it into a million pieces with one swing. That was one hell of an arm. Haydn laughed triumphantly at seeing the mirror with the girl in it shatter, before watching Haku's form drop out of one of the larger shards, hit the concrete floor and tumble across the ground painfully. When she rolled to a stop outside of her dome, wounded and knocked senseless from the unexpected blow from the side, the rest of her mirrors dissipated at the loss of concentration. When the dome melted before his eyes, the S-rank mercenary huffed in amusement and rose to full height. As soon as he was upright, he sprinted out of the collapsing circle of mirrors and moved straight towards the fallen Haku, who was now struggling to get to her feet. From the speed he traveled at, despite having been hit by such a high number of attacks, he didn't appear damaged in the slightest. The moment he saw his student get thrown to the floor and her opponent dash towards her, Zabuza reacted instinctively and charged forward with his sword held back. Despite his immediate response, Haydn still arrived at Haku's side first. Weapon over his shoulder, the hard-hearted assassin from Akatsuki took aim at the teen, shakily forcing her body up onto all fours. End of the line, you bitch. No. Zabuza thought in panic, speeding up. The back of her head was turned to the Akatsuki member, so there was no way Haku would even see it coming.